Hello, I'm Dave, and welcome back. What was that, a 9?
I have no idea.
No problem. Welcome back to Nerd Talk, the Capra Collective, episode, what is it, 18?
Ow.
We've done that many so far. If you've been here before, thanks for coming back. If you haven't, what we are a bunch of cappers. I'm all over the place, sit around and cap games in your face. An idea born of something we were already doing behind the scenes, and we said, what the heck, let's put it out there live and let everyone see. We have all different sports, all different styles. Some of us are learning new sports and learning new things. That's really what this is about. And anyways, so thanks for watching. I guess we'll start with the record, which we kind of got clobbered last week, to be honest. We had a good week the week before, and then the two shows last week, we lost 5.2 units. I'm pulling it up right now. And eventually I should probably put this on the screen. I'm just a bad producer. We need help in hockey, and that's why I have these two guys here. I'm a novice, doesn't even explain my lack of knowledge of hockey, but I am trying to learn it. These guys know way more than I do, and that's why we're here. That's the sport we're going to start with. Then we'll do some NBA and MLB, and then we'll go through the entire NFL card like we do at the end. But while I'm looking up the record, Nick, Ryan, thanks for joining. Nick, why don't you talk about some of your bets today? If you have anything that you're sweating now or anything later on, what do you got?
Yeah, got a few plays in the this first NHL game. I got the Islanders. I got them early at -107. I also got the team total over 3.5 and the over 6. Obviously no need to explain. The overs do not look great at the moment, because it's 0-0 at the end of the first. But I also got the Lightning team total over 3.5 and the full game over 6.5 as well for the Anaheim and Tampa game. I got Tampa's team total over. And then the NBA right now, which has been pretty good the last few days. I've swept the board back-to-back days in the NBA, 3-0, 2-0. So I don't go crazy in the NBA. Today I had 5 plays though, which is a lot for me. I have the Cavaliers -8. I have the Hornets +8, Raptors money line, and Bulls for the games going right now. Let's check what those scores are doing. Cleveland's up 7. That's not bad.
What's the score there?
Cleveland's up 59 to 52.
Okay.
I got the third. Okay. The Knicks are up 63-57. So the Hornets are technically still covering at the moment. The Raptors are up 10 and the Bulls are up 12. So looking decent so far in the NBA. And then I have the over 227 in the Lakers and the Nuggets game later for right now. And then yeah, that's it.
What about you, Ryan? You got any crazy soccer bets?
No, I was involved today in Champions League. I did one. I was 1-2, so lost a little bit. No bets for tonight. I'm not involved. Question for Nick: Is Vasilevsky in that tonight?
No.
Might get
last night.
Yeah, he was in last night. That's why I took the team total over for Tampa rather than the money line or the puck line or anything like that.
Actually, that's the only hockey play I have is Tampa Bay in regulation. I got a +100, and it went negative, so that's I guess a good sign if you think of it that way.
Yeah.
So I got a +100 just because of these 3 games that are tonight. I mean, I consider the other 2 games decent to good teams or even really good teams, and the only sort of edge that you could exploit is Anaheim being bad and Tampa Bay being, a perennial playoff team / champion.
Yeah.
So, and it's the that theory of the backup goalie, even though Vasilevsky is if not the best, one of the best goalies in the NHL.
He's the best right now.
Yeah,
I'll say it.
So the backup's probably the delta is probably bigger than most teams, but it's the Anaheim Ducks, and I'm from that area, and I know how bad they are and have been forever. I mean, a couple years. They didn't win the Stanley Cup. They went to it.
They made the cup one year.
Yeah. And there was this whole thing about some guy was gonna. Oh yeah, if the Ducks won, this guy was gonna propose to his girlfriend, and then they didn't. Anyway.
And they got a divorce. Yep,
probably. She kicked him out. So I'm on that game. I'm on the under, which I didn't post. I bet it last night while laying in bed. Cleveland Magic under. Yep, I do that. From dusk till dawn, baby. My eyes wake up. I'm thinking about sports, and when they're closing,
of course, yeah. I mean, that's what I did this morning because it was a back-to-back. There was no line available for the Islanders game, and I woke up this morning, saw it was a -107, and bet it immediately.
Yep. And then I have
I have an idea of where I think the line should be.
Mm-hmm.
So if I remember, like, oh, this line should be here or there, I'll make bets like that. Not often though.
Cool. What's the? Let's do the record real quick. So last week we were 15-20, down 5.22 units. I mean, we got wrecked in hockey, absolutely wrecked. We're at 52.07%. We're up 5.61 units. The reason why, usually if you're betting -110 lines, 52.5's sort of the break even. The reason why we're below that and we're still winning money is because we're not those dopey kind of handicappers that only bet favorites. You know, we find the value in plus money dogs and puck lines and run lines. And, we'll hit a plus 200 dog in, college football. And, so that's why we're there. 5.5 units, still money in your pocket. I mean, last week was brutal though.
Yeah.
That's going to change. We're going to get some winners in hockey. What's the score of the Hawks game? Let's get everything in order before we jump in. Oh, I've been having internet issues. I hope it doesn't go out. Third with 6 minutes to go, 54-63. Oh, that's the Magic Cavs. Hawks are losing to the Pistons. Go figure.
Wow.
Yeah, go figure. The Pistons are bad. The Pistons, when I looked at their rankings, this first portion of the season, they're like 25th or worse in every category on offense and defense. And they're missing one of their only really two stars, Marvin Bagley, the third. So if the Hawks lose this game, the Hawks are going to be a revenge spot for me. I'm going to find ways to make money off Trae Young, that bastard. We're not going to talk about NBA right now. Let's get into NHL. First game on the slate is Red Wings and Bruins. I've said it. If I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. Don't know what a Red Wing is. I ask people that are Detroit fans. They don't even know what a Red Wing is. So we're calling them the Boots because, as I've said, Red Wings are boots to me. And also, if you were curious, there are Bears in Massachusetts, but not in Boston. So take that for what it's worth. Nick, go ahead, jump into this game. I have Boston's a -235 favorite. I haven't looked at the NHL card. I'm going to be listening to you guys. This game, just at face value to me, I have zero interest in. But go ahead.
I want to see what the puck line is when it's released. It is a -235 for Boston, but I do think that Detroit's a team I'm going to look to fade on the road, but back at home.
I have the puck line. The puck line is on DraftKings, BetMGM, all the sites you can't bet on, but it's there. Yeah. The best puck line for Detroit is plus 1.5 goals at -190, and then Boston's -1.5 at plus 170.
Plus 170 for Boston puck line?
Yeah.
There's no way. They're a -235 favorite. There's no way that's
I'm looking at it right now, and it's -155 and -160 at DraftKings. I mean,
it's -120 on 5 dimes. You're probably looking at the wrong game. It's -120 on 5 dimes. It's -1. I might have plus 120, plus 115s across the board here.
Okay, so the game that was skewed on my screen when I minimized it, that was St. Louis and Nashville. So you're right. It's plus 115 is the best.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking towards Boston in that game. They've been playing really well to start the year. Their numbers grade out pretty well. I see a lot of green on their chart for me, which is a positive thing, obviously. They've won every game except for that game against Ottawa. So I'm going to look for a Bruins puck line tomorrow.
Ryan, you like anything in this game?
Well, I think if I had to play this, I would play the over. And what I've been doing is looking at last year's numbers I'm looking at. I love data, so I look at things like expected goals and basically totals and how much teams go over and under. And what I found was there are certain outliers, and if you bet on these outliers, you can do well. And the outliers are the teams like Boston, who now leads the league in goals. They're the number one goal scoring team in the league on a per game basis. There's also some good trends to the over in this game as well. So Detroit is 5-1 to the over, and that one that didn't go over, there were 6 goals. So they are really a high scoring team. So this team screams like pretty good value on the 6.5. We're going to get Nedeljkovic and Swayman. It looks like Swayman has a 5.4 goals against average. It's a very small sample size, but the play for me here would be on the over 6.5.
I thought the Penguins were. Oh, I guess that probably changed the last couple games, but I was not aware that Boston scoring that many goals. I want to write that down. I'll probably look at that one.
Yeah, good times for Boston. Their start is historic. Like they haven't had a good start this good since like 1980 or something. And they're going to get their Marchand is already talking about playing soon, and McAvoy is going to be behind that. So they've got a lot. This looks like a team that may or may not make the playoffs, and now they're look like one of the better teams in the league.
6-1. Point to the scoreboard.
We're on the board with the Islanders. Finally, 1-0 Kyle Palmieri goal.
Yep. 1-0 there, and then Edmonton's winning 1-0 against St. Louis. But on to the next game. Canadiens with an E versus the Sabres. Buffalo's a -170 favorite on the puck line. Let's see what they are. They are Sabres are -1.5 at +155, and then Montreal is getting a goal and a half at -179. Again, no opinion. I know that if Tim was here, he'd have one, and if Will was here, he'd have one too. Both Sabres fans, but Nick, go ahead. And again, another game to me that I'm gonna have to listen to find a play-in, because at face value to me, it's not interesting.
Yeah, this line opened up around -145 for the Sabres, which I thought was a pretty decent line for them, and it's been steamed up to -170. I see value on the Montreal Canadiens. That's what I took was Montreal taking them at +153. This is, I think, way too big of a price for Buffalo, especially considering the spot. They're coming back after a long, successful road trip out west, where you're not supposed to go through Calgary, Edmonton, and Vancouver and sweep those 3 games. That's not supposed to happen. And the Buffalo Sabres did not give a fuck about that. And for me, this is a spot where I'm going to look to fade the Sabres on their first game home after that long road trip and all that. So I'm taking the Canadiens at +153. Probably going to look at Caulfield to score a goal as well.
Holden
Caulfield. Cole Caulfield.
Oh, okay. Ryan knows Holden Caulfield, I'm sure.
Who's that?
Holden Caulfield from Catcher in the Rye, J.D. Salinger.
Oh, book. Yeah. I don't ever read that one.
Oh, it's a classic. You should read it. It's great. Okay. What do you think about the game, though? Talking Canadiens and Sabres.
I'm not. I agree with that Canadiens pick, actually, but for a different reason. And I was involved with the Sabres a couple times in their road trip. And what I didn't realize in the last night's game against the Kraken was that the Sabres have 2 pretty significant injuries on defense. Matthias Samuelsson and Henry Jokiharju. I don't know how to say that name.
Jokiharju, yeah.
Yeah, Jokiharju. And they're both 20 minutes a game defensemen. So I think that's a pretty significant thing. And we always talk about these tough travel spots. And this, coming off a long road trip, that first game at home is a tricky spot. Montreal is not great, on the best of nights. And they're struggling to score a bit. They're struggling on the power play. Their third line only has 1 goal in their last 7 games. So I'm not I'm not crazy about Montreal, but it screams like a lot of value to me for Montreal. And it looks like Nick and I have two different reasons for backing Montreal and potentially an under here, right? So
I was going to mention that as well. Yeah.
Montreal struggles to score, and Buffalo, may not be high flying like they were in Alberta.
Also, you got to keep in mind, I remember I forgot who I heard mention. I think this was Jimmy the Bag that mentioned this, kind of his theory behind this. When there's two top defensemen out, people may think, you lost a defenseman, that may lead to an over, when actually they more often lead to unders, because the defensemen that are going to have to be playing these top defenseman minutes are not going to pinch in as much, and they're not going to be as aggressive, and they're going to be more trying to get back on defense, because these are guys who are used to playing bottom level minutes, and they're going to be having to take the extra couple minutes per game that these 20-minute guys are missing. So usually when you're missing your top couple defensemen, maybe a decent play would be the Sabres team total under, especially at this price. You're probably going to get a 3.5 at a decent price.
So if you're Tim's betting the Sabres, which he has to bet the puck line, right? There's no way in hell he's taking the money line.
Probably. There's no way I would ever lay 1.5 with the Sabres. Right now, I still don't think they're good enough to do that.
Well, they're. I mean, aren't they? They're minus 170 favorites. So I mean, if you're not, obviously you're not betting it if you don't want to lay the.
I took Montreal.
Okay, well, I'm saying for your brother. I'm curious. We'll see what.
Probably you can take them there. You can take them in regulation.
Usually when I see a minus 170, I think regulation.
Regulation.
For me, I would rather lay a -1, like do a split bet, money line -1.5 type of thing to create that -1.5 line, because I would hate to see that team that I took in regulation win in overtime. If they win in overtime, you push rather than lose. So that's kind of the way I like to do it. If I am going to take that.
I know the theory. I know why people do it, to create their own numbers in baseball. Actually, Moose does it quite a bit. I just don't. I'm not only am I a sports handicapper, I'm also a gambler too. I want to win. I don't play it safe usually. If I have two options, I'm not going to play it stupidly aggressive, but I don't laying or betting a -1 is like, if you're betting -1, you might as well bet to win a puck line or a run line. That's just my opinion.
It drives. It's basically a regulation bet, but it can still win or it can still push in overtime.
Yeah, which is different than in the MLB, because there's no. Is there three-way betting? Is there in regulation in baseball? I don't think so.
No, because the game to go extra innings are usually like 10-1. That.
Anyway, the boring subject. Let's get on to the next game. The Wild and the Senators. The Wild are minus 125 favorites. What are they on the puck line? We've got the Wild at minus a goal and a half at plus 195, and Ottawa at plus 1.5 goals at minus 225. Wow, they're basically saying it's going to be a close game. I haven't been following Ottawa that much. I have been following the Wild, who have been hot garbage. I don't care that they beat the Canadians yesterday. It was the Canadians, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Who cares? I said in the beginning of the season, I'm betting them because I was told that they were a winning team in the long run, that if I bet my money, I'm betting a half a unit every game on the money line. And tomorrow I will be. I'm down one full unit. Again, I'm not betting unit. I'm betting a half unit. So I hope they win. I will be betting the Wild because of my experiment. But boy, oh boy, they have not been good. And I hope that they regress back to the mean or progress back to the mean. I hope they come back down to earth.
Possibly regress.
Yeah. Anyway, you go take it away, Nick. That's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I've placed one wager on the Minnesota Wild so far this year, and that was definitely a mistake because I laid a number with them against the Rangers, and they got blown out that game. But I I personally was not high on that team coming into this year, and I kind of saw what's happened so far this season: defensive lapses and Marc-Andre Fleury being a average at best goaltender, and that's probably putting it nicely. Statistically, he's one of the worst goalies in hockey at the moment. Granted, small sample size. We're still very early in the season, but this was something I was kind of expecting from them. Was to regress a little bit this year because of cap reasons, part of roster construction, stuff like that. So I do think though that one profitable bet, if you were to bet every single Wild game this year, just take them over the total. They have only lost once so far this season on an over bet, and that was last game. Until they can, last game was a start defensively. It definitely was a start. But until they can prove it to me on a daily basis or a gamely basis that they are defensively competent against a team that's not the Montreal Canadiens, who have struggled offensively this year a little bit, I'll be a little bit more interested. For me, it's just an over 6.5 play. And probably when the line is released tomorrow, I'm probably going to take the team total over with Ottawa as well.
Let's look at the I usually, like I said, I'm very rudimentary in my capping strategy. So I look at constantly what the goal skating and goals conceded and goals for. What are they at? So the Wild, they're scoring 3.67 goals. I mean, they're definitely above average, but they were the worst in the league the first couple games at giving up goals. And they're still second worst, 4.67. I mean, that was at 7. Granted, the numbers are going to shrink back towards the mean, but it's just not a good start for a team that I was told was a above average team. But anyway, Ryan,
I have a futures ticket on them to miss the playoffs at $3.
Well, there you go.
And I have them under 99.5 points.
Gotcha. Another thing I'm not used to, it's like soccer. It's this point, 1 point
Yeah.
for an overtime loss, all that. I mean, that's all new to me. But Ryan, what do you like?
I like the over as well. So they're the Wild and the Senators are both these outliers in that they both score a lot of goals and give up a lot of goals. And looking at last year's number, my theory is that if you bet on these outliers, that you can hit them at a 60% clip on the over.
Yeah.
And I think I can do better than that because we can pick our spots. We can pick our spots with this, less than average goaltending and, two offensive themes like we have here. And, I understand the Wild played a 2-1 game yesterday, and I'm just going to ignore that outcome. And I think they're going to continue doing what they're doing, scoring a lot of goals and giving up a lot of goals. Ottawa is on their longest home winning streak since the 2005 season. That's crazy. They've only won 4 in a row, but it's the longest in 17
Sens have
years.
been pretty bad.
Well, congratulations, 4 in a row.
And they just got
they're an interesting team this year, the Sens.
What's that?
The Sens are going to be an interesting team this year.
Mm-hmm. They got bad news in that they lost their top scorer from last year. Norris, yeah. So Derek Brassard might be a good prop bet, as someone who's going to fill in that spot.
All right. Well, I like the overlook. That's a good look. I mean, it makes sense. Teams that score a lot and give up a lot of goals, the over should be the play. I wonder what the juice. It's probably juice 6.5. It's probably juice to the over. Let's take a look.
None of these are in danger of moving up to 7 that I can tell.
Yeah.
It's not. It's the under. It is at 7 at FanDuel. Let's look totals. Yeah, it's at 7 at FanDuel. Minus 130. Yeah. It's juiced heavy to the over.
I got it at minus 125 today.
Yeah. Anyway, that makes sense. But I'm going to be betting the money line because I'm a stupid idiot. Next game. Okay. The Panthers and the Flyers.
A bad look.
What was that?
I don't think that's necessarily a bad look.
I mean, it's not. I I'm a man of my word, and I'm not going to back out because something's hard or I'm losing. I mean, I did say this. If I'm down, I'm betting half a unit every time. If I'm down 5 units, that's a 10 bet delta. If I'm down 10 bets, then I'm out. I was scared there that it happened in 10 games. Shit. But
well, that would have been the easy way.
yeah, maybe I should pray for death, like a war veteran or something. All right. Panthers and Flyers. If you've been on the Flyers, good for you. I know you have been. Supposed to not be a great team, and they've been winning. They're kind of the talk of the town. They're 4-2, but they were. It's safe to say they're probably we're thought of as one of the bottom 5 to 7 teams in the NHL, right?
Yeah,
preseason,
probably.
Yeah. Anyway, so if you've been on them, good for you. But Florida is a massive. Well, I think it's massive. Not a -300, but -210 favorite. Let's get their puck line. I wish this was a lot easier to do on covers, but it's not. Florida is is -1.5 goals at +115, and then the Flyers are getting -135 for getting a goal and a half. Again, I can't jump on a train that I haven't been on. I mean, I kind of feel like the first few games of a streak, if you notice it and your numbers work out, it's good to write it. But when you try to jump on the train, a lot of times you miss. And so I'm not going to try to back the Flyers. They're probably, things do come back to the mean, like I was saying. So they're probably going to end up being, not such a great team. And it's only 6 games into the season. But anyways, Nick, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I have been on the Flyers. Yeah, a lot this year. They are at home, and one thing I've noticed is that the Florida Panthers, they struggle away from home. They're coming in off of a loss in Chicago. I was on Chicago that game, so this is a Florida team that everyone's going to remember what they did last year. They were the President's Trophy winners. They were one of the better teams last year, and then they got swept in the second round. But this is a team that everybody's going to be high on because they were good last year. They definitely downgraded in the offseason. Losing Huberdeau, losing Weegar, and only getting Matthew Tkachuk in return. That was not a good trade for them, in my opinion. I really like that trade for Calgary. Florida is not a team I'm particularly looking to back this season. I'm leaning towards the Panthers here at this big, or the Flyers at this big of a price. I have not pulled the trigger quite yet on them. I want to see if I can get a little bit of a better price on it. I think that some money can come in on Florida overnight, and we may be able to get a better dog price with that. So leaning towards the Flyers, not anything I've pulled the trigger on yet, but it's just a lean at this moment.
Hey, Mom, it's magic. It's magic, Mom. That's why. Ryan, what do you think?
I don't love this game. The Florida is struggling. They're struggling to score. They're 0-23 in their power play recently. They're also the second most penalized team in the NHL. Florida was so desperate to score in their last game, they put Barkov and Tkachuk on their top line just to say, let's break this slump and score some goals, and it didn't work. Philadelphia, I agree with Dave. I think they're due for regression. Van Riemsdyk has a broken finger. And so with Cam Atkinson out, their 2 top scorers from last year are not going to be in the lineup in this game. And they have a couple of guys coming back potentially, Tippett and Ristolainen. I would lean under here. Philadelphia is 4-2 to the under, and Florida's played 3 straight unders, and they're struggling to score. So if I had to play this, I would play under. I don't love it, but I think Philadelphia is due for regression.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, that makes sense, wouldn't it? Because I don't know. It's only 6 games. We're talking about it like it's been half a season, but
also the Flyers I think are going to be more of a defensive-based hockey team this year. So maybe with this inflated price, an interesting look to go at would be the Panthers team total under 3.5. If we think they're going to be more of a defensive-based hockey team, which that's the type of hockey that Tortorella wants to coach. So,
Tortorella, that's the name from last night.
Yeah.
From is it Ice Guys?
Yes.
Ice Guys. Let's plug that show. Babano and Alex. I know Babano. I don't know much about Alex, but it's a good show. Oh, we need to preface something. I have to say that this isn't a political show, but I do want to say God bless America and the First Amendment. I think people should be less apt to censor things that don't matter that much, that aren't that important, and just, they're just words. Anyways, next game. Blues and Predators. ESPN Plus Hockey. They have an ESPN Plus Hockey Night, your game of the night.
Yeah, I don't know why they have. I think it's because they have extra, they have, different commentators or something.
Yeah, but the thing is, ESPN Plus has all the hockey games. It has the NHL package.
Yeah,
it does. But why? But it's just kind of funny that it's not even like a network. It's the network on your computer that the hockey. There's like a premier hockey game, which I think is kind of funny. But it's the Blues and the Predators. #MeToo. I have funny things to say about that team. Again, not two teams that I've followed much. I know the Preds. They have what's the goalie's name? He's a good goalie.
Saros.
Saros. Yeah. Saros is in goal, so that's good. But I'm being told that the Blues are a good team too. They're also antagonizers of the Wild, so I know that as well. But anyways, Nashville's at home. They're getting the odds are -160. Let's see what the money or the puck line is. Plus 160 for Nashville. -1.5 goals, and then the Blues are -190. Talk to me. Let's start with Ryan first. Talk to me. What do we like?
Well, the thing that's hard to cap about this game is the Blues are playing right now, so we're missing a data point. We don't know what the line's going to be, but we have a good idea, of course. Nashville is not doing well. Like, they haven't won they won those 2 games in Prague, and they haven't won since. So it's kind of hard to back Nashville. I don't really have. I don't have too much of a. The problem with backing the Blues is Bennington who's playing tonight. Most likely is going to play tomorrow. So we get Grice, I guess is the guy's name.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't like backing St. Louis with that guy. I don't think, and this doesn't look like the best play on the board. I don't think I'm going to get involved. It would be St. Louis or pass for me.
What about you, Nick? Weren't you high on the Blues preseason?
I did. I am. I had cup tickets on them last year, and I have cup tickets on them again this year. I'm really high on this. I have division futures with them. I think that they're a elite team. I think they're a top 4 team in the Western Conference. My top 4 is Calgary, St. Louis, Colorado, and Vegas. So I have those as my top 4 teams in the West. I want to see what happens tonight, and I want to see this line climb, because I've seen this line get bet up a little bit because people are expecting Thomas Greiss. I'll take the extra little bit of value here. I think that St. Louis, there's no way in hell I'm betting anything with Nashville laying a price at the moment. Seeing that they can't beat a team that's not called the San Jose Sharks, which the San Jose Sharks are arguably the worst team in hockey. I think we can all kind of agree on that one. They're definitely bottom 3 at the very best. So this would probably be a lean towards the Blues if I have to bet it. Right now I do not, because there's no line on my book for it, because they're playing right now, and usually my book doesn't have lines up for teams that are playing at the moment. But yeah, I'm probably gonna wait a little bit and get some action on the Blues tomorrow.
Gotcha. All right. Well, the next game is interesting to me. it's the Oilers and the Blackhawks. You know, obviously, I know the Oilers are a good team. They have the best player in hockey, or one of the best players in hockey, Connor McDavid. And the Blackhawks have been sort of my adopted team. I don't know that they're going to be my favorite team, but I just think it's funny. First of all, I love their like old-fashioned logo. I love the fact that they're not getting all hung up on it potentially being a prejudice thing, which if they do, then boycott the NHL, because that, you know, Blackhawk was actually, I think he was a chief from the Sock and Fox tribe is what I looked up. But anyways, with my infatuation with hockey teams and their mascots
and their origins,
and their origin, exactly. But to me, the Blackhawks being a bad team and the Oilers being a good team, we see lines in the NHL of minus 300 all the time, or minus 275. This is at minus 220. And the Blackhawks are a plus 180, and it's down from plus 185. So it seems like there might be some value on the Blackhawks. To me, it's kind of like when the Dodgers play, and the Dodgers are like a minus 120 favorite or a minus 140 favorite. You scratch your chin and say, you know, why is that? So I'll start with Nick. Why is that?
Edmonton, because similar to the last game we just mentioned, Edmonton's playing St. Louis right now. So they're currently playing a hockey game, and then they get to play another hockey game tomorrow against a Blackhawks team that hasn't been told they're supposed to suck yet. This is a Blackhawks team that I've made a little bit of money backing this year, because it's a team that I joking around in some group chats, be like, oh yeah, Blackhawks for the cup, whatever, because there's Wild fans in my chat or whatever. But no, I have fun with that. But I have bet this team a few times this week or this year. I had their team total over last night against Florida, which came through. And I think this is a team that is going to be interesting to back in dog spots. And this is an interesting spot for them to back in a dog spot, because if I'm not mistaken, they're at home too.
They are.
So Edmonton gets to travel from St. Louis to to Chicago, which is not a long trip but it's still travel. It's still travel. So I'll probably, once again, tomorrow there's some big dogs I really like, and this is one of them.
Yeah, we were talking about. I was on the Blackhawks money line yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I almost took them in reg, and then someone was telling me to take the reverse puck line.
Yep.
Which I don't even know what the odds would have been, but that would have cashed, because was it an empty net goal?
Yep, empty net goal by my captain, Jonathan Taves.
Yep. So there's that crazy. I mean, I would have never done that, but plus 205. I mean, a full unit, can't shake a stick at that.
Yeah, I remember joking around that one game where you were saying reverse puck lines. One person in our chat the morning of the Leafs and the Yotes put, okay, there's no way the Leafs lose, whatever. Arizona minus 1.5 plus 800. That shit hit.
They smoked them. Wasn't it 6-3 or something?
4-2.
No,
that was
yesterday.
Yes, yesterday they won 6-3. It was 4-2 in the matchup with Arizona and Toronto, where Arizona was a 405 dog that I bet.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Fun stuff. Ryan, what do you think tomorrow for the Oilers and Blackhawks?
Yeah, I'm inclined to go with the Oilers in this one. They scored 5 goals in the third period against the Penguins, and that's sort of that's like a flag waving, saying, all right, Edmonton has found their groove and they may get on a roll here. And they're up 1-0 against the Blues, so we'll see how this game turns out. And Edmonton on a roll is a team I want to back, and they could steamroll this Chicago team if that's the case. So I'm inclined to back Edmonton here.
There you go. And you'd obviously you'd take them on the puck line or put them in a parlay or something, right?
Yeah. I think
or in reg maybe.
A regulation bet might be too expensive.
Yeah.
And also it's Campbell in it, right? So because Skinner's playing tonight, so they're going with their better option in goal tomorrow night.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, there you go. You know, another thing too is I need to get I have, obviously I've bet baseball for years, so I have a good grasp on where I want to be with laying juice. I don't lay negative odds for favorite run line. So minus a run and a half. I don't lay minus 120. Like a lot of the Dodgers and Astros lines this year, don't do it. I'm still trying to find out where I want to be in reg. Like, so today I took Tampa Bay in regulation at plus 100. I think that I don't want to be taking a negative, maybe minus 105, but I don't think I want to be taking a team in reg at negative odds.
I mean, it's not a terrible thing. I mean, I don't personally bet reg bets very often. I haven't so far this season. If
Why
I
is
would,
that?
huh?
Why is that? Just out of curiosity.
I'd rather take puck lines, or I'd rather take minus one lines than a reg line. But if I were to take a reg line, I'd probably limit myself around the 130, 135 range. Actually,
what do you think, Ryan? Are you a negative odds reg guy?
I don't have no problem with chalk. I've bet minus 150 run lines in baseball before.
I remember that.
I have no problems with that. No. But I have one book. It's Heritage. Have you heard of that one?
Oh yeah, yes. They're one of the most underrated offshores. I guess I don't know. I'm not monetized. I don't care why I'm on a monetized channel. So Heritage, I've heard from other people, because I don't use it, that it is a very good offshore book.
You can say you use it. I mean,
okay.
It is what it is.
Yeah, they have really good regulation odds, and they have good draw odds as well.
I wish I knew that, because my favorite offshore is Bet Online.
Yeah,
I have that too. Yeah.
Anyways, all right. So we're gonna get someone else in here, and in the normal fashion of my tired horseshit humor.
Timmer! Level out, Timmer!
Timmer! Good morning.
How you doing? So we already talked about the Sabres game, and we're all against you.
Yep, I know.
That's okay. I'm not against you. I don't care, but your brother were having a little inner.
That's fair.
Family squabble. I'm not going to, unless you have something, at the end, I'll let you say what you want. But with the last 4 games, when we're going to get into NBA and some other stuff, but get some more people in here. So I'm on Oilers Blackhawks. I'm going to probably be betting the Blackhawks money line. They're another experiment I have. They're an auto bet for me when the other team is a minus 300 favorite. I don't think for a while, at least, that's going to happen. I think that they've kind of, showed some grit, and they're a little bit better than people think, or if they're playing a little bit better than people thought they were going to play. We'll see what happens later on, but I might have to look for lines like these. I just think that Edmonton's too good of a team, and even though that is a lot of juice, I would have expected them to be maybe a 50-cent higher favorite, in my opinion. But anyways, next game, Capitals and Stars. I've been looking to try to back the Stars. I did, and I had their team total in one of my bets. I've had 8 or 9 hockey bets this year, so not that many. One of them was the Stars. It was a situation where I liked them over 2.5 goals, and I think they got 4. But anyways, I know Ovechkin's on the Capitals, and that's about it. People, I can't believe people say he's the greatest goal scorer of all time, because
one of absolutely.
I watched Gretzky play, but anyway, I guess that's
this guy has scored a ton of goals from the same spot on the ice, which just shows how good he is, because you know where he's shooting from, and he's still going to score on your ass.
Is he a wing or a center?
He's a winger.
Okay, because Gretzky was a center.
Yeah.
Anyway, go ahead, jump right into it. Dallas is minus 125. It seems like a reasonable odds, minus 125 on the money line. On the puck line, they're plus 190 for minus 1.5 goals, and then the Caps are plus 1.5 at minus 225. Take it away.
Well, I'm gonna at the end of this game, I'm gonna have the same amount of bets on Stars games that I've had all year. None. I've yet to bet a Stars game, and I really that's just one of those teams where I don't have a good read on them. Like, this is not a team that I'm looking to bet. feel like I would lean Caps because they're starting to play a little bit better, and I'm a little higher on the Caps this year. I do have their point total over and things along those lines. But right now, this one is a stay off game. I don't really feel the need to bet Stars games.
Tim, you have any opinion?
No, I haven't really looked at the hockey slate yet.
Okay.
I'll look at it sometime tonight to figure out my play of the day for tomorrow.
Except for the fact that you're going to blind bet the Sabres somehow. They're
Money
a
line
big
minus
every game.
170, by the way.
I don't care what the odds are. The experiment is money line every game.
There you go. Same with the
I
Wild.
have
Well,
fun laying 170.
I did
It's
that
an
with the
experiment.
Wild the other day. It was minus 180 something. See, we get it. You did this of your own volition. I did this out of advice. So I'm doing this under protest. By the way.
But when I
will
looked at
complain about it every day of the hockey season. Every day.
Sabres are still one of the most profitable teams in hockey.
In baseball?
Yeah, in baseball, yeah. They're the number two. So I bet them all 6 games so far. I'm up 483.
You know where I'm going to bet them? And they just played. Did they lose to the Kraken last night?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to bet the Sabres versus the Kraken because what are the Kraken's most feared enemy? Pirates. And what do Pirates have? Sabres. There you go. Ryan, what do you think about this game? The Caps?
Yeah, but a Buffalo would not do well against the Kraken.
Probably not.
The Kraken will grab the Buffalo and drag it underwater and drown it.
But you're right. Or Buffalo. But yeah, you're right. Their mascot's a buffalo. It's not a sword. Or is it a sword?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Buffalo.
And by the way, I don't think Pirates have sabers. I think they have cutlasses. Sabers is more of like a cavalry weapon. But anyways, Ryan, go ahead.
This is probably going to be a play for me. And the play is going to be on the under. I'm waiting to hear about Heiskanen. He's their best defensive player and maybe the best player, Dallas's best player overall. So I kind of want to hear if he's going to play tomorrow, and if he is, it's going to be an underplay for me, and it may be an underplay anyway. And it's because Dallas is one of these outliers where they are the best in the league in goals against. And if you bet under, these are one of these outliers that you're going to hit 60% or better if you bet the unders. And so this is the under spot, I think. This Capitals team has been winning, but they kind of beat up on like the crappy teams, it seems like. And it's not like your typical Capitals teams. It's like these guys like Nick Dowd and Connor Sheary and Garnet Hathaway. It's not like the same names you see. Ovechkin did score the other night, but
It sounds like names from like a Gone with the Wind type novel to me. But anyways, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an under, and and depending, I'll feel better about it if Heiskanen plays.
So you like the under?
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Well, like I said, I have no opinion. On to the next game. Canucks and Kraken. Again, the Canucks, their logo is an orca, and I guess that's the same part of the country or same part of the world. So I guess there's orcas in both, but I would have liked for the Seattle to have been the Orcas or something. The Kraken, that's a point of contention. A lot of people like that name. I think Ryan likes the name. I think it's kind of goofy, but anyways, Seattle's minus 125 on the money line, on the puck line. The Kraken are minus 1.5 at plus 205, and then Vancouver is plus 1.5 goals at minus 240. So that's telling you they think it's going to be a close game. Nick, what do you think?
Release the Kraken. I got on the Kraken today. I bet the Kraken.
Do I have that one? Oh, I do have it.
Release the Kraken.
It didn't work.
Huh?
What was that? Was that right?
I saw a still image. It didn't. Was there someone supposed to play?
Release the Kraken.
Okay, it worked for me that time.
It's that Scottish guy that was in Taken. I watched Taken the other day. What's his name?
Neeson.
Yeah, Liam Neeson. Anyways. So release the Kraken.
I'm on the Kraken in this game. And it plain and simply has become, I need to see something from the Canucks that is called a win before I bet them again. Because I have gotten burned a few times by these damn Canucks. And I'm going to fade them until otherwise decided. And then once they actually start winning games, then I'll look to back them again. But until then, they're fade city for me.
What'd you say? Until their wives or what? I didn't hear that.
What? Until
What did you say?
otherwise?
Oh, otherwise. I thought you said something about wives. Until their wives. I'm like, whoa.
Oh yeah, until their wives.
He's going for it. Anyways, Tim, anything? No? Yes? Kraken?
Oh, yeah.
Kraken,
Vancouver's
Canucks?
probably not going to get their first win of the year. It's probably going to be a while for them. The Kraken just beat up on the future Stanley Cup champions, so they look good, right? They just beat the Sabres. Anyways, no, I have
we
no.
know.
All right.
We know.
Ryan,
I cashed a ticket on the Kraken last night, so
stoner food. Cheez-Its. Gotta love it. Anyways, not saying you're a stoner, but it is stoner food. Oh, there you go. More stoner. Well, I guess I should say college food.
yeah.
College, yeah. Ryan, I know you're a Kraken fan. You're from that part of the world. Are you on the Kraken?
I don't like to bet on the Kraken. It's just sort of like a firewall thing. But I am on the total, and this is one. This is the one bet I've already made on tomorrow's card, and I got plus money on the over 6.5. And there were the game yesterday was 5-1. The Kraken won against Buffalo, so the under cash yesterday. But that was not an under game. That was like watching tennis. It was like one end of the ice to the other. And the Kraken have a serious goalie injury. Grubauer is out and on injured reserve, so they've got Martin Jones in goal. There's a lot of history of the overs in this matchup as well. So Vancouver's not been involved in a game of less than 5 goals all season, nor has Seattle. So what that's telling me is like there's guaranteed to be 5 goals in this game, but I think there's going to be 8 or 9. So this screams over to me. And you're giving me plus money on the over 6.5. I'll take it every day. There's an interesting history here. These teams only played each other 4 times.
I'll say I found it funny that you mentioned that the history there, and the Kraken have been around for 1 year.
Yeah,
they're rivals. They're rivals, right? They're
right. They're with you can drive there, right?
And here's one of them.
Yeah. It's almost like the Seattle Kraken having a reverse retro jersey. And they've been around for 1 year. Same with the Knights. They have a reverse retro. How do you have a reverse retro jersey for a team that's been around 2 years?
Yeah. How do you have a retro jersey if you're not 20 years old? That makes sense. But anyways, we'll move on. I don't want to leave him backstage, even though he's not going to talk about this. We have another nerd we're going to bring on. He hasn't been on for a while. He's gotten too famous and everyone loves him. And, but he's here because we all miss him. So we will welcome him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's up, dude?
What's good?
What's
What's
up,
good?
Mercy?
Hey, Adidas dropped me, so I'm over here at Skechers, just trying to get a new deal.
Well, Mark Cuban is sponsored by Skechers, so that says something.
Well, I'm not. Did you see what happened today with Kanye West?
No.
That's
so
fine.
I'm not sure you heard. You heard how Adidas dropped him from their label. They just said, yeah, you're out. Well, he took a camera crew over to Skechers headquarters to try to secure a new I'm not even joking. This is all 100. You can go look this up. And he wanted to go try to get a new shoe deal, and they literally escorted him out the building and said, absolutely not. We want nothing to do with you.
Did he do something controversial or?
Oh, you haven't seen what he said?
Kanye West.
Yeah,
I know,
said
but he's a dope. But I mean, it's something new. This is the thing. I don't, dude. I could care less about pop culture, but I know this. He was married to Kim Kardashian. He got cuckolded by that skinny goofball. What's his name? Pete Davidson. I know that he rushed up on stage and totally was semi-prejudiced against Taylor Swift when she run that, and that wasn't good. But is there something new that he did that's exciting?
Yeah, it's anti-Semitism. Like he's just going off, like just weird. Like what the hell are you doing? Like where the hell did this go? And it's kind of funny because there's actual like legit discussion about like his potential CTE issues that stem from that car crash that he's had.
Yeah.
Which is like, it's trying to have a serious discussion about a dude that's just slowly going crazy. And we all get to see it, but he's got such a following on Twitter. We kind of all just get it thrown down our news feed. But yeah, so that's today. He went to Skechers headquarters to try to secure a shoe deal. And they were like, we want nothing to do with you. So when Skechers is saying, nah, we're not at your level, some shit's going down.
Did you get a new dog?
No, that's Peavers.
Oh, that's another. You have 2 dogs? I didn't know you had.
No, I just have one. That's PV.
Oh, he looks smaller because you're. Oh, there he is. Oh, okay. He looked smaller because you're a small screen on my computer. Anyways, let's get through NHL. I know, Ryan.
Yeah, I'll just be setting up NFL. So go ahead and just go.
Yeah. We're gonna do NBA. You can after this, but you can put your 2 cents in if you want. Last 2 games, Jets and Kings. Kings are minus 145 on the money line. And my odds got screwed up for that. Okay, so the Kings are minus 1.5 goals at plus 180. The Jets are plus 1.5 goals at minus 210. No opinion about either team. I know the Jets have a good goalie. I know I've watched the Kings. I like how they have set plays. They look pretty. They look like a soccer team, but they don't shoot the puck. So the last game I actually watched was against the Knights. And I had the Kings in that game, and the Knights beat them. But Nick, and I know that also the Kings have had some really disappointing spots. I've been watching the chats and things, hockey chats, and people have been on the Kings and they've been letting them down. So, what are your 2 cents, Nick?
Yeah, I was on the Kings the other day. They had a 2-0 lead against the Capitals and choked that away. This is not a game I've got anything on. This is one I probably have to dive a little bit deeper into to see if I can find anything for it. I'm not going to force a play on this game. None of my numbers are pointing me particularly to a certain side in this one. So this is probably going to be a stay off game for me. I just don't have a real feel on this Winnipeg team yet. They're weird.
What about you, Ryan?
I like Winnipeg in this spot. You get the nice plus price on them. They're like, I think plus 130, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't see the game, but evidently their win against the Blues was their best performance of the season. So their media is kind of high on them. LA is inconsistent. You don't know what you're going to get night to night. Offensively they're pretty good, but they're kind of a vulnerable team, and this just seems like a spot that the Jets will come and win. Their coach Rick Bowness, the Jets coach, he has only been on the bench once this season. He's had COVID, and but he's evidently going to be back tomorrow. So there could be some lift or some some response from the team for that. So I think there's not many sides I like on this card, but I like the Jets in the spot.
Okay. Tim, Moose, any opinion on the Winnipeg Jets and LA Kings?
I like the New York Jets.
I know you do. On my Wimpy YouTube channel, they've loosened up the criteria for being able to do community posts. It used to be like a lot more. Now it's less. I just got access to them, and I put up the last poll I put up, which got all of 5 views, but that's fine. I'm even happy it got 1. Was which of the NYC-based teams are going to the playoffs? The Jets, the Giants, both, or neither? And the only ones that have votes are neither or the Jets.
So continued disrespect for the New York Giants. That makes sense.
Well, I actually think it's I think it's neither, but I think the Giants have a better, just because of the AFC versus the NFC.
Yeah.
But I think it's neither.
Weak.
Yeah. Anyway, last game in hockey, Maple Leafs and Sharks. Leafs with an F. As we know, that's proper grammar because it is a proper noun, but we've been there and done that. Leafs are minus 225 favorites going to the puck line. Leafs are minus 1.5 goals at plus 120. San Jose Sharks are plus 1.5 goals at minus 125. Zero opinion on this game. I'll just swing it over to Nick. What do you think?
Dun-dum, dun-dum,
So you like the
dun-dum,
Leafs?
dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. I'm actually looking at the Sharks in this game, and this kind of goes along the lines of a few things I like to bet against. Number one, the Leafs on the road laying more than $2. That's just something where I feel like if you blindly bet against the Leafs laying more than $2, you're going to end up being profitable long term. Another thing is fading a backup goaltender laying more than $2 as well. It's going to be Eric Kallgren in net. It's not going to be Ilya Samsonov for the Leafs, where Samsonov has been pretty good to start the year. For me, I'm going to get involved with the Sharks. I think that the public money is going to come in on the Leafs overnight, and I'm going to get more than $2. Right now, it's plus 197 with the Sharks. I'm going to hope to get 205, 210 with the Sharks and go ahead and bet them there. So this is a Sharks look for me. I'll take them as low as plus 195. I still see value in that line, but I'm just projecting this game, projecting the Leafs to be bet because I feel like the Leafs are very similar to the Cowboys or the Yankees. They're one of the bigger names on hockey. They are like they're that big name that the public likes to bet. So for me, this is a Sharks look.
But aren't they shitty though? They haven't won a World Cup in like 50 years or something.
Yeah. Yep.
World
they're
Cup,
like the
World
Cowboys.
Cup, World Cup.
They're like the Cowboys.
Cup.
Every year is their year that they're going to win the Cup or the Super Bowl, and it never happens.
Yep.
So
So
they're the Cowboys.
They're fans of the most annoying fans in hockey. Is that what you're saying? Because the Cowboys fans are the most annoying.
One of
football. All right, Ryan. What do you think? Leafs Sharks.
Yeah, I like this game. I like the under. So just as I mentioned, the Kraken game was a 6-goal game, but it was just high flying game. Yesterday's game with the Sharks was a 4-2 loss, but it was cagey. There was these scrums against the boards. It was 1-1 late in the second period, 2-2 late in the third period. There were 6 goals, but that was definitely an under game. And the Sharks are an under team. They are the lowest in the league in total goals. Both in scoring and giving up. So they don't score many goals, but they also have a respectable defense, so they don't give up many goals. So this is a team I'm looking for unders at any opportunity, and this is an opportunity. Toronto's their offense has not got on track. Austin Matthews and Mitch Marner can't find the net. So this is an underplay for me.
So the Sharks average 1.89 goals skating. So does that mean? And they don't set total. Do they set team totals at 2 ever?
1.5. I see it. You'll see it 1.5. I saw those plenty last year when the total is for 5.5, 6s, and the team was a plus 300. I took a couple 1.5s last year on team totals. Yeah,
I'm gonna look at that when they come out, or actually they're out on some sites, I'm sure, but I haven't looked. But Sharks team total under. Anyways, that's hockey. You know what we're gonna do next instead? Because everyone here caps baseball. No, we're gonna do the World Series game. We'll do a look ahead.
Ooh,
I'm. You know what's crazy is do the Astros have a listed pitcher?
Yes,
it's going to be Justin Verlander.
Okay, well, it's undecided on ESPN, but that probably is no shit.
It's probably going to be Verlander.
And Houston's minus 170. I'll be honest with you. I could give a crap about this World Series. My whole thing is I want the Astros to win. I'm a semi-Dodgers fan. I'm an Angels fan first, but I grew up a Dodgers fan too. And I still think there's still a little bit of a bitter taste in my mouth from that whole World Series and all of the cheating scandal. But my number one driving force is I don't think Bryce Harper deserves a World Series. He's my least favorite person in the league. I think he's overpaid. I hate that they compare him to Mike Trout, and they have for years, because Mike Trout is by far the better player. I mean, Mike Trout's the best baseball player I've ever seen with my own eyes, him and Barry Bonds. And anyways, so that's going to be there's going to be a hard. I mean, I could see the Astros, and we could all see the Astros sweeping. The problem is what's the run line at? Let's look at the run line real quick. It's probably negative odds. Run line. No, it's plus 135. If I bet this, I'm going to bet the run line. I need to look into it a little bit more, Might be under spots, obviously, because of World Series. But here's the deal, too. Actually, I just remembered something. Verlander sucks in the World Series. Yeah, I remember. I don't have it up, and I should have been more prepared. But of the spots, I was reading an article of the spots where you're supposed to, have an edge against him or bet against him, is in the World Series. I'll start with let me start with Moose because he hasn't been on for a while. While we're doing that, I'll look up Verlander's World Series record.
Who's confirmed for the Phillies? Is it Nola?
Nola.
Wheeler.
Yeah. Well, it says Nola on ESPN.
It's no. I think let me check what my ticket says because I listed my pitchers.
It's Nola.
Nola.
Yeah, it's Nola. So, first game. I think.
Oh yeah, it's Nola. It's Nola.
Yeah, first game. I think it is an over. But typically in the World Series, you'll see kind of like that slow build into it because hitters are trying to just kind of get acclimated to the environment. Pitchers are essentially doing what they can, everything they need to right out the gates to establish themselves. So it's usually going to be an edge to the pitchers more so than in any other series, just because you're gonna see that environment start to play a role. Now, that can change very quickly if all of a sudden there's base runners and Verlander walks the first couple of people. But I don't really anticipate that. I fully expect the Phillies to be coming out aggressive. They've been aggressive in almost every single game they've had, except for maybe the first game in the NLCS. They've been overly aggressive. Verlander's a veteran. He's going to know to attack them out of the zone, get them to swing and miss. But eventually, I think the Phillies are going to start putting up some runs against Verlander just because of how much barrel they've been putting on the ball. I mean, a lot of they had a couple of games where they were getting some cheapies. Versus the Padres, but more often than not, they were absolutely smashing the ball. I mean, Schwarber with a 488-foot home run. Harper just went absolutely off. I think he's as locked in as any player, but I expect it to start off a little slow, maybe a first 3 under. But I think around the 3rd, 4th, 5th inning, when you see guys get a second at bat, you're going to start to see them get overly aggressive. They're going to start to key in on certain pitches that they want to see from Verlander. And Nola, if he looked great for a couple innings, but once that fastball started leaking more middle, you started seeing the Padres just tee off on him. And I think that the Astros are going to do the exact same thing. They're going to try to get him to throw his fastball more over the middle of the plate. And once he starts getting that ball over the middle, you're going to start seeing some runs. So I definitely like the over game one. I think that it's probably a toss-up to the side. I will back Wheeler every start he has, both starts he has in the World Series. He is the dominant pitcher that you look at in the playoffs. He is the number one guy. Maybe Luis Castillo, you can make an argument, but nobody has pitched better than Zach Wheeler. Nobody. And he has looked electric. And I love backing a guy that is pitching their best pitching at any point during the year. And that's what we got right now with Wheeler. He is in another level. I fully expect him to keep the Astros bats down. I would like to get onto a Phillies team total over. I would like to try to get on a full game over in a live bet situation. But that's all I got for game one. Game two with Wheeler, I will absolutely be on Wheeler.
Cool. And the over, it is juiced. The over 6.5 is juiced at -120, -125, and then FanDuel has an over 7 at +104. But let's talk about two things. Verlander is 0-7 starts in the World Series. He's 0-6 with a 5.68 ERA. That blows my mind. But actually, what I wanted to ask is, I know your beloved Padres lost to the Phillies, but how are you taking that right now? Are you in a bad mood about it? Or are you in a good mood about it? I mean, are you over it? Is it still a sensitive subject?
No, you're never going to move beyond it. It's always going to be something that you look at and just go, man, how close it could have been, because it legitimately did feel like it was getting close. Like it felt like, oh my God, like this team can actually do it. But once Trent Grisham returned to being Trent Grisham and went 0 for 20 in the NLCS, it was like, all right, this run's probably over, because a lot of that run was predicated off of his success at the dish. And we knew it wasn't going to last. But the big thing that got, I think, every single Padres fan and all the chats that I was in, and all my buddies, and my dad drove out to watch the games with me, hoping we could celebrate something. But as soon as Minaya came in the fourth game, we knew it. We all knew. Everybody knew it. Every single Padres fan knew, like, oh, crap. And when I saw him throwing 96, I was like, oh, shit, okay, we might. And then he started throwing only fastballs. And it's like, well, you're not going to live throwing 96 only without any kind of breaking ball. I even went and did a dive on it. He threw, I think, 19, 20, 21 pitches, and all but 3 of them were fastballs. And you're not going to be successful that way. So as soon as we saw him come in, we all kind of knew. And as soon as they put up the 5 spot, it was just like, yeah, this is over. And I didn't watch much of the game 5 because I knew what was going to happen. And it got a little close there at the end. Like, oh shit, maybe something. No, Harper decided to have his historic home run. Congrats to them. No ill will, respect to them, and respect. I mean, I do think Harper's a really legit good player, and I think the comparisons are just for Mike Trout. I think they're absolutely just. Oh, I mean, did Mike Trout play a full season in the last 6 years at any point?
No. But he's also been,
okay. So I'll leave it there. Yeah, exactly. That's the whole point. Is both
Mike Trout when he's fully healthy, it's not even a comparison. Here's the deal: I felt really bad about doing this. I think it is. I felt really bad about doing this, and now I don't feel so bad about doing this. Do you like Will Ferrell? I heard he's from Philadelphia.
And I'm Ron Burgundy. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
I didn't make that, by the way. So.
Oh, dude, that's way better than that stupid old guy Padre song that came out. That shit got me. Like, if you want to talk about what tripped me more than anything,
that didn't get you pumped up.
Video.
They were fucked by the moment that video came out.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. I was rooting for the Padres, even though, like I said, I'm a Dodgers fan. But I don't agree with the Harper analysis, but we disagree on the show a lot, and that's what the point is. Let's get on to the picks. So we'll go to Tim and get him in there. Knowing what you know about Verlander, now that I told you how much he sucks in the World Series, what do you think?
Astros in 4, and they sweep and they cover the run line every single game. I legit don't think this is going to be close. Phillies had a fantastic run. Houston doesn't give a shit about no Cinderella. They already took out the Seattle Mariners in 3 games. It felt like 4 games. By the way, Seattle, congratulations. You played more innings against the Astros in the postseason than the Yankees did. Congrats. But when it comes to it, I'm going to be on the Astros every single game of the series. I don't think this series is going to be close. I think if you wanted a close series, you needed Atlanta, LA, or San Diego, or even New York. One of those teams. I don't think the Phillies are going to hold up against what I think is the best team in the league.
Cool. Ryan, what do you think? You're a great. I mean, your record on Terry's show was smoking hot. So I'm interested to hear what you have to say about this one.
Well, I'm not doing too well in the playoffs, but this one's interesting because both Verlander and remind me of the Phillies pitcher.
Nola.
Both of them got
used with his brother that's on the Padres, right? Isn't his brother on the Padres?
That was a cool moment. That was a really cool moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, real quick. I heard a stat with Nola, the pitcher. He's thrown 10,000 fastballs in his career. 9 of them were over 96 miles an hour, and 3 of them were to his brother. There you go.
That's funny. Anyways, go ahead, Ryan.
So the interesting thing is both of these pitchers got shelled in the playoffs once already. And there's this interesting scheduling quirk that I forgot until I looked it up, that the Phillies played their last series of the season in Houston. And both Nola and Verlander pitched in that series, and both were completely unhittable. Like Verlander was through 5 innings and no hit pitching in that. So I'm inclined to the recent history. Well, they both, got shelled at one point in the playoffs. Verlander to the Mariners, and but so I'm inclined to this recent history against each other, and I think they're going to come out and be effective. So I may look at this first 5 under, which is kind of an unpalatable 3.5, or what I might do is bet both pitchers K props with the thought that I'll hit at least one and maybe both. So that's what I'm thinking. I don't really have a feel on the the ultimate sider total. Houston's bullpen is like unhittable in the playoffs. Like they're not giving up shit.
Yeah, they've been amazing. That's for sure. Nick, what do you think, buddy?
I think there's going to be a lot of pitching.
Yeah, for me, I actually bet this game a couple days ago, and I beat a 15-cent line movement doing so. And I took the bet that I've been on every single Phillies postseason game. And that's the Phillies' first 5 money line. It is 8-1-2 so far this postseason. I got it at plus 150. It's down to a plus 135 right now. Moose was mentioning Zach Wheeler. I think Zach Wheeler is pitching like the second best pitcher in the playoffs right now, only to his teammate Aaron Nola. Aaron Nola has been untouchable. I think that's the reason why this team is in the World Series right now is Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler. And I really like the Phillies to win the World Series. I bet them plus 170 to win the World Series. I took a small sprinkle on Phillies in 7 at plus 600. I took small stabs at Hoskins 20-1 to win the World Series MVP, Real Muto 25-1, and Alec Boehm at 40-1. I think that this is a Phillies team that can and I think will win the World Series and will continue the pattern of National League East teams coming out of butt-fuck nowhere to win a World Series. I mean, the Nationals did it in 2019. The Braves did it in 2021. The Phillies are going to do it in 2022, and the Mets are going to do it in 2023. So, I mean, we're going to continue to ride what is National League East dominance, and I think that's what we're going to see in this one. So I'm going to take the Phillies in the first 5 innings, but I also have prop bets on them to win the World Series in general at plus 170.
Cool. Well, I don't know where I'm going with the game. I might not even bet it. I don't know. There's so much other stuff going on. I mean, granted, it is the World Series. But there are opportunities there.
What's the Phillies' first 5 team total? Is it 1.5?
It's a 1.5. Actually, they have this line on Bet Online, which is like the first time I've seen this ever, this year. Team total over 1.5 for the Phillies in the first 5 innings at plus 115. Over 2.5 full game. 2.5 full game at minus 126.
No, if I'm doing
that 2.5 full
5. I'm not going up against the Astros. I'm not going to go up against Astros bullpen, but I will take a chance.
Yeah, that's why I took him first
on Verlander. I mean, my whole plan though was like I'd like to get past the first inning, where I think that it's going to be kind of a little slower, because that's typically what we've seen. I mean, in World Series game 1s, you don't just see runs right off the bat. I mean, you have to go back, or you have to at least have a large sample size to find game or series, World Series, that start in such a fashion. They usually do start off pretty slow, pretty generic. You know, they're seeing pitches, they're kind of getting acclimated to the moment, because the World Series is such a different level than any divisional round, any playoff round. It is the moment where you kind of realize like, oh shit, like this is it, like this is real, like this is happening.
This is what you've been playing for all year long. By the way, you used a slow first inning. Unfortunately, it's juiced all to hell, but the no-run first inning is a minus 167 on Bet Online.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it because, I mean, given what you're seeing the first 3 on both sides of the lineup, I mean, the Phillies lineup, I mean, I do think that between the teams that were stacked up or that were in the playoffs, I thought that the Phillies, Dodgers, and Braves had the lineup that could go up against the Astros potentially. Yeah. And unfortunately, the only team that I thought really had the pitching were the Dodgers and the Braves that could match the Astros. But I do think that based off of what we've seen from the Phillies bullpen recently, which has been better, but it's still not great. I mean, nobody's going to really be all that confident if David Robertson's in there in the 9th inning with a 1-run lead to protect. Same with Sir Anthony Dominguez and Alvarado, all those guys. But I do like that first 5 team total over for the Phillies. And I think that might end up being on my card. The more I'm talking about it, the more I'm realizing like they would always score. And I wouldn't do a Phillies to score first prop, but that would be the line of thinking that I'm using here. Is if you want to find something, if you want to kind of put it together with another piece that might hit, I would not mind a Phillies to score first, because I'm sure you're not getting a terrible price on that, but I do think I'm going to be on that Philly total first 5, and I'm also looking to back Wheeler.
Cool. Well, let's do this. We're going to do I actually have an indexed college football for Thursday, and I'm doing that right now. We can either do that or NBA next. But I'm not sure Ryan does any of those sports or NFL. So you're welcome to stay around, but if you want, we might as well get your 1 to 3 picks right now, or no picks if you don't have any for tomorrow. But we need some hockey help. We got we lost 5 units last week, and it was all from hockey. I mean, we got smashed.
Yeah, us hockey cappers need to pick up the slack. Yeah,
I mean it happens, and I know it was kind of a disappointing week for a lot of sharper hockey handicappers. I watched the chat, and there's a bunch of things that went awry, I guess I should say. But if you've got any love for us, give it to us, because we need it.
Yeah, I'm going to hold off on the one pick I like, because I'm waiting to hear on Heiskanen, so I'll leave that off.
Okay.
So the 2 that I like the most are Kraken Canucks over 6.5, which is a plus price, plus 105 maybe, something like that.
Okay.
And Sharks Maple Leafs under 6.5.
Sharks under 6.5. Okay.
And I'm going to go get involved in the Ducks game.
Oh, that's coming. Yeah, it's coming up. I've got the Lightning in reg.
In reg.
In regulation.
I got the
I just wasn't ready for that.
If you're gonna walk the walk, or what is it? You talk the talk, you got to walk the walk, right?
Yeah, I'm just thinking of Kevin Malone. Like, why use lot word when small word use a?
Oh yeah, office reference. Why use where he pulls out prepositions and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna send you something real quick. There was a really
why use lot words when less word better?
Yeah, I got a really good Padres one that I'm gonna send you real quick, Dave.
Yeah.
Have a good evening, everyone.
All right, buddy. Thanks, Ryan, for coming by. You're always welcome. Thanks. All right. So what do we want to do? Do we want to do NBA? I mean, there's only me and Tim are the only ones that do NBA. Really. I mean,
I can get my numbers. There's only 4 games, but 3 lines. So
I have to do my freaking. I got to finish my indexing. I knew I forgot something, and I forgot to index the games for tomorrow. I'm just, my mind is so all over the place. But I know for sure Moose has at least one play I think I saw he liked.
I haven't done NBA. I'm not starting NBA yet.
No. College football.
Oh yeah. I finished. I finished all of the weekday games. I'm into Saturday, so yeah. I do have a weekday game pick.
Anything on Friday?
Is Utah and
that's not the game I was looking for.
That's Thursday. Oh, are you talking about what the fuck is it? It's the
BYU game.
Oh, BYU. I couldn't get there. I wanted to be on ECU. I didn't get there though because it's Provo on a Friday.
Yeah, that does scare me a little bit.
And in East Carolina, like I don't like the spot. Like, and it's all it. I know it's an East Carolina spot. Like I know it is. And you can't. I mean, East Carolina has been dog shit against the pass, but BYU has not passed well recently at all. Jalen Hall has not looked like legit, like at all. But all it takes is for a legit Friday night atmosphere for him to get keyed back in. And he's only got. I think this is his last BYU home game. So. Or I think it might have one more, but still, like just the fact that you know it's coming to a close, you want to go out on a high note. I wanted to try to do something with East Carolina team total over, but in the end, I couldn't do it. Teams that are from far East Coast traveling to far left coast, just the time. I mean, it's going with the time change.
We've seen that. We've seen that with BYU so far this year. They did get a team coming in from the East Coast, and they only kicked the crap out of BYU. Arkansas. Granted, that's an SEC school.
Notre Dame. Oh wait, they went to
They
Notre
went to
Dame
Notre-
went
they
to
went to
Vegas to
Notre
play
Dame.
him.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just the point that it's in Provo. Like that's the whole thing. East Carolina going far East Coast. They haven't had the most success when they've traveled west, even though they only have to generally play like Houston, SMU. But if I went back and I looked at their games, they were like 500, I think, traveling west, or at least somewhat distance west. And granted, this is a much, much better version of it. But the one thing that I really almost got on was Mike. Is it Mike Houston? Alan Houston?
Yeah.
Mike Houston.
Mike Houston.
That's the
He
coach.
is 9-3-1 as a away dog. And what's the BYU's coach? His name is I always want to call him the Navy coach, Ken Nayef-Talalo, but it's
he is Samoan, I think. He's a Pacific
I always
Islander.
want to call him that.
Yeah.
But hold on, now this is gonna fucking annoy the fuck out of me. But anyways, he is 4-5 as a home favorite. So
Islanders goal, 3-0.
I mean, everything just points to ECU, but I just it's Provo on a Friday, and that shit scares me.
And you know what
I
they
didn't
say?
have the balls to do it.
There's a rap group from the 80s, Houdini, that did that song Friends. How many of us have them? Have you heard that song? Anyways, they had another song called
People
The
have
Freak.
friends.
The Freaks come out at night, and that's what happens in Provo.
Kehlani Satake. Oh my god. Kehlani Satake. Satake. Yeah, and he's 4-5 against the spread as a home favorite. So again, everything says East Carolina. I just don't have, at least this point. I would love to get a better number on East Carolina. I will be. I'll be on the live bet stream with Cab and doing the World Series game, and I'll have that football game on. And if I can get a touchdown or something on East Carolina, I think that East Carolina though is just going to be wire to wire, and I'm going to miss the boat.
Yeah. I took East Carolina +3 in that game because just my power rankings have it at a pick 'em, and BYU's spiraling right now. They haven't covered in, I think, 6 straight games or something along those lines. So I'm not trusting them laying points even at home. Yeah, this may be a good spot for BYU. They're at home Friday night, whatever. They need to fucking cover a spread before I ever trust them with my money, especially laying points with them. So, and honestly, at the current state of each team, East Carolina is a better football team right now.
Yeah.
So
I mean, you look at the war in the trenches.
plus-
Look at the trenches.
Yeah, and a little motivation here for East Carolina. They win this game, they punch a ticket to a fucking bowl game. And after what happened last year with them, where they had the military bowl and it was canceled because the Boston Cowards got COVID because they didn't follow all the protocols and all that shit. They want to go back to a bowl game, and this could be their ticket to a bowl game as a win here, or a win in their last 4 games. But they want to punch that ticket as early as possible and get the best type of bowl game. So that's a little extra motivation there for the Pirates. Is you win and you're a bowl eligible team.
I just finished indexing tomorrow's game, so we'll talk about those. Let's start with Virginia Tech and North Carolina State. Is NC State's quarterback back? I know he was hurt.
No, out for the year.
No, he's out for the year.
This doesn't make any sense to me. I know Virginia Tech isn't good, but I have them indexed North Carolina State as 16-point favorites, and that freaking team can't score with that motherfucking backup. He is horrible. I watched that game. I was on North Carolina State. I don't know where the line's at. I'm looking it up
It's
right
like
now.
13 and a hook on him.
I'm off it, but how the fuck are they
Tech.
13-point favorites? I don't care. I mean, they're horrible with that guy.
Defense.
One thing I'm going to bank on with this game is that Chambers, the backup for now the quarterback, so this can be the starter for NC State. He's getting first team reps all through their bye week last week, and I think that's going to be a huge plus for them. And this may be an ugly play, but I saw a few points of value on it. I took over 39.5 in this game with a lean towards NC State team total over, expecting them to be able to put up points. I think that NC State puts up 30 points at least against Virginia Tech. I'm asking for a couple of scores from Virginia Tech, which who knows, maybe a little bit too much to ask for. But I'm on the over 39.5 in this game. My number suggested that this was a couple points just too low for me. So I end up taking the over in that game. I think that this is a Chambers game that he actually not shows up, but has a better performance than he did against a good defense in Syracuse. This is definitely a downgrading competition.
What do you think, Moose? Anything?
It's defense. I mean, that's a great point, though. I think that's a very good point. And if that's your angle, that the backup quarterback has now first team reps with all the receivers, that is not an angle I'm gonna laugh off. I mean, unless you're dealing with somebody that is bad, which at the D1 level, you're really not going to encounter that too many times. I mean, the only time we could legitimately use that was when Southern Miss last year had to go to Frank Gore as their quarterback.
Frank Gore Jr., yeah.
And it ended up working, bro. It ended up fucking working. So, you can't really say too much about the fact that a guy's getting first team reps. The offensive coordinator is able to learn the strengths, weaknesses of what their quarterback is doing and what he brings to the offense or what he negates from the offense. But when he was in there, he was very inconsistent. There were some throws he would make, and then there were others that were just all over the place. And when you're talking about accuracy, that's not necessarily something that is going to be cured by first team reps. That's only going to get cured by practice reps and getting better and improving. I would say the under would be the look. I know you got the over in that angle, but I would not be wanting to put my money on that angle. But I understand the approach, and I'm not going to say it doesn't have merit because you could obviously end up with him they had a plan, and they knew what he could do, and they executed it, and at the end of the day, they put up points, and they won, and they ran away with it. But based off of how Virginia Tech can play defense, that's their whole thing. They can't score at all. I mean, the under 13.5 is hit more often than not for the Hokies. I don't see a lot of offense. Usually when you have totals at 39 and a half, those tend to go under, and that's where I think it would go. I would be on the full game under if I was to play it. If you gave me a free bet, I would be on the under 39 and a half full game, and I would try to take North Carolina State first half, where you would expect that their preset plays, that their game plan would be easier to execute and they wouldn't have to make adjustments. So if they're going to be successful, I'd imagine it's going to happen early and that they're not going to have to do anything to come back late. Because if they have to come back, I don't trust a backup quarterback coming in.
Timmy, what do you think?
I want to take Virginia Tech plus the points, and I kind of want to sprinkle the money line. I'm not high on this NC State team anymore. Once they lost their starting quarterback, the only thing that they got now is their defense. And their defense played well their last game. But when you have a quarterback that he hasn't done anything yet, and I'm not going to say that he's going to. Trust me, I live about 7 minutes away from the NC State campus. It's all I hear about is just their quarterback situation, all that crap. I'm not a State fan. I don't like them, but I would have to lean Virginia Tech here. I am not high on anything going on with that offense in general. I know it was going up against the Syracuse defense. They scored 3 field goals. That's it. I don't care.
It was awful. I watched the game, and they were holding the other team. Their defense was holding, and they had so many opportunities, but they just. I mean, it was. I think they probably. How many 3 and outs happened? I don't even know. It was disgusting. Yeah, it was
gross.
Disgusting. Yeah, I'm off this game big time. The first 2 games I'm looking at I don't like, but we'll move to the next one. Louisiana Lafayette, Raging Cajuns, Southern Miss. What are the Golden Eagles?
Sounds right.
Or the Rambling Wreck.
They're the Flying Frank Gores.
Okay. I have them see, this is the thing. One index has ULL as a 7-point favorite. Another one has Southern Miss as a 12-point. It averaged out to 4.5 point favorite for Southern Miss, which would be a lean towards them getting a point. But I'm looking at the team. I mean, they're both good defenses. The problem is Southern Miss's offense sucks. Their numbers are all way below average. The under is probably the look that I'll look at in this game. I probably won't get there, and that's the reason why it's at like 43, is it? Let me go back. Take a look. Yeah, it's at 43 and dropping. But I like the Utah-Washington State game more, I think, and I'll probably that's one I have a play on. But I'll start with Nick. Do you have anything in the Raging Cajuns versus the Flying Frank Gores?
Yes, I got to fading the flying Frank Gores. But for me, I've been backing ULL, and my numbers really like ULL the last few weeks, and they've actually been hitting some tickets for. We had them last week. I think we had them the week before. I've had them, I think, 3 or 4 straight weeks, and they've actually been covering the last few weeks, including an outright win against Marshall. I like this ULL team. It just took them a little bit to get adjusted to a new head coach this season. That's why they struggled to start the year. So for me, I took the pick'em price with ULL. I almost took a -2.5 as the line opened, and then I waited a little bit and it dropped to a pick'em, so I took them at that price. So I'm on the Louisiana Lafayette Raging Cajuns.
University of Louisiana
Lafayette Raging Cajuns.
You gotta have the whole one. Moose, what do you think?
I mean, I definitely think that ULL is probably the side, and I didn't get there just because I think Southern Miss is just a good football team. I mean, they don't play really good offense, but you know what they do is they will get the ball in their end of the field, and they'll just get points. They won't turn it over, and they'll keep the game close. And if that is what's going on in this game, that's a tough game to cap. I think ULL is getting better. I think the point is valid that they've had to adjust to a new coach, losing Napier. That was a significant loss, at least for a team outside of the SEC. And we're seeing what he's doing in the SEC, which I think it's below expectations. But that's to the side. I was on Southern Miss beginning of the year. I thought they were going to be a good team. I wasn't able to get some of the futures bets I wanted because they were really popular preseason favorite to improve and get better. But I think at the end of the day, you guys are probably on the right train of thought that it's a ULL team that's getting better. They have the better team. They have the better talent. I didn't have the balls to pull the trigger on it because Southern Miss is just one of those teams I think is a good football team, and I don't like betting or capping against a team that just seems to play good, consistent football. And that's kind of what we've seen from Southern Miss like all year. Their wins haven't been by significant margin. They're not exactly killing it on the point spread, but you see them come out with good game plans. They're a decent first half team, and I think they even are ranked higher first half than Louisiana. But again, Louisiana's struggles earlier in the year taken into account there. So I don't hate what Dabby Cab put out there that he's on ULL and that he's got him first half. I don't think that's a terrible look. It's just Southern Miss's defense has been so goddamn good. Just real quick, their rush defense ranks 21st in the country, allowing only 3.05 yards per rush and only 7 touchdowns allowed on the year, 111.9 yards per game. And that's kind of what Louisiana is going to try to do. They're going to try to put the ball on the ground. They do pass more than they run. But at the end of the day, they're going to have to maintain that lead by running it, and that could be difficult. So I'm off of it, but I totally understand your guys' bets on ULL.
Gotcha.
And under could be a decent look as well with these two teams.
Yeah, they both have good defenses. I was just looking at their numbers. And I've been high. Everyone on the show was on ULL. We had the under and the and ULL with the points. They ended up winning. We double dipped on that game last week. Something in the indexes scares me. And granted, like I said, I don't make the indexes. I don't have fucking time for that. But the 3 people that I use are with 3 of the most respected guys, and sometimes they're crazy. And when they're crazy, I dive into it a little bit, and I'm looking at this, and I think I'm off. How can you have one? ULL is a 7-point favorite on a neutral field, and then another one, Southern Miss is a 12-point favorite. It's just 2, dissenting opinions. But I will be looking at the under. And actually, some books it dropped and then it went back up 0.5 point. So it's probably going to be a game time decision for me. I'm probably not going to post it tonight, but interesting. But Tim, what are you What do you think?
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the same side as Nick. We have it up on the site. ULL money line. They've been playing a lot better. They've covered the last 3 games. They even put up a fight against South Alabama, which is not a terrible team. They've covered in 5 out of their 7. I mean, so has Southern Miss. But when it comes to it, what have you done for me lately? ULL has made us some money, so we're just gonna go right back to them.
What did you? Oh, you sent me.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, that's
good.
fucking
That head fits too. That head fits.
I should pull it. I should download it and pull it up. But me think why waste time when 111 game when 89 game do trick. Yeah. That's. You know what? I mean, I think the Phillies had such an improbable. I mean, respect how they're playing. Such an improbable path.
Them
fucking World Series. It's crazy.
Their
crazy.
path. Are you kidding? The
Yeah.
Padres' path.
I was going to say their path didn't have to go through the Mets and the Dodgers. Just putting that out there.
Yeah.
Well,
He
who
meant
would have
regular
expected
season.
that? If they got hot, it would have been like, oh, you're gonna play the Dodgers and the NLCS or whatever the case may be. The NL guy was all fucked. I mean, good for the Padres, but the Padres should have played better. They got the dude. They got 2 dudes, and it didn't work out.
They should have had 3 dudes, but one of them went out for the season because of steroids.
One of them's a
He's a
fucking
ringworm.
idiot.
Just imagine them next. Padres will be right back in this spot next year.
They'll be one of the top. They'll be in the top.
The Dodgers still win that
5.
division.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying they're going to be there. I wouldn't be surprised if the Padres are in the top 5 worst odds to go to the world, win the World Series.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I know. I the one thing that I'm predicting, and it's not a Padres thing, but I think Aaron Judge goes to the New York Mets,
I don't think so.
and here's why. Steve
I think he
Cohen
goes out west.
has
somewhere.
already come out. He's already come out and said, "I'm spending money this offseason." He's already come out and said, "I'm going to be aggressive," and I think Aaron Judge might actually call the Mets because he sees how good they are. I mean, look at that team. I mean, that team's going to be really
Add
good.
a bat like Judge, and you're fucking set.
And I think he wants to stick it to the Yankee fans. And what's the best way to stick it to the Yankee fans? Go to
Win the World
Boston.
Series
But that's
with
not
the Mets.
possible. That's not possible. He's
Go
not
to the
going
Red Sox.
Boston.
Yeah.
So what's second best? Go to the Mets. And I think that's where he's going to go. I think the money's there. I agree. I don't think it's the best move for the Mets as an organization. I think Nimmo out there was a fantastic.
I love
Exactly right. Yeah, but I don't think you guys are going to put money in the right spots. You guys are going to go after Judge. You guys might spend too much on DeGrom, and I'm on the same boat saying we want to go after DeGrom too. Like I'll pay.
I've already seen what DeGrom's going to do next year.
You know where he's going to go. You know where he's going to end up.
He's going to go to the Atlanta Braves. Make every single start be the picture of perfect health and win a Cy Young Award with a sub-2 ERA. That's what's going to happen.
No, I'm saying Aaron Judge is going to go to the Dodgers.
Of course,
I think if he goes out west, Aaron Judge will go to San Fran. But
Yeah,
I still stick by my thing. I think Aaron Judge goes to Chicago. I think he goes to the Cubs.
One? Okay, well,
that is a young team coming up. Their pitching is getting better, and that team could be sneaky next year.
That Cubs.
He couldn't go to a worse place than the Cubs. I mean, he might as well.
He could. He can go to Arizona.
He might as well go to the Marlins. I mean,
Marlins. There you go.
Yeah.
You know what?
Hold
on. Crazy as that sounds. As crazy as that sounds, that's genius.
That'd be a great fit.
Because
why?
What don't the Miami Marlins have? Offense. They have pitching.
Money.
Oh, they don't have money either, but
yeah, they're never. He's never going to the Marlins. The Marlins have never. I mean, like I think the last big high dollar player, and I don't even know what it was, when Mike Piazza got picked up for like a day before he went to the Mets. He went to the Marlins and the Mets for like a week. He was with the Marlins.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I loved when the Marlins had like a stacked roster, like D. Gordon, JT Realmuto, Giancarlo Stanton. It was Mike Stanton at the time, and Yelich, and
Ozuna.
all the Marlins.
Ozuna.
But it was just like at the time, like they're like, we can't afford to pay all these guys, and you go, okay, well at least they're going to keep like 1 or 2 of these guys. Nope. None of them. They kept none of them, and they got rid of every single one of those guys. Like that, I mean, great call in Yelich. My God, I mean, how that who saw that shit coming? But the Marlins
he's
will not
on the,
spend
he's on the
any
back.
money.
He's on the back end. I think his
Which is sad because he's like 30 years old.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get Cab. A perfect segue, Cab. Washington State sucks, by the way. Well, Utah, Washington State. I have Utah as a 10.5 point favorite. They're laying 7. And whenever I say, and not so much in college and NFL, but when you're laying a touchdown, you have to start looking to say, is this team worth it? And I absolutely think so. And actually the line's coming down. So I don't know if I'm going to post this or not because I might not get COV. But Utah is playing, even though they, by the way, I'm going to say something about the USC game. That's about what I thought. And they covered, and I had USC. Granted, that's the one game they had to win. And if they won that game, I thought USC had a path maybe to the playoffs. That's done. Now, there's no one-loss team coming out of the Pac-12.
Unless it's Oregon.
It's Rose Bowl or bust.
Oregon would be the only one.
Moose asked me a question today. What is the word? Because we've seen horrible Major League MLB strike calls and ball calls. I mean, horrible officiating. Horrible officiating in the NBA last year. Horrible officiating in the NFL this year. And by the way, his question was, what's the worst officiating? Is the NFL? And I think it is. But probably the worst single thing, it happened in the USC-Utah game, and no one's talking about it because it happened in the first quarter or the end of the first quarter, beginning of the second quarter. End of first quarter. It's the roughing the passer call, and why even in college it shouldn't be called as much. And it was a horrible call, which it ended up, instead of being an interception in the end zone for USC with a touchback, next play was a touchdown for Utah. So that decided the game in the first quarter. But these aren't paid NFL players. These are college players. As you go down, you need to be more rough and tumble. You need to be more rough and tumble in high school. You need to be, they're not assets yet. You don't need to be protecting, what the fuck's his name? Cam
Rising.
Yeah, Cam Rising. Okay, I understand you don't want people to get hurt, but you don't have these stupid ticky-tacky calls that affect games. And that one call, the worst thing is this roughing the passer in college. That's the worst little subset of officiating. But I do agree NFL as a whole is worse. However, I will see, getting back to Utah, they are playing way under expectation. I think they know that. I think they need to play better through and to get to the Rose Bowl. I mean, to be able to compete with USC and maybe play them in the Rose Bowl. So I like Utah. I mean, I think they win this by double digits. That's just my opinion. And we'll go to Moose.
All right. The one thing that I found surprising was when I was looking up there, because it's passing. I mean, that's what it's all about for Washington State is how's the pass defense for Utah? If you're going to be on Utah as a side, how's their pass defense? And you look it up and you see that they're 89th in the country, giving up 11.44 yards per pass completion, 7.32 yards per attempt, giving up 243 yards per game. All that is awesome. That sounds great. And now, what does Utah do against the pass? And you go to the rankings and you see that they're in the top 50 and that they are only giving up 208.1 yards per game. But, and this is where I started locking in on my bet, they are giving 12.67 yards per completion, 7.32 yards per attempt. Their averages on when a team has success passing has been way up there. And the other team's success when they're passing against them has been up there. Not necessarily total completions, but when they make their completions, they are usually bigger plays. And you've seen that from Utah. They have a very tough ability or inability to stop those bigger plays, specifically through the passing game, which is exactly how Washington State tries to move the ball. Now, they haven't exactly been efficient, but they've been much better at home moving the ball. And you saw them do it against Oregon in that 44-43 shootout, that 42-41 shootout, whatever it may have been. And I think that's kind of what the game's going to be. Pullman can be a very weird place at times. And,
a weird place anyways. It's in a weird part of the country.
Yeah. It is a weird part of the country, and it can be a little weird at times. And you might see this be like such a hyped event. And there's even an expression out there called "Coogan it," which means that you have success, and then all of a sudden it just goes right down the shitter.
I've heard of that.
Yeah, and that's kind of a game I think is going to happen. I could easily see Washington State being in this, and I could see back and forth, and no team's able to really stop the other team. We've seen overs trend with Utah games, which is weird because they've traditionally, especially under Willingham, they have been an under university. It's basically where you go to get
App
unders.
says it. The defense sucks this year, though. Yeah, that's the
they're
point.
bad.
Yeah.
They're bad. So that's why I am on the over. And it has come down a little bit. I got it at 54.5. I think I even saw 54 today because people expect it's going to be a tougher game out there in Washington at Washington State. The fans can show up. This is probably going to be one of their biggest home games of the year. They haven't had a lot of home games, but I really think there's going to be some points tomorrow. And I haven't really been great on my totals this year. I've been much better on my sides, but this is a total that I just couldn't ignore the fact that Utah has given up average wise the exact same averages, if not worse averages, than Washington State. And Washington State ranks in the 90th, the bottom 90th percentile of passing yards given up. So yeah, I'm on the over here. I wanted to get on Utah, but I couldn't get there. And I think the over was just too enticing. And that's where I ended up.
Yeah. It's funny. I have a very, very extended family through a married in uncle that were big Cougars fans. And I can remember back when Ryan Leaf was a thing, and they were all over him. But I will say this, I would like they're not quite the Mike Leach run and shoot team that they used to be. Overs were the thing with Washington State. However, I will say with how bad it's surprisingly bad how Utah's defense is. That's definitely a good look. Just
on pace of play, real quick, of play, Washington State does rank in the bottom, but Utah does rank middle of the pack, running about 70 offensive plays, but they run more on the road than they do at home. And Washington State does run more plays on the road than they do at home. So it's just a matter of what pace is going to happen. And I think that if you're in a shootout, pace and play sometimes becomes much quicker than it usually is. So,
and you can kind of compare this game too, by the way. Breaking news, Islanders won 3-0. Holy
that was the
shit.
easiest play on the board.
I know you said that, but no one thought that because the Rangers are a good team. Is Sheveletsky and what's his name? The Rangers goalie. Yeah.
Yeah. Number one. Yeah. I'll quickly give my 30-second explanation why this was probably my favorite play of the year so far, the Islanders money line. Unfortunately, I ruined that with the team total over and the full game over. But number one, this is mainly a fade on what the Rangers were coming into on this game. Because the Islanders, fine. I think it was their third game in 4 days as well. But it wasn't the second half of a back-to-back for them. The Rangers, it was the second half of a back-to-back. It was going to be Yaroslav Halak in net. They just played the Colorado Avalanche, the defending Stanley Cup champions. They had played an up-and-down pace. There was over 80 shots on goal in that game between Colorado and New York last night. And it went to overtime, and it went to a shootout, and then they had to turn around and play the Islanders today. This was the ultimate flat spot, and I was advocating for the Islanders all day long. And that was probably the easiest play on the board for me.
Well, you nailed it. Good job. We'll go back real quick to you guys in this game. But I liken this game a lot to when USC played Washington State because USC didn't play. Caleb Williams went crazy. I don't have rushing yards yet. Washington State actually played fairly decently in their secondary played decently. The Trojans only won by 16 points. I say only because they probably should have had 2 more touchdowns. But I liken this game with USC, who's not a good defense. I liken this Utah. I think it's going to be very similar to USC Washington State, this Utah Washington State game. That's why 7 points I don't think is enough. I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring someone else on so he can, be part of the team. I know he might have some college looks. We're going to jump into NBA right after this and then NFL. I'm going to get to you guys real quick first, but I'm going to welcome in LJ from H-Town. Hey. What's up, dude?
LJ.
What's going on, guys?
Cool. We're doing some college. If you want to interject, you're more than welcome. But our last game we're talking about for tomorrow is Utah, Washington
Friday,
State.
No, it's all y'all.
Cool. All right, Nick, go ahead. Utah, Washington State.
Want nothing to do with it. I have a slight lean towards Utah. There's not. I bet the other two games on the slate. I didn't bet this one.
Tim.
Yeah, no, I'm not really I have problems with the West Coast, the Pac-12. I had problems with them. I'm on the East Coast, so it's a lot easier for me to know what's going on with the East Coast teams. West Coast teams, I'm not really too strong with, so I normally just stay away from them.
I got you. Yeah, it's not. They've lost their luster. I think, unfortunately, inviting Utah and Colorado and going away from the Pac-12, the heralded Pac-12, Conference of Champions, the most championships of any conference in all sports, which people might not. Well, they know, but people forget. And they're in other sports like track and basketball and
ping pong,
baseball.
UCLA baseball was pretty good, yeah.
Well, USC's baseball
Stanford baseball is great too.
Yeah. But
they've all been ridiculous.
In the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, like baseball was huge in the Pac-10. It was super big.
Yeah,
but
Garrett Cole, Trevor Bauer, same pitching staff.
Oh yeah, Garrett Cole was a UCLA Bruin. I forgot.
They hated each other. They fucking hated each other.
Eric Karros went to UCLA.
Arizona State was legit. U of A was legit. Like every single team in the Pac-12
went to ASU, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, Trevor Hoffman went to ASU too.
And Barry Bonds went to ASU.
No, Trevor Hoffman went to U of A. Trevor Hoffman went to U of A. U of A. No, yeah, Bonds went to ASU.
Bonds went to ASU. Yeah. Pac-12 was big. But anyways, we'll move on from baseball. Talk a little NBA. There's only 4 games. I haven't looked at anything right now. So let's change the freaking ticker. There we go. And Mavs Nets. This is the thing. The Mavs are 2-point favorites in New York. And last year, the Nets were the bet on play was the Nets as favorites at home. You faded the fuck out of them at home. The fact that the Mavs, who have actually looked not so great, they have not looked great. And neither have the Nets, by the way. But the Mavs haven't looked good. The fact that they are 2-point favorites on the road makes me think that the books are begging for you to take the Nets as dogs at home dogs. But and I'm going to dive into this deeper. Like I said, I just pulled this up. There's so many sports to talk about, and this is an NFL show actually, which we haven't talked about at all. But for 2 hours,
only 2 hours in, we're fine.
Lacking. But we'll spend a good hour and a half to 2 hours on the NFL. I'm gonna look at the Nets. I don't think they have a lot going for them. I think Simmons is a cancer. I think him and Zion Williamson, they even Simmons more. Why were you sitting on the bench? I know there are injuries and all that. It's guaranteed money. That's why. The guy is a mental midget. The guy has no heart. And for me, if like in a high school game, I went to a Catholic school because they were really hardcore. If you didn't face a guy up in a block, or if you didn't put 100% effort and you got benched, Simmons would be a dude in life that I would bench for no effort. And I can't believe people still think he's good on defense. Well, who gives a fuck? He has no heart. And I think the Nets are overrated. I think people that are talking about them to win the East are that's their opinion. I disagree.
4 teams in the East I would pick before the Nets.
Yeah, I'd pick. Yeah, I agree. But I think I'm gonna. Just looking at this right now, I think it's a Mavs play. And LJ's new. He's new to the chat, or new to the show. This show, but do you have any NBA plays? Have you looked at anything yet? Or are you just NFL only right now?
No, I'm all on the NBA, buddy.
Okay, well, talk to me about it. Let's go.
Dallas, all day. Coming off a loss, fade Brooklyn at home. I don't know if I'm gonna take the full game, but I'm gonna take Dallas first quarter and first half.
That's probably a better look. Yeah.
Brooklyn, they need to get it together, man. They can't rebound, they can't defend, and Dallas does the opposite. They defend and they rebound. And I'm all on Christian Woods prop, bro. Christian Woods coming off the bench.
Love it.
Having a monster season already in 4 games, averaging like 18, 10 off the bench. He's Luka's favorite player. And when they're in the game, the usage rate goes up like unbelievable. So I'm doing the numbers right now, actually, as you speak about it, because this is going to be my one of my plays tomorrow, like one of my best bets. But I'm definitely on Dallas first quarter and first half, because especially because Brooklyn's on a back-to-back. They just lost to the Bucks, and Dallas lost to the Pelicans last night, and they got the rest advantage. So Dallas all day.
Yeah, I feel you. And you know, in early season, you do have to keep in mind, we were talking about this with hockey. You have to talk about where the teams are on paper versus what they're doing early in the season, and that's kind of a crystal ball type of thing, having to guess. But I mean, if these two teams to me played 100 games, the Mavs would win more games. I just think that's just my.
What up, Moose?
Yeah, Moose is here. He's gone. He left.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought my dog was like choking on something. So.
Yeah, is your dog eating another fucking toy again? Jesus.
Oh my god, dude, he did. He actually did eat like a little piece of a rubber ball, but thankfully I found it in his now huge, massive shits that he's been taking. Like that's the byproduct of that surgery, is that his shits have just grown like doubled in size.
Because they opened up his intestines, probably.
Oh yeah, that thing had to have been in there for forever. Because as soon as they took it out, he's gotten a little thicker. He's putting on some weight. Like he's digesting a lot more food, obviously. So,
did you like my little shout out I did, Moose? Shout out to
Moose.
LJ.
Yeah, hey, before we even go any further,
yeah, I need to fucking.
If you haven't checked out LJ, he dropped like a little like rap mixtape.
Dropped some bars for PSR.
Yeah, what was the beat again?
That's that Drake 10 bands.
10 bands. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, dude, like it was legit. Like, I mean, it felt good too, because the last rap song I heard was that fucking terrible Padres rap song that was going on the internet.
That right there eliminated.
And I'm Ron Burgundy. Go fuck yourself, San Diego.
By the way,
yeah, man, that was so good. That was like
I can't remember if I
like,
retweeted it.
I had to send you a message.
I can't remember if I retweeted it. I'll put it back up on my page. LJ deserves a Grammy for that. It was absolutely awesome.
Is that in the mail yet, or
shout out to PSR? I mean, that completely blew me out of the water. That popped up on my feed, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah. Right?
Hey, I'm actually meeting with Slaughter this Sunday. He's coming to the Texans Titans game.
Oh, really?
He wants to meet with me after. And I told him, hey, we should do a meetup again, and let's just shoot a video to the song, bro. Everybody that I got in the song, let's just meet up and shoot a video. He's like, hey, whatever. I don't care. It's Slaughter. I don't care. Shit. So that'd be tight if we all could meet up in one place in the future and just shoot a video to the rap.
Yeah, you guys are going to Atlantic City. I would love.
I wish I could pull that shit off.
Well, you know what I think it would be the best place. I'm being selfish, but it's also a fantastic place, and Moose would love it. San Diego is an absolutely fucking fantabulous place in the country.
Specifically Encinitas.
Anywhere. I mean, they've if they legalize gambling too with these Prop 26 and 27 works out, then there'll be sports books in the Indian casinos. Well, anyways. Well,
but I appreciate that, guys. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no, it's fucking fire. If you haven't seen it, I'm gonna post it. Go look for it. I mean, go fucking look for it. It's fire. Let's continue with. Well, actually, Tim didn't talk about the Mavs and Nets. Go ahead.
I'm right in the same boat as you guys, and I will say I was on the opposite side for that last Dallas game. I was all over the Pelicans, and that worked out nicely.
That was the best bet for me.
But no, I'm on Dallas. You get Brooklyn off the second leg of a back-to-back where they went and just played up against Milwaukee. Milwaukee's a very gritty defensive game, which I had the under, cashed that. And that was just a very defensive. And how much do they end up getting tonight? The Nets scored 99 tonight. So that Milwaukee's defense has been solid. Dallas's defense is good too. I could see. I just see Dallas winning this game. I'm kind of looking towards the over just because second leg of a back-to-back, maybe a little bit less defense from Brooklyn, but I do like Dallas in this game 100%. I took their money line at -120. So,
Nick, any thoughts?
I'm waiting for this line to drop on my book. My numbers point towards value towards the Mavericks on the road here. I have them as 5-point favorites projected. So that's what I would have them projected around -200 money line, -200, 210. So I definitely see some value here with -120. My numbers also suggest a little bit of an edge towards the under. It has it. My numbers projected more like a 224.5. So it's around 228.5. So probably the play I'm going to land on with this game is the Brooklyn Nets team total under, potentially here. I want to see what that number is, but I'm going to look towards that or Dallas money line. I got to decide which one I want to go to because I need to see what this line drops at on my book. So that's probably where I'm probably going to go towards Dallas, and probably on the money line if it's if it's a reasonable price.
here I'm trying to find you your team total. Nothing
I
yet.
got nothing on BetStamp. Yeah,
I was just looking on
but
BetStamp.
plus this I'm on a nice little run with the NBA. I want to point this out real quick. The last 3 days, I am 9-0 in the NBA. Pending
You're not historically.
game.
You're not. I mean, you're not a.
I'm not an NBA handicapper by any
Yeah.
stretch of the imaginations. I only use numbers.
Yep. Well, kudos. Moose, anything on Mavs Nets, NBA, anything?
I'm not into basketball yet. I need the way I do basketball is completely different than any other sport that I cap because I can actually watch a game, make notes, and make a somewhat insightful analysis on what I'm seeing, whether it's baseball or football. But in basketball, I do not have that ability. I just get blown away by some of the things that happen on the television screen. So I can't really do that. So I have to have a large sample size to jump into to NBA, NCAA basketball. And that sample size usually gets big enough, coincidentally, when the end of college football season rolls around, right around Thanksgiving. So I'm getting to that point, but I'm not there yet. But as soon as I start running the numbers, I mean, I do put those trends to fucking work. That's the one sport that I will use those trends. I will use those angles and the hot plays. I'll be all over those.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I tread lightly. I have a system for totals early season, but really my sweet spot for basketball in both sports is January, February. And this last year, I won on posted bets on Twitter. I was up over 30 units in January and February, and it was because of those sports. And I did not do well in NFL, and obviously there's only one game or a couple games I bet in January for the college football. But anyway, so we're on the Mavs. That makes me feel good. Mm-hmm. Next game, Clippers, Thunder. Thunder are one of my most profitable teams. And by the way, talking about live betting, NBA is probably my favorite thing to live bet. NFL is probably my second favorite. I nailed the Thunder at plus 17.5 and plus 19.5 versus the Wolves, T-Wolves, last game when they went down big, and I nailed both of them, and I double united both of them. And I don't post this. You guys want to see people don't believe me. They want to see pictures of my tickets. I'll show you. But I nail the fuck out of NBA live bets, and the Timberwolves or the Thunder are one of the teams that I like. Now the only line I can see out is the Clippers -7, which makes sense. I usually only pregame bet the Thunder as double-digit home dogs, which I bet a lot of double-digit home dogs in the NBA, because I would say the most of any sport. The most amount of parity amongst players is in the NBA because the draft is smaller. It's the hardest sport. There's the most college teams of any team funneling into the pros is college basketball, more than college football, and there are the least amount of players on a team. So the talent level in the NBA is tops, and I don't think many teams are double-digit favorites for anyone. I don't care how bad the team is. In fact, people always say like Gonzaga would beat the Thunder, or
no, they wouldn't.
No, the worst team in the NBA would beat the national championship winners in college basketball by 40 points.
100%. That would be them going light on them.
It would be a slaughter, absolute slaughter. So, anyways, I'm off this game. I'll probably bet it live, but I'll start with LJ. If you have anything on Clippers Thunder, let me know. Props or whatever.
No, I'm off because I don't even know who's playing for the Clippers.
There you go.
You know, so
Kawhi's a little bitch and has his contract that is like 60 games.
Yeah.
And Paul George is questionable due to a non-COVID illness.
Yeah, so there's too much uncertainty. I don't fuck with the Clippers, man. To be honest with you.
Neither do I. I'm a Lakers fan. Fuck the Clippers. Anyways, Tim, what do you think?
Did anybody have the Thunder money line last night?
No.
Plus 390.
Actually, you did because
just me. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm not going back to them though. That's not. I'm not doing it. This will probably be no. I have 2 bets for tomorrow, and I didn't even know there was a line on this game until I just clicked on it a couple of seconds ago. So, if anything,
if FanDuel has it,
I would try to flip flop. So whatever happened last game, I would go the opposite direction this game because there's been 3 different things, 3 different back-to-backs where 2 teams played each other back-to-back games, and they all flip-flopped as long as Utah covers tonight. So I would have to lean towards the Clippers minus the 7, but I'm not betting this game.
Yeah. Nick, anything?
Not in this game. I have my numbers say there should be a 2-point spread with Oklahoma City at home. So it's a strong lean towards the Thunder, but who the fuck's gonna play in this game is a good question.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'll get to it or not. It's a lean towards the Thunder plus 7.
Yeah, I don't index NBA or MLB, or I guess I wouldn't hockey either because it's there's too much movement day to day, and there's back-to-back games, and there's just too much going on with football. I do it for college basketball. Even though what was that? What'd you say?
do. Yeah.
You said.
I didn't know what you said. What?
He's being immature. Just ignore him.
You said
you do.
It's what you do.
I do. There you go. All right.
Yeah,
there
you do.
Anyway, I do it for college basketball just because there's a little bit more time between games. But I guess I should experiment with it. There's just so much going on with NBA. I think there's a way to cap it without indexing it. But anyway,
I do index it. I think the only thing I truly adjust for is I will give 2 points to a team if their opponent's coming off of a back-to-back and they are not.
Well, I will say this: the back-to-back theory matters less in the beginning of the season versus later in the season, big time.
Yeah, I just throw a generic 2 at it and then call it a day.
Moose, anything? Clippers, Thunder, nothing.
Nah.
All right, we'll go to the next game: Heat and the Warriors. I think the Warriors are the best team in the NBA, at least on paper. I'm not super impressed by how they're playing. I think teams could find a way to beat them. I mean, granted, we're 4 games into the season, but something about the Warriors seems off to me. And then the Heat, I don't know. The Heat are kind of a mess. I mean, Jimmy Butler might be in that Beatles, Aaron Rodgers type of weird dreadlock type of deal where he's kind of off his rocker. But you've got the Warriors at 7.5-point favorites. They could cover or they can't. I mean, I'm way off this game. Where's the total at? The total might be the Heat.
It's 224, 225 area.
So the thing is the Heat are notoriously an under team, I think. But the Warriors are way notoriously an over team. I'm off this game. It's an interesting game. I might peek a look at it, just to see what's going on. I mean, I like watching the Warriors. I actually like watching the Heat too. The Heat, I like their organization. I like, everything they've done. I like the coach. But I'm off the game. We'll go back to LJ to start. Do you have any bets in this game?
No, I'm gonna wait till the Heat are playing Portland right now, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait till that game's over before I cap that game. So
cool. Tim.
Yeah, that would probably be the only reason why I would look towards Golden State. in tomorrow's game is because the Heat are currently in Portland playing. This is not a game I'm going towards. If I'm going to be betting in the beginning of the season, right now dogs are hitting at like 57%. So right now I want to find a reason to go after a dog. But I can't go after Miami. They're not playing well to start the year. They're playing right now, and I actually have Portland to win tonight. So it would be a second game of back-to-back.
Portland's playing well. Portland's playing really well.
Portland's playing really well.
They've made me money to start the year.
Only undefeated team left. But I would lean Golden State, but I did not bet this game.
Nick, anything? Heat Warriors?
My number suggests about a 2.5 point edge towards the Heat in this game. I have this around a 5. But this is a stay off for me at the moment. I want to see what they do tonight a little bit. But yeah, it's a slight edge to the Heat, but it feels like the Warriors are similar to what I'm seeing with the Lightning and the Thunder, Lightning and Thunder. No, Lightning and Avalanche to start the hockey season. I feel like they're in a who gives a fuck phase after going to a championship last year. So I don't really, but I don't want to fade Golden State off of getting their doors beaten in by the Suns, which felt like a really easy call that I completely just passed on, which was fun. But yeah, probably to lean towards taking the points with the Heat, but no way I'm backing this.
And the thing is with the Warriors pretty much all year is it doesn't matter what seed they get for the playoffs. They really don't care because they walked through the playoffs last year as a 3 seed. So they don't care at all. And when it comes to it, they'll play out the season. They'll make sure they win their games. I don't know if they cover it necessarily tomorrow, though.
Cool.
But I'm staying off of it completely.
Yeah, I'm off too. We'll go to the last game, and then we'll jump into NFL. Let me look at this total real quick. We've got the Grizzlies at the Kings. And why is that saying 237?
Yeah, it's
anyway.
237 total. Jeez.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. So well, the reason why is Memphis can score and Sacramento doesn't play defense.
Correct.
But I mean, you've got what's the line at? The line
3.5, 4 in some spots,
which is a little strange to me. Super strange to me.
Yeah,
actually.
Most of the 4s are gone. There's a bunch of 3.5s.
I mean, the Grizzlies are contenders. The Kings are the worst run organization, maybe in all of sports. They've never got it together. I mean, I can remember in my lifetime the Kings only semi-challenging when I was in high school when Vlade Divac went from the Lakers to the Kings. They're bad. I mean, I have nothing on this game. I would have looked at an over, but not a 237. So we'll just rip right through it. LJ, if you have a play on this, let us know.
I may be on Memphis first half. I really haven't got into it yet, but considering how they come out in the first half of games, the Kings are pretty much a second half team because they're always playing from behind.
Yep.
So they pretty much catch up. So I would lean towards Memphis first half, but I really haven't made it official yet because I still got to go through the numbers and everything. So
gotcha. I think there's going to be a quick one, maybe, unless Tim has a play on it. But
I do.
Okay, well, go for it.
Kings outright. That's good. This is just a weird line because it opened up around 5. I got it at 4.5 and plus 150, and it's dropping. It's now 3.5. Why is it dropping if Memphis is such a good team? And Sacramento still hasn't won a game this year. It's not the pretty play. Not at all.
It's the hammer poop.
But if Hammer Poop was here, he would be saying Sacramento Kings. So in his honor, Kings outright tomorrow.
He would be, and a little teaser to Friday because I think his wife ended up having kind of like a dinner thing because I've been texting with him. I have a new drop for Hammer Poop, but it's going to wait till Friday. Nick or Moose, anything on the Grizzlies and Kings, or move on to NFL?
I have the Grizzlies as a 2-point favorite in this game, so it's a slight lean towards towards the Kings in this one for me.
Yeah.
I have this total at around a 236.5 projected, so I think that total is about right, as high as it is. So I think my only play tomorrow is going to be the Mavericks money line.
Yeah, the Mavs are the only play for me tomorrow. I'm probably posting it, maybe doing a video, but we'll see what happens. All right, let's get on to NBA to NFL. Change the banner.
The Lakers suck. I'm actually watching an NBA game for the first time in forever.
They're awful right now.
They can't fucking shoot the ball. I have the over, and this is making me nervous. Like, I'm gonna have to ask Denver to put up 130 points tonight at this over.
They probably will.
The over is already dead. But
probably at this point.
No, it's not.
Anyway, Jesus Christ. Dead. They're so bad. But let's move on to the first game. Baltimore and Tampa Bay. Now, here's the deal with this. So, super high on the Ravens, I was beginning of the season. They've kind of had some weird things happen, some bad coaching calls, some weird aberrations like Miami putting up 28 points in the fourth quarter to cover a spread where Baltimore was up 3 scores in like the fucking second quarter. I have Tampa Bay as 5-point favorites. So, I should be leaning heavy towards them covering a point. We'll start with Nick. Tell me why this isn't a Buccaneer spot.
I've already locked in the Buccaneers actually at -115, and I know I could have gotten it at a much better price, but the line movement told me everything I need to know in this game because I saw tickets and money coming in on the Ravens, yet this game has crossed the 0, and they've gone from, I believe, +1.5 all the way to -1, the Buccaneers. That's why I took them. Is this line movement has Ravens as a trap for me. Like, I don't think there's that much line value on the Buccaneers per se, but I think that this game is a trap line because one thing we've noticed is the Buccaneers are coming in off of an outright loss against as a 13-point favorite. Like that's it. This is an ultimate buy low spot for Tampa Bay. So I'm on the Buccaneers money line. And, of course, it's a primetime game, so I'm on the under as well.
Tim.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers may be a circuit bet for me and Nick. Legitimately. This line, it makes Baltimore look as we would like to say too easy. Hey, you're getting a Buccaneers team that looks like dog shit coming off of losses to not only Carolina but also Pittsburgh. We're jumping all over it. I'm on Tampa Bay. It's a weird line.
It is. Which scares me because I know Baltimore is definitely playing under expected value and also Tampa Bay is too, but it might be we might be seeing the decline of the great one. But
yeah,
LJ, what do you
100%.
think?
I kind of called in the beginning of the year.
Baltimore continues to burn me, man. So I'm not gonna bet on them anymore.
I'm with you.
Fair.
Because I don't know if y'all know this. They have been outscored in the fourth quarter, 71-25.
Yeesh, that's not good.
They can't hold a lead. Them and the Eagles are the only two teams that have led every game by 10 points, but Baltimore has lost the lead in the fourth quarter.
What's the differential again?
Their fourth quarter?
Yes.
71-25.
Let's take. I mean, even if you took off those 28 points from the fucking team, was it the Dolphins? That's still bad. It's still 2-1. Yeah, it's bad.
They've scored 3 points, 7 points, 6 points, 0, 6, 3, and 0 in the fourth quarter in all of those games. Yeah. But they lead the league in takeaways at 14. They're the second best rush team in the NFL. Now, if they could run the ball on Tampa Bay, maybe they could win. But I'm not going to trust it. But I could go with the first half because Tampa Bay's only scoring 7 points in the first half, and the Ravens are scoring 15. But I'm not going to trust the Ravens anymore, man. They burned me too much. So I agree with y'all. I think this is a get right spot for Tampa Bay because they're at home. It's a primetime game. And how many of these games Brady's going to continue to lose?
Not many.
I just look at it that way. All eyes are going to be on him. You know, they've been chirping. I saw on ESPN today that, you know, he's saying that Lamar is could be the new face of the NFL, playing mind games and shit. So all that psychological shit tells me that this is a get right spot for Tampa Bay. So I would lean Tampa Bay to win this game, but I'm not betting it. But yeah, that's a lean for me.
Moose Money, what do you think?
Well, I am, and I took Baltimore first half because, I mean, LJ said it. They've been a first half team, and they are just losing it in the fourth quarter. The thing that I looked at was how Baltimore's been playing defensively recently. They have been much better in the red zone in the last let me just pull up that page. There it is. In the last 3 games, they have brought their season total red percentage of giving up opponent scores down 10% from 65 all the way down to 55, and they've averaged 50 over their last they've averaged 58 over their last 3 games. Tampa Bay is right down there, and they have not lowered it. In fact, they've gone up. They are 31st in the league in terms of opponent scoring in the red zone at 76.47%. In the last 3, it's averaged at 83.33%. And you go, oh, well, they must have been playing some pretty damn good teams the last couple of weeks. No, Carolina without Christian McCaffrey, and Pittsburgh and Atlanta. Those are the 3 teams that have done better in the red zone. And I think that things are just going south, and they're going south quickly for Tampa Bay. I mean, Tom's not even in practice for half the week. I mean, he's off doing, you know, whatever yacht things he's doing in his life. And I really
Robert Kraft's wedding.
Yeah, I mean, he's just doing all these things that just seem to antagonize his teammates. Do you think his teammates want to hear that Lamar Jackson's the face of the NFL the week that they're – no, they don't fucking want to hear that. He's tone deaf. Like, he's losing touch with reality, and he really just needs – I mean, I hate to say it because I loved rooting for the guy when I eventually started, like, respecting him for what he does. But, dude, he should have left. Like, it's becoming glaringly obvious. And I was buying into the fact that, you know, age is just a number. He has something set up. He's locked in. But you see him yelling at his linemen on the sidelines.
Yeah.
You see him just, you know, getting these bullshit calls on roughing the passer that would have just absolutely tanked their win against the Falcons. And it could have been consecutive losses. And we were talking about 5 or 6 losses. The narrative of it's Tom Brady, how long is this going to last? If he's old, he's old. It's going to last for the rest of his life. So, you know, forever, infinity. And that's kind of how I'm looking at it, is unfortunately, I think that given all their offensive weapons around them, they didn't run for anything with Leonard Fournette, because we're also glossing over the fact that Fournette is older and they have nobody behind him. They have no depth at running back. And Baltimore's defense can get after the quarterback. They rank 6th in sacks with 20 sacks on the year. And I think it's going to be Baltimore early. I think Tampa's going to have to come back. Maybe Tom Brady has one more Tom Brady comeback moment, but I think it's Baltimore early. We've seen Tampa Bay defense struggle with mobile quarterbacks. We saw it with Mariota. We saw it with even just PJ Walker last game. And we've seen it with Eagles and Jalen Hurts in the past. They sometimes struggle with that mobile quarterback, and nobody's more mobile at quarterback than Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, and you know, I think the line has a little bit of recency bias in it, and that's what the difference between the sharps that are making our power indexes versus, you know, the sharps that are making the lines, the bookmakers. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how. I mean, I'll just I am betting Tampa Bay. What's the money line at? It's got to be like
I got 115 today, minus 115.
Yeah, I might money line it versus taking or you know, instead of -1, because it could be a 1-point game. But I just can't. I still think I saw what game was it? Tom Brady. What game did he? They were going for the 2-point conversion and he missed it.
Packers.
Packers.
Yeah. Okay, so you still have Tom Brady being able to drive down the field at 45 and have that eye of the tiger. I just think there's too much line value with my index. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, and I don't disagree that Tampa Bay's in the decline, and also that Baltimore's played under expected value. But you know,
Yeah, I'm not taking them full game. I'm taking them first half money line.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to the next game. Denver, Jacksonville. I have I have this at a pick'em, and I'm going to tell you right now, this will probably be a circle play for me. Fade the fuck out of Jacksonville. I can't believe people thought that this team would be. I mean, granted, Denver is bad. They've got coaching problems. Russell Wilson.
Broncos country. Let's ride.
Yeah, he has confidence problems.
Doing workouts on the airplane.
Yeah, he's
built
strange.
different.
He's turning some weird corner. But who thought? I mean, I looked at I saw some stats on an ESPN show. I think it was First Things First at how bad Trevor Lawrence is. I said this last season. He had more interceptions than touchdowns. Granted, rookie year. He is still bad. Jacksonville is forever cursed. They had a great run in the first couple of years. They were a team. They had Mark Brunell. They went to the playoffs. All that. That's I think they went to the NFC.
AFC Championship
Remember
game
when
and
they
lost
met-
to Tom
they made
Brady
the
and the
AFC
Patriots.
Yeah, I was going to say they made the AFC Championship
With Blake
game
Bortles.
Jacksonville and Blake Bortles.
Oh no, that was a couple years ago. But I'm talking like 20 years. But anyways, point being, they're bad, and Denver still has an elite defense. And if you're gonna give me a couple points, that's a 2.5. I'm on Denver. And we'll go to Tim since he is Broncos Nation. Blah blah blah.
Oh, I was joking. I was.
You're on Jacksonville. Tell me why.
I'm not on either side. I don't want to go after either side. If I'm going after anything, defense and the under. But it's a 39.5. I think I'd still take it under. These two teams suck. Not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not interested in going after it. The under or nothing. But guess what? And Dave, I'll give you Dave and Moose. You guys are lucky. Because this game would be 6:30 a.m. for you guys, and you don't have to watch it.
Yep. Well, there you go.
It's 9:30 our time, so I'm probably not going to watch it either.
I mean, you have a show at 10 o'clock that morning, so.
True.
Well, Nick, do you have a play on this or not?
Yeah. Broncos country, let's ride. I have the Broncos as a 3-point favorite in this game. So I saw this as a dog price. This is one of the only. This is other than the Thursday night game. This is the only game I came into the show with money on already. I have the Broncos at plus 119. I wanted to bet that before that drops even more because that's dropped from 125 down to 119. So I wanted to get involved with that before it continued to plummet. So I'm on the Broncos money line in this game.
LJ.
Everything that Tim said, under. Because both these teams suck. There you go.
I love your breakdown. Beautiful.
Well, LJ was one of those Jacksonville upside guys, and
You've convinced me. You convinced me.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree.
They're bad. They're bad. Moose, what do you think?
Oh, I'm not touching London games. There are way too many variables in that shit. So I've made it a rule. I do not touch them, and I'm more likely to try to figure something out on the way back over because I'll be able to kind of have a better understanding of how the trip went over there. But I am not. I'm making it a rule. I do not want to touch London games. They are way too crazy. They're way too weird, and I feel more comfortable not having to worry about what's going on at 6:30 in the morning.
Yep, I'm not getting up to watch it, but I'm going to bet it, and that's for sure. And it's going to be.
You're going to wake up in the morning to a 15-10 win for the Broncos.
Yep, that's exactly. I'm going to wake up to a win. Well, I hope my past 3 weeks for circle bets have been win in the morning and lose all the afternoon games. So I don't know if I want that, but
see, Tim and I in the beginning of the season was the opposite. The only games we were winning were primetime games.
Yeah. It's been a weird NFL. Well, but anyway, we'll move to the next game. Carolina and Atlanta. I've got Atlanta as 5-point favorites. The line's at 4, -4. I'm off the game. Carolina is a super big question mark. They've got so many problems. Coach is gone. Quarterback issues. I guess the only thing for them is, some of their defensive players. And Atlanta's been playing, I think, above expected value. But the line's right where I think it should be. So I'm not touching the game. Nick, if you have a play, go ahead.
Yeah, this game falls into a system that I've kind of picked up the last couple of weeks that hits at I think it's hit so far this season at 71.4%. When you get a divisional matchup, you blindly bet the under. That's just the way it is. They're 25-10 to the under divisional matchups this year. So I'm going to be on under. I think it's a 42.
41 and a half.
41 and a half. Oh, 41 on. Yeah. So yeah, that's the first play I'm locking in here. I got under 41 and a half, Atlanta and Carolina. I'm going to be betting my plays during this show, most likely, most of them.
Cool.
Yep. So,
Timmy.
I think this is. I feel like I would want to go after Atlanta in this game, and the only.
Timber! Level out, come on!
Moose hasn't seen that yet, has he? Moose hasn't seen that yet.
I have it. Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you.
I think I like Atlanta. This is a humongous letdown spot for Carolina after they won last week against Tampa Bay. It's after winning as 13-point dogs outright. I think Atlanta gets the best of them, and I think Atlanta would cover. It's the only thing is it's dropped from 6.5 to 4.5, which is weird.
Recency bias.
It's 100%. It's got to be recency bias, but I want nothing to do with Carolina. I would like I would lean Atlanta.
LJ, tell us something about this game because
Nothing.
Yeah,
Nothing.
I can tell you didn't have any.
Nothing. Carolina's got a third string quarterback, or he's a backup? What is it?
It's the XFL guy, the PJ
PJ
Walker.
Walker. He's got a name of a Cabbage Patch doll. I mean,
Okay. There's no reason.
Didn't he play
why-
for what? The Houston Rough Riders? Was that the name?
Hey,
Stop.
whoever he played
Drop.
for, I ain't capping no backup third string quarterback. I'm sorry, I ain't doing it. So pass for me, sir.
yeah. Moose.
Leaned Atlanta heavy, but what kept me off was what Carolina has been doing against the rush game or the rushing attack. They're averaging 103.3 yards over their last 3 games. They only average 107 on their away games. And Atlanta, that's pretty much their entire identity, is going through essentially Marcus Mariota and Cordell Patterson and Tyler Algier and those short routes across. I mean, it's basically just short intermediate games. And Carolina has gotten way, way better at that. They've improved significantly. And I think if you're talking about line movement, I think that would be probably the reason is you're seeing a lot of sharps that are probably jumping onto the whole Carolina improving on defense. And the fact that Atlanta has not really been anything you're going to write home about with what they do on offense. And if you're just comparing the defenses, well, then Carolina is going to have the edge on defense. So I totally understand why the line would be moving. I'm not necessarily going to go into the recency bias. I think everybody understood that it was a very weird game on how Carolina beat Tampa Bay. And I don't think that people are dying off of that. I think more people are going to bet against Tampa Bay than they would be trying to bet on Carolina this week. I think that would be the takeaway and the reaction you're going to see from sharps and the general public more than just the recency bias. But I didn't make a play here. I think the under is probably the best bet. But Atlanta games have been kind of up and down. Carolina games definitely trend towards the under. But you just look at what is it? And if you look at the pace of play, you look all the way to the bottom. You got Atlanta 30th and you got Carolina 32nd in pace of play. So if you're talking about the under, that's all going to correlate right to it. So I think the under is definitely potentially the best look on the board. And I'm actually going to write it down because the more I talk about it, the more I'm like, yeah. And the fact that I forget which Earl gave it out, but the 71% blindly betting divisional unders. That's
25-10 this year. Yep.
Yeah. That's a great
and
bet.
There's 5 divisional games this week. So
yeah, you can get a 41.5. And by the way, that's a great look because the only shining point if you call it shining for Carolina are different points in their defense. I mean, they've got some decent guys in the secondary.
Yep.
And they're overperforming. Granted, with their rush defense, but it's performing. So, by the
Also,
way,
The question
I
would be,
believe- Yeah,
sorry, go
that's
ahead.
something
Go ahead.
that'll happen when you spend all your draft picks in one draft on your defense.
and also Atlanta there's no deep threat. It's all short little. You said dink and dunks and the running and Mariota dancing around like a fairy in the background. But Lane, by the way, we're gonna get to that game. It's in a couple games. Stick around.
And then the only question I would have would it be better to bet at first half or a full game? And I think it's going to be probably a full game situation. Atlanta has given up the most first half points in the NFL, averaging 16.1 points per game in each of their first halves, which is 2 points higher than the 30th Arizona at 14.7.
Good stat.
Yeah, that's a great stat, actually. And by the way, that just shows you Atlanta's a second half team, for sure, which might be a live betting opportunity because they've made games a lot closer. I mean, they've won game. They beat Seattle. I mean,
yeah, but I think it does stay close, and I think even under first half wouldn't be the worst thing. But if you're comparing, and which is something I really have kind of taken from LJ, is getting on to first half, first quarters. Yeah, I know he plays first halves more than in the first quarters. But those numbers, those stats, man, they can be so consistent over the season just because of the things that go into how a team game plans, how their coach, they're better coaches, and how you see
to look at with that, yeah.
Because they're scripted
you look
plays.
you just look at the first half rankings. If you just go to rankings of the NFL teams for did I just
Philadelphia is a perfect example.
Yeah, exactly. But Philadelphia is number one, and you probably go, oh well, they're getting coached
Baltimore
really
too.
well.
Yeah,
and Baltimore's up there. You look at all the teams that are up at the top. If I'll pull the here, I got it again.
Teamrankings.com. Shout out, sponsor me.
Yeah, Philadelphia number one, Tennessee, absolutely, Baltimore, San Francisco, Buffalo, Kansas City. Those all seem like the absolute best coached teams. And then you start getting into the 3s and the 2s, and then the numbers don't matter as much because I look at generally 4 and up is where I think that your trend is hitting more consistently. And so when you get past that, like Minnesota at 3, LaFleur at 2.8, like that stuff, I'm like, all right, like come on, like you've won some, lost some.
It's a good point that talking about the best coach teams are going to have the most like Kansas City. 49ers, the best coach teams are going to have the best first 25 scripted plays for sure. I mean, that's just, and then the game kind of goes haywire with an interception or a fumble or whatever, and things fall off the rails. But that's a really good look.
Yeah, I'm locking in 41.5. I'm taking that.
Yeah, that's a good look under. I'm gonna write that down. Taking it. All right, next game, which fucking shit show. The Bears versus the Cowboys. I've been high on the Cowboys, not this game. I have them as 9.5 point favorites, and that's where the line's at. Way off this game. The Bears have been strangely competitive in weird places this season, beating the Niners. I mean, this last game versus the Patriots. I guess that'd make you lean towards maybe taking them with the points, but Dallas is such a better team than they are. But the thing is Dallas. Well, here's another thing I just thought of. They struggled with their pass rush versus the Eagles. And what do the Eagles have? A mobile quarterback. And what the Eagles did something that no other team's done this season, and that is they didn't go at Micah Parsons. They let him do what he does, and then they went the other way, or if he was going to blitz, they'd throw a screen the other way or a screen at him. If he was going to stay back, they'd run it the other way. The Micah Parsons game plan, which he's probably the best defensive player in the NFL, is to not game plan for him before the game. It's to adjust and have a mobile quarterback, which the Bears do have. But there's no way with that index and knowing how much better the Cowboys are than the Bears that I'm going to take the Bears. But it's a look. So we'll start in the middle with LJ. What do you think?
What we on?
The Bears and the Cowboys. Your favorite team, the Cowboys.
Bears and the Cowboys. Well, number one, I'm going to take Justin Fields.
Tony Pollard rush. Oh
no, I'm taking Justin Fields rush yards. That's one of the reasons why the Bears lead the league in rushing. because of Justin Fields.
Yeah,
because he scrambles out of the pocket
Also
when that pressure comes, and he's moving. And yeah, that's number one. That's my first prop. But for as a side, not too much, bro. What's the total? Because both these teams are scoring under 20 points a game.
42.5.
Yeah. That's
But you could see Dallas putting up points though. That's the problem with that.
I mean, I don't know because they're 30th and third down conversions and they're second last in time of possession.
What'd they score against the Eagles? Let's look at that. Because the game plan that the Eagles had for the Cowboys is the game plan the Bears should have because they have a mobile quarterback. That's what they should be. They scored 17 points versus the Eagles, so maybe that's a look.
What's the line?
A 9.5.
Yeah, I would take the Bears, dude, plus the points. Yeah, I would lean towards the Bears plus the points. I'm not making it official. I'm not betting it, but I'm definitely on Justin Fields rushing prop. As soon as it come out, I'm smashing it because they have not juiced it yet, and I'm going to continue to smash it until they juice it up. So
yeah,
that's official.
Gotcha. Nick, what do you think?
It's one of the only games I didn't get to anything on. I think these lines are about right, so I didn't see an edge on it. And I have a lot of other stuff that I like this week that a bunch of games fall into my systems that I like for unders. So I have a lot of unders this week and other plays on the entire card. This is not one I got to.
Tim, anything?
I kind of like the under. I think that this Dallas defense is one of the best defenses in the league. And then I like Dallas. Hey, this is the ultimate. I know they only won one game. This is a sell high spot for the Bears. You just saw them go out on Monday night and win outright as 8.5-point dogs. What do you mean pin the tail on the donkey?
He's saying you're a dart thrower. He's giving you a hard time, but he always does.
That's fair. I kind of lean towards the Cowboys. This game has 28-13 written all over it. It goes under, and Cowboys win and cover.
How do you guys feel about farting on camera? You should mute it or let it go.
Put your mic as
Depends
close
on how
to it
big
so
is
that
it.
everybody can hear it.
No, that was no. It's no big
Tight
farts.
butthole.
Tight butthole.
Tight butthole.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't.
That's
let,
you know what
mute
that's from
yourself.
Workaholics. Tight butthole.
Yep.
Yeah. And you know exactly. See, this is Moose. This is why we're best friends. Okay.
Mhm.
By the way, go ahead. What do you think in this game? This tight butthole game between the Bears.
I'm actually surprised nobody's brought this up. Dallas Cowboys team total over 13.5. First half.
What? Oh, first half. Okay.
First half.
I'm like,
first half.
Whoa.
Hey, hold on. Hey, what the hell?
He's eating your shit. You're gonna have.
Yep, he is. He was trying to. Yep. All right. But anyways, there's only been 2 games the Bears haven't allowed at least 14 points this year. The first game of the season against the 49ers in basically, a monsoon, and then versus Washington. Every other game, they've given up at least 14 points in the first half. And Ezekiel Elliott being out, I love Tony Pollard versus the Bears.
Oh, I love him.
Yeah, that's going to be one of my rush props. I'm going to be on that. Chicago ranks 29th against the rush.
Yep.
They've done better recently, but
it.
you look at their offense, the offenses that they played. I think that Dallas is going to start kind of figuring some things out on the offensive end. But again, this is something that might not be very popular. I think Dak Prescott will assert himself as one of the better NFL quarterbacks again. And the whole Cooper Rush taking over for Dak Prescott is going to eventually become like, yeah, who the hell thought that? Which I know is not exactly the most popular opinion. There's a lot of Cooper Rush fans out there, but I think this is the game where you make a point because everybody sees the defense is pulling their weight, and the offense has to do something. Like they have to get going. And if you're going to get going, I think first half, you come out with your scripted plays, you get Tony Pollard the ball out in space, get CeeDee Lamb going, try to get some Michael Gallup action in there with Dalton Schultz. I mean, there's too many offensive weapons for this team to not get some kind of offensive game going. I don't expect to be great, but I expect them to have a focus point to get out there, get a lead, and then just grind out the game. If I was going to try to predict a score, I think it's absolutely one of those. I think I heard 28-10, 28-13 type of games. That's exactly the type of game I see. 31-10, that type of game. And I think the Cowboys make a point. We need to get out in space, and this is one of the games where Tony Pollard gets the rare opportunity because Zeke never really misses time. He will play through injury. He gets to showcase his ability. They're going to get him out in space. I expect some big plays from him. I'll try to get both his rush and his receiving yards. But the worry is that they're going to keep him as in his same role. They're going to keep him in the same role. They're not going to really change it too much, but I expect that they will because they understand how potent he can be on offense.
Yeah, I agree. Pollard prop is a really good look. I don't know where it's at, but we should look at that.
It hasn't come up yet, so I don't have it yet, but I have it written down. Pollard rush prop, and I'm going to check and see the receiving prop, but I think they're going to utilize him more as a rusher, outside edge read, outside zone, all that kind of stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised if they put him in Wildcat a little bit and just kind of did some things creatively.
Yeah, I mean, or some screens. That's why maybe his receiving prop should be looked at. I mean,
or total yards.
I'm on. Pollard should be an RB1 somewhere. I mean, Zeke is a beast in like the red zone and different places, but I don't know. And I have a thing about guys with nose rings. I just don't like it. And we're not.
That means you didn't like Tupac?
No, well.
Or the bullhorn ring,
rip Tupac, but no,
okay.
I don't. He didn't have a bull ring like he's a cannibal from the South Pacific. I mean, no. Oh no, my buddy got a nose ring, and I had to support him, but I secretly wanted to say, "What are you doing, dude?" No, nose rings are for.
Hey, the Rockets are trying to pull this game out of Utah, guys. I don't know if y'all paid attention to this.
Well, Utah.
I sure fucking hope not. I have Utah minus 5.5.
Well,
Utah is playing over. Utah's going to crash and burn. I'm sorry. Utah's going to crash and burn. They stink. Granted, they've been playing well, but whatever. All right, next game. Dolphins, Lions. I have this game as a 4.17 point favorite for the Dolphins. Minus 3.5 is the line. I sadly have to say I was high on the Lions. I think they've got some real good future perspective. I like the coach. I like pieces they have. I don't like the quarterback. What?
Somebody hurt on the Rockets. KP got hurt.
No. But I think the Lions are
my big mouth. I just opened my big mouth and then jinxed the Rockets.
Well, we have people in the Jazz too, but I think the Lions are going to basically be what they're supposed to be. I was high. I'm low, much lower on them now than I was. I'm looking at Miami in this game, maybe even for a circle play, even though I'm not getting a bunch of value in the points, but I don't like the hook is the whole thing. If it was 3 points, I might like them better. I would like them a lot better, actually, but I'll start with Nick. What do you think?
This one falls into I believe it's 9-4, so 60-something% angle for me, and that's the under 51.5. And that is when totals are 50 or higher in the NFL, then the under is 9-4. And the only teams to go over that are the Chiefs. The Lions were one of them to go over a total like that against the Vikings. But this is a spot here where I'm going to look for the Lions offense to regress and follow my system here on this under with the 51.5. I know a lot of people are going to love the over this week because they saw Tua back. They were able to move the ball a little bit in the first half, but then that offense died in the second half for Miami. It was a complete shutout in the second half, which was beautiful. But yeah, I'm looking at the under 51.5 here.
Timmy, what do you think?
I kind of lean Lions. That's crazy. The big thing is that.
Well, by the way, I'm gonna post some. Maybe I'll say it. I don't know. No, I'm not gonna say it. I'll put it in the private chat. Go ahead.
DeAndre Swift is back for the Lions this week. I think that's going to be a big impact.
And Amon-Ra St. Brown.
And St. Brown as well.
Mater Day, Southern California Sarah League football. My league, my high school league. Anyways, go ahead.
There you go. And it's just I do think that's going to have an impact. They were slow. They couldn't do anything with the ball because they were missing half their offense. I think that Seattle game was a fluke that they scored 45 points with all those guys out. Now you're getting the guys healthy. I kind of lean Detroit. Am I betting it? Probably not, but I lean Detroit in this game.
LJ, Mr. Grammy Award nominee.
Detroit is bottom 5. Well, 13 offensive categories. They are 8 bottom 5, bro. They are horrible. But Miami hasn't covered the spread in their last 4 games. Even though Tua is 4-0 as a starter this year, he's also 10-2 in his last 12 starts. So they do play better with him behind center. But y'all just mentioned that Detroit is getting 2 of their best offensive players back. So they may be up for this game. So I'm going to stay away. But I am on a prop this game, of course.
Of course.
I'm here.
I wouldn't have expected anything less.
Detroit has allowed an average of 117 rushing yards to 5 different running backs this year. So I'm on Mostert.
Yeah, Mostert. I'm on that.
I love
shit
that
too.
guy.
Yep, I'm on him.
Shit.
He's averaging 77 yards his last 4 games. So whenever the prop number comes out, I'm all over it. Over rush yards.
He's one of the fastest running. He's one of the fastest offensive players because most of the fastest players are DBs and some wide receivers. But for running backs, he's got to be one of the fastest, if not the fastest, in the NFL. He's like a track sprinter. He's also, by the way, like a surfer, like a competitive surfer. He's a real cool dude. I like him. Anyway,
okay,
we should be friends. We should have a nice seafood dinner.
Yeah, you have fun with that.
Yeah.
Did they still have Chase Edmonds ranked or listed as RB1?
I don't know. We should look. But go ahead. You want to?
No, I just thought that was the follow up to that because
Mostert's never been even with the Niners
last week.
Even with the Niners, Mostert was their best running back, and he was never listed as RB1 ever. He was like a Pollard. It was exactly
because I think they have Edmonds listed as their starting running back, and I think he usually comes out for the first couple of series, and then it's Mostert the rest of the way. But they really committed to him against the Steelers on Sunday night. I mean, they were just giving him the rock, and he was just chunking the Steelers at the end of that game. I mean, it was like 7-8 yards every single run. So I absolutely am going to be on
Raheem Mostert's listed as on ESPN as RB1. Chase Edwards is number 2.
Okay, fine. It is kind of weird that it took this long for that to happen because I know there have been weeks in the past where Edmonds was ranked or was listed as number 1. Non-fantasy. I'm talking like on the depth chart.
I'm looking at ESPN depth chart. Yeah. We're talking real life. Yeah. And I always wondered why Mostert. You want to know why Mostert isn't the premier back RB1? It's because he's 5'10", 205. If you're 5'10", you need to be like 210. He lacks a little bit of meat on him, and he's not seen as like a Sproles type, but he's seen as a little bit of a lighter, faster guy. But the thing is he runs right up the middle and gets 7 yards. I mean, he's a dude.
Yeah. So the big thing, though, I do want to throw out there, the Lions' offensive line has not been the issue this year. They've only allowed 12 sacks this year compared to the Bears, who have allowed 27 to lead the league. So they are, I believe, 20th in defensive sacks allowed. I believe they're 20th or – I'm sorry, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22. So they They are top
Moose
8.
can do math. Moose
10.
does math.
I can count. That's the extent of it. So you look at Miami and how many sacks that they got, and they rank at 20th with 14. So they do not get after the quarterback really well. And Miami's pass defense has not been very good, which is surprising given Xavier Howard back there. But they have not been great. You look at their pass numbers that they've given up, 255 passing yards per game. Over the last 3, much better, but you still look at how they've been over the season, 246 at home, 244 on the road. It's not great. I think Detroit getting their offensive weapons back, I think it's kind of an over spot more than anything, because I expect a much more competent Detroit. I expect Goff to have time, and if there's one thing that Goff does well is he can throw the ball when he is protected and has the weapons to throw to. That has not been the case last few weeks. He really needs to have a DeAndre Swift around. He needs that Amon-Ra St. Brown around. He's getting both those weapons back. I expect a over, and one of the sneaky little things I'm kind of writing down as I'm talking is a Detroit Lions team total over, which would be 23.5. I do not mind that at all.
Well, I was for the first 3 or 4 weeks of the season, I was on Detroit team total every game. I think I'm 3-1 on that. But the thing is I think they come back down to earth. Goff is we saw this, the best defensively coached game I've ever watched in the NFL was the Super Bowl versus the Patriots and the Rams. And that's when the Rams scored the most high-powered offense that year in the NFL, scored 3 points. And it was 3 points, right? I think it was. Anyways, what they did was Belichick said, hey, Jared Goff, you're a play-action guy. What we're going to do is we're going to drop our linebackers and our nickelbacks into the flats, and we're going to make you – and we're going to put pressure on you and rush one guy, and we're going to make you drop back and pass. He's not a drop-back passer. So he's a one-trick pony, and I'm surprised that teams aren't doing that now. But Goff is –
Dolphins on the road. The 3 road games they've had, 38 versus Baltimore, 27 versus Cincinnati, and 40 versus the Jets.
Well, they give up points. I mean, they gave up points versus the Ravens, which aren't even a team that's super high powered. So I that's not a bad look. I just think that Detroit's coming back to earth, but that's just my opinion. Anyone else on this game? Have we got to you guys, Tim and Nick, on this?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, let's go to Arizona Cardinals and the Minnesota Vikings. I have the Vikings as 4.6 point favorites. The line's at 3.5. Arizona on the road is super scary, but Minnesota period is a question mark for me. I mean, they're probably a playoff team, but as far as a betting team, I've been way off them. I don't know what they're covering. I'll look at what their ATS record is, but I'll start with Nick. Do you have anything?
No, this is a pass game for me. I have this game around, I think, a 4.5, and it is a 3. So I guess a slight lean towards the Vikings in this game, but nothing I wanted to get to.
Anything, Tim?
I actually like the Cardinals. We've now seen what the Cardinals look like when they have somebody to throw to. Because DeAndre Hopkins comes back next week. Everybody's thinking, he's going to go slow 13 receptions. Or 13 receptions, 11 receptions. And he went for like 170 yards. I'm not worried about him. Murray has somebody to throw to, and he's got Robbie Anderson now on the other side. I think they have competent wide receivers, and they'll be able to do some stuff. I'm not high on Minnesota. They're 5-1. That is fantastic. Good for them. 2-4 against the spread. Only games that they covered was their win against Green Bay, which is looking worse and worse each week. And last week when they beat, or 2 weeks ago when they beat a third-string quarterback with Miami. I'm not super high on this team. Other than that, they haven't been covering, and they've been favorites in pretty much every single game. They don't cover. I'm grabbing Arizona plus the points. I don't give a shit that Call of Duty came out and Kyler Murray with Call of Duty or whatever the hell goes on with him. I don't care. Cardinals outright.
Yeah, that whole joke has been played out. LJ, what do you think? Cards, Vikings.
Another first half play for me, guys. Minnesota, first half. What's the line?
You guys have it up? I got a billion screens up.
Oh yeah, I
don't
got
have-
you
I don't have
for
first
first half.
Yeah, Minnesota.
Yeah, first half Minnesota. You're looking at -3, -105.
Oh yeah, that's easy money right there. They're averaging 17 points at home in the first half. Arizona is averaging 3 points on the road in the first half. I don't care if they got DeAndre Hopkins back or not. It ain't going to change in a week. So I'm going to stick to the trend, and I'm just going to get in and get out. So Minnesota, minus the 3.5, first half, book it.
I love helping friends out. There's very few things that, probably my number one favorite thing in life is to take money from casinos and from sports bookies. It's probably my favorite thing in life, just because they're greedy motherfuckers and they don't care about you. So I love that. One of the things is I love helping friends, and I love that I've helped LJ to get off the Jaguars and the Cardinals, because he was super high on the Cardinals, and now you see that the Cardinals are not good. They're just not a good team. And the reason
That
why
being said, they still have a chance for the division.
Well,
Just because
they do,
the
but
division's that bad.
there's been some weird things that have happened. And by the way, the Cardinals, which strangely ATS are 4-3, so I mean that's better than I thought. But there's two things they have against them. The coach sucks. We're second worst coach in the NFL. We all know who the worst one is. He's in Denver. And Kyler Murray, him and Carson Wentz, diarrhea brain, are the worst decision makers in the NFL. He gets scatterbrained. There's so many intentional groundings. There's so many interceptions where he's running in the background that he can't see over his linemen, so he's looking at the bottom of his face mask. And Kyler Murray's not the dude, and this isn't the team. Anyways, I'm low on the Cardinals. I have been. I'm off this game though. Moose, what do you think?
Man, I think you and I were 100% agreement before the year, because that's the one of my futures bets is that I took the Arizona Cardinals team total under, and man, I fucking love that bet right now.
Yeah,
I have not been able to get past I was actually in the middle of capping the Miami Dolphins, Detroit Lions, and the Raiders and the Saints, and that's as far as I've gotten in NFL. So most of what I'm giving you out right now is basically just kind of off the top of my head. I had to look up real quick. Like I had to look and put some context to LJ's stat, like saying, Arizona's only scored 2 points in the first half. I'm like, okay, well, who the fuck have they played? Like I'm gonna look up here and I'm gonna see that they basically played the best defenses out there. And I look and I go, Las Vegas, Carolina, okay, all right, Seattle. Like what?
Well, actually, put some respect on Seattle's name. That's all I gotta say.
Keep going.
On defense, they're Seattle defense.
First place, Seattle Seahawks.
So I mean, that it was just like, okay, well, they've played 2 really bad defenses and they've only gotten 2 points. I mean, okay, well, one of my beefs with the Cardinals was Cliff Kingsbury as a coach. I just don't think he's as gifted.
They
as
signed him to an
is.
Extension. I think it's a 3 or 5 year extension.
I do not think he's that gifted as a head coach. I think he's a very good offensive mind when you allow him to be an offensive mind. But if you start putting more on his plate, and I know this just because I pride myself in how I work as a pitching coach, and that's something I'm very good at. But when you start bringing me in, you have me as a head coach, and this is something I've experienced. There's so many more things you have to take care of, and there's different parts that you have to keep in mind, and you don't get to do all the things you used to do when you were that specialty coach. I think Cliff Kingsbury needs to go back to the offensive side of the ball and not be a head coach and just relieve himself of those duties And I think that we would actually be able to see a Cardinals team that could be way more competent, because Kyler Murray, I don't hate him too much. I don't think he's as good as a lot of people make him out to be. But if you're going to have Kyler Murray, DeAndre Hopkins, James Conner, all the running backs that they've had go through there, and they have not been nearly as consistent on offense as they should have been. And I think that's on Kingsbury, because he was supposed to be an offensive guy, and they are not very good offensively. and their offensive line has been meh. 16 sacks given up on the year. That's not great, but Minnesota doesn't get after the quarterback all that much. I probably will add the Vikings first half. I think I'm going to absolutely follow what LJ's talking about, but that's before I do a dive, and it's just kind of trusting that LJ does the work that he does and has the success that he has in NFL, and I tail and follow a lot of the logic and trends that he seems to be getting on. In first half Vikings, yeah, that fits everything I've been doing on my end.
Yeah, I have that as that and the Carolina Atlanta under are the two additions that I like. But I'm glad, cap the capper. I mean, LJ, NFL greatness. We all know that. All right, let's get off this shit show. On to another shit show. The Raiders and the Saints. I have the Saints as a 0.88 favorite, and they're getting points. I have them circled as a potential circa pick, but the problem is fucking Andy Dalton. Is he Jameis Winston? I was down on. I mean, we all know that. We have the
it might be Winston.
Was he back?
Yeah, he was back last week, but he was emergency. And what's his face? Not Sean Payton has not decided to give any kind of clarity on who he's going to be starting. He wants to.
But we all need to watch this finger licking, crab leg stealing motherfucker. Look at this guy.
Who else is going to be able to step up to make some plays? So to me, I view Jameis Winston as the favorite. I think he almost has to lose this job.
The best thing is that guy laughing at him. What a goon. I'm going to dive into this a little bit more. I put a dashed circle around it. It doesn't mean that I'm going for it, but I have line value on the Saints. That scares me. Nick, go ahead.
I was leaning Raiders. Money line at -125. I have them around 3.5 point favorites. My numbers. So I actually see line value on the other side with Las Vegas here. I don't know if I'll pull the trigger on this one because I do like a lot of other action, and this line's going down a little bit. So maybe I might be able to get a little bit better of a price later in the week. With the Raiders here, but this is lean towards Las Vegas, but probably not going to be a play for me. I have it written down as a potential play, but I don't know if I'm betting it or not.
Timmy,
yeah, no, I'm not. I'm not going. Yeah, these are two bad teams.
I agree.
Maybe a look towards an over. Maybe you get no defense in this one. I mean, we just saw the Saints. If you're not high on Arizona, you just saw the Saints give up 42 points to Arizona.
Yeah,
but
and the Saints defense was supposed to be their strong point. I mean,
yeah, and it's just not. Raiders definitely have the pieces to be good on offense, but it's just this is not a game I want to go after.
LJ, Raiders and the Aints.
Yeah, I'm right there, man. This ain't really nothing I want to attack. Raiders, yeah, they're ranked 27th in third down defense, 30th in red zone defense. Yeah, this ain't nothing I want. 32 in opposing passer rating. Yeah, and we don't even know who the Saints quarterback's going to be, so it's just too much uncertainty for me. So yeah, I'll pass.
Yeah, you're right. Moose Money, what do you think?
I mean, I kind of went all over the place when I was capping it just now. I mean, it was just like, oh, okay, Las Vegas. Oh, all right, hold on, but their pass defense. Michael Thomas could be bad. Oh, but I mean, it's just all over the place with these two teams. How are you possibly going to try to find any kind of angle? The only thing that I would look at would be Las Vegas first half, but no, I'm not trying to get them on the road. Like, no, I'm just gonna pass. I'm gonna save my my analysis for other stuff.
Yeah, me too. Me too. All right, we'll just jump to the next game. Patriots and the Jets. This is a very, very interesting game to me. Very, because there's some weird things happening with the Patriots with the benching of Mac Jones. and then Zappy looking like the dude, and then him looking like a rookie, and now Mac Jones is supposed to be the starter. They're messed the fuck up at quarterback. It's no good. Granted, it's still Belichick, defensive guy. Their defense is decent. I mean, and then you have the Jets that are 5-2 against the spread, and 5-2 in with a record. And people are talking. I put up a poll on YouTube community about which team is gonna go, and the Jets are getting some love for the playoffs. They're getting 2.5 points. I have this game at a pick 'em. Tell me what, and I'm going to go to non-New. We'll save the New York guys for last. I'll go with LJ, and I know LJ's high on the Jets, but why shouldn't I have the Jets in this game at home?
Because injuries, man. The running back got hurt.
Okay,
Brees Hall, yeah, he's out.
Offensive lineman got hurt. Yeah, man.
What about the defense?
I mean, the defense is solid, but I just, man, I hate the fact that their running back got hurt because he was most of their offense, bro. He was the catalyst, and it's just that I don't know what to expect now. I have to see them without him now, and
well, they did bring in James Robinson.
Yeah, but I gotta see it, and the fact that Belichick got embarrassed on national TV against the Bears. You know, we already know how that is. You take the team that got embarrassed the week before. That's always the trend, in my opinion. But I'm going to stay away from this game because I just got to see how the Jets respond after that major blow that they have on offense. But other than that, who's at home? The Patriots, right?
No,
the Jets.
No, Jets.
Oh, yeah. Division under. There we go. That's the play. Division under. That's what I feel.
I got you. Yeah, what's the total at? Let's look that up.
40.5.
Jeez.
No, it makes sense.
It does make sense, but that's still scary to me. That's a good look, I guess. I don't know. Moose, what do you think?
I think the most important stat has to be this one. Let me read it off real quick. It's on Yahoo. It's right there. You scroll down, there's a light bulb, like for people to see and to just go off. Over the last 22 games, 22. How many times have the Jets won?
I don't know.
Twice.
It's your stat.
Twice.
Oh, against New England.
Oh, against New England.
Yeah,
but
20
dominated by Tom
does that
Brady.
matter?
20-2. Like, that is a ridiculous.
The Patriots have the worst team they've had in 20 years. 20-something.
I'm just saying that is a crazy. I mean, you got all over me when you brought up that whole whoever it was traveling east, and you're like, oh, but look how bad they are. Same fucking stat. Same damn stat. In terms of dominance, 90.9% they win. I mean, I get it. This is a way better team, but and I'm not going to be on the Patriots here. There's no way I'm looking to try to see if I can get on a Jets team total over because I'm looking at how the Patriots have fared on the road this year, and you know they've given up some points, but they've also shut out some teams. I'm probably going to be off of this, but I do like the Jets quite a bit here. I agree. The Brees Hall injury could be devastating, but they've got some guys that are starting to emerge, and their offensive line will need to play better because they've given up 17 sacks, which is 8th most in the league, and the Patriots have 21 sacks on the year. So that's probably the biggest thing that I'm looking at. I think, again, divisional game under, probably best look here. I probably won't be on it because I don't want to trust the Patriots defense, and I don't want to assume that just because Brees Hall is out that the Jets offense is going to sputter. We've seen them perform in the past, and we've seen the Patriots very recently give up points, but we've also seen them, shut out some teams. Belichick's dominance over the Jets. So yeah, under is probably the biggest lean to me, but I don't think I'm going to end up on it, especially when I was trying to get on a Jets team total over. Those two things generally don't correlate.
Yeah, and the Jets actually have, even without that dude that got hurt, the 19th best or worst. They're slightly below average at QB sack rate. So that's a concern. We're gonna go with the absolute Jets fan last. We'll go with the semi Jets fan now. And Nick, go ahead.
I'm not. I mean, I was decently high on this Jets team heading into the year, but I feel like at this point it feels like a Patriots or nothing because I'm just looking for a sell high spot with the Jets. I'm not touching a side. I'm tired of trying to fade this Jets team and they continue to overachieve. Like that's just for whatever reason I'm not going to try to touch a side in this game. I will go to the total though. I've already locked in under 40.5. I'm going to ride these divisional unders. That's just something I'm going to do to kind of a blind bet every week. It's just two divisional teams. You take the under and you move on with your life. So that was kind of what I got to here, under 40.5. And plus the quarterback controversy for New England kind of makes it interesting. When you think you have two quarterbacks, that means you have none. So lean Patriots, but under is the play.
Yeah, the University of Nevada Reno syndrome. Two quarterbacks, you can't make up your mind. All right, so a question for the Jets fan: who's their backup running back?
Michael Carter.
Wasn't he supposed to be a dude? He was a dude. Supposed to be the dude last year.
Solid. He just doesn't. With Breece Hall, he didn't get many carries, and when he did, he got him inside the red zone. So,
but wasn't he? He was their first string running back last year, the year before.
Last year, yes.
Yeah. So why isn't he a good? It's kind of like that backup goalie thing in NHL. Like, why isn't he a good enough fill-in?
I think he will be. Obviously Breece Hall, definitely a huge hit not having him, 100%. But I still think the Jets can survive without him because I don't think I'm going to surprise anybody here. The Jets are not going to beat teams with their offense. They haven't. How they're going to do it? With their defense. And their defense has been solid. And with the New England Patriots having quarterback problems, they're not going to score much. I would want to take a New England team total under. I would want to take a Jets team total under. I would want to take the full game under. I think legitimately this game could have, if you guys bet first touchdown props, nobody. I think you can get nobody scoring a touchdown in this game. It ends 12-6, and it's just an ugly-ass game that the Jets come out on top. Offense is not going to be a thing in this game.
Yeah, I mean, 2.5. This is a question mark for me still. So it might be a circle play. It might not be anything. We'll see. But we'll go to the next game. Steelers, Eagles. I mean, super high on the Eagles. A few of us were higher on the Steelers than most. They've looked bad. I mean, really bad. It's not just because TJ Watt's out. I mean, their defense can't stop shit. And it's not even a quarterback controversy. They don't even have a quarterback. Both those guys suck. 10.5 is the line. I have Philadelphia as 8.5-point favorites, which means you should probably lean towards the Steelers. But I think the Eagles could crush them. I'm off this game, but I'll start with LJ. What do you think? I know we were both high on the Eagles. I don't know how you feel about the Steelers, but this game to me is a stay off.
What is the team total for the Eagles first half?
You guys need to help me with that. I don't have any of that up.
Oh, what is it? What was the question?
First half Eagles team total, which I don't even know.
13.5. 13.5. Minus 130.
I'm on it because the Steelers give up 16 first half points.
That's the way to go, LJ. That's the fucking way to go.
That's juicy as fuck, though.
I don't give a damn. I'm on it. Sometimes the juice is worth the squeeze.
Yeah, because the 6.5 is like pretty. That the fact that they don't have it at 7 like worries.
I'm seeing it at minus 126 at Penny for 13.5.
With Pinnacle.
Yep.
Eagles coming off a bye too, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm all on it. All on it, buddy. First half Eagles, man. All day. Team total. And what's the spread first half? -6.5?
6.5.
Woo. Yeah. Yeah, I'm on it.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a 7. I honestly thought it was going to be a 7, and that's what's holding me off on betting it. It's like that's the game I'm looking at right now. It's like, okay, well, what Eagles, what is it? I expected a 7, but the fact that they have it at 6.5, I feel like they're kind of enticing that.
Well, they're gonna
almost
get me.
as if Pittsburgh.
They're gonna get me. They got me. So yeah, the Eagles, like I said, man, best first half team in the league. So I might as well.
I'd love to look at the ATS record for teams that are double-digit favorites for the entire game. I think it's got to be horrible this year because I know I've been on a 2 of them, I think, and the Bucks were 1, and I don't know. Anyway, but Moose, what you say you like this game? So what were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's the first half team of the year, the Eagles. And I love that 13.5. I get it's juiced. I get it, but if you're gonna have some trepidation over getting onto the first half 6.5, which is literally where I'm at right now, just going, man, I almost wish they put it at a 7. Just it's like I wouldn't have that look of just, oh, what the hell? It's 6.5. It's not a 7. Because the amateur better in me gets excited, but the experienced better in me understands that somebody set this for a reason. And that's kind of what I'm worried about, is that the Steelers are just like, it's kind of like a first half trap, but everything I look at is just like, no, that correlates to the Eagles. That correlates to the Eagles. I mean, the things I'm talking about would be your offensive line, the Eagles, obviously, in the upper half, only having given up 15 sacks in the year. And the Steelers without TJ Watt have plummeted all the way down to only 12 sacks on the year. And I think TJ Watt's got like 3 or 4 of them. So the rest of the team hasn't done much of anything. And then you look at where the Steelers rank with their pass defense and their rush defense, and neither's great. I mean, they've been better recently, but they're not good on the road. I mean, 133.8 yards per game rushing on the road, which is how the Eagles make their living. So, yeah, I mean, fuck, I think I'm just going to be on the exact same bet LJ is. And 13.5 and in the 6.5, I think I'm just going to be on it.
Yeah, they give up 17 points on the road in the first half. I mean,
yeah. All right, lock me in. I'm doing both. I'm going to lock in both. I'm taking 13.5 at the -130. I'll pay the juice because it'll be nice to have a first half win and the team total over, because I don't think you're going to get a first half win without the 13.5.
Yep, I agree. I completely agree on that.
That's a good point. Nick, what do you think?
I was looking at the Steelers full game at 10.5, getting the 10 in the hook. This is another one where I have it at 8.5, so I see about 2 points of value on this line. So whether or not I get to it or not, I'm not 100% sure yet. I'm hoping maybe we get some late money on the Eagles to bump that up maybe to an 11.5. Try to see if I can get as high of a number as possible with that one. That would be my lean for that game. Would be the Steelers full game, or maybe just live betting them at halftime, because we know the Eagles are a good halftime team. So maybe look to turn around and live bet the Steelers at halftime, because we saw last week against the Dolphins they made adjustments at halftime, and they look good doing that. So defensively, so I think that we could see potentially they make adjustments at halftime and cover the full game.
Tim, Steelers, Eagles, Battle of Pennsylvania.
Let's do the Steelers money. No, I would have to go under if I'm betting anything in this game. We still haven't changed the fact that it's still Kenny Pickett, who's a rookie quarterback, and you're going up against one of the better defenses in the league. I still don't know why they decided to put him in when they did, because he got to face Tampa Bay. He looked good against Tampa, or whatever. Was that Mitch Trubisky that game? I don't know. I didn't watch it. And then he looked halfway against Miami, but both offenses kind of shut down in the second half. This is a very difficult defense to go up against. Probably the under. Pittsburgh team total under. But I want nothing to probably not doing anything with this game.
Yeah, I'm off it. I'm off it. But the next game, and I think I'm going to flip-flop because I've been on Houston, I think 3 different games. I think I'm 3 or 4 different games this season. And I'm either 3-1 or 2-1. I need to go back and look. And I've been low on Tennessee. But Tennessee has proven to be a pretty decent team. I have Tennessee as 4.5-point favorites. The line's at 1.5 at Houston. It's kind of trappy because why would this? I mean, Houston is a team where you catch them with 7.5 or 10, or you're catching them with as a big dog. And I don't know what Houston's we need to look this up. What Houston's record is against Tennessee in interdivision game at home, but why is Tennessee only laying 1.5 versus Houston? And I'll start with LJ because that's his team.
Isn't it because it's a backup quarterback? Is it Tannehill out?
I don't know.
He might
That's
be.
the point.
He's out.
Is he actually?
I think so. I think that's why. And that's why I'm on the Texans.
But why does it matter? Because they're a running team anyway. I mean, aren't they?
Yeah, because they're going to neutralize Derrick Henry and make that backup quarterback beat them. And the Texans are at home.
Malik Willis?
Tannehill listed as a non-participant in Wednesday's practice. That's all I got for him. He's still questionable.
Okay. Well, I read that he's probably going to be out because he got hurt last game. So, but all that said, the Titans are second last in yards per game, second last in plays per game, second last in yards per play, second last in first down, bottom 4 in passing yards. And this is with Tannehill.
They're not a passing team, that's for sure.
So I believe that the Texans will keep this close. That's why I'm going to take the Texans. They play better at home. And I am on Davis Mills over 25 pass completions because the Titans defense has allowed 25 plus pass completions in 5 straight games. So those are my plays right there. Even though the Titans are a good first half team, they're averaging 16 points in the first half, but they only average 3 points in the second half.
So let's say this, and by the way, all good points. But do you know where Houston ranks at opposing
rushing yards per game?
Dead last.
Dead last.
That's all the Titans do.
I get it, but this is a division game, so I throw those out of the window.
And the reason why that's true, Malik Willis is he's the dude from Liberty that everyone has question marks about. That's fine. This is going to be a show of can the Titans do what the Titans do? Play defense and rush. Because Malik has he had a snap in a game? Malik Willis, I don't.
Yeah, he did.
Know.
He came into the game last week, but for a third down conversion that they did not get.
Okay, so it's the script. The script is going to be run the shit out of the ball with your horse, and I don't.
I think both teams are going to try to run the ball.
They are. Mm-hmm. They are. I just think that I might even. I mean, I need to see where Circa puts this. If they, I mean, even if they put it at 1, I think I'm still in Tennessee, but it's a very suspicious line for a Houston Tennessee game where Tennessee has been a much better team than Houston this season. But anyway, Moose, what do you think?
Man, Tennessee first half.
Yeah.
It's just everything about this is just screaming. Like, this is probably my Moose call if I have one this week in NFL. Like, it's probably Tennessee first half because even if I kind of think that it would be better.
For what?
Like, honestly, I think it might be better if Tannehill was out and you gave Malik Willis the entire first team reps all week and you just ran various options, read options up the yin yang, and you just are running zone reads. You're just doing everything to extend the field out. You're running Derrick Henry, through your gaps, and you're just doing everything you can to create chaos through the running game because I mean, you just look at it. Just here, I'll just read this off real quick, just for first half, because I know that I know Eldon knows this, but for anybody out here that's rewatching this and is curious about what these numbers are, we're talking about Tennessee first half opponent points per game 7.8, ranks third in the NFL. Houston gives up 10.8, ranks 16th in the NFL. First half points per game, Tennessee third, 15.8. Houston ranks 24th, 8.8. Two teams that can have completely different first halves. So I will be on Tennessee minus the half, first half, minus 105.
Nick, what do you think?
One thing that I was looking at in this game that I have bet is I know this is going to sound super predictable. The under. It's a divisional game, guys. And plus, no Ryan Tannehill is only going to make them run the ball more, which is going to chew more clock, which is going to play more towards an under. So I know I sound super predictable with these, and don't worry, I only have, I think, one more divisional under that I'll give out until Monday night, and then Monday night's another one. But for me, I'm on the under 40.5. It's a low total, but I'm used to betting low totals at this point, and I notice I'm a huge under better when it comes to the NFL. We know the public loves betting the overs, so I think we get value on unders, and divisional matchups, they're unders.
All right, Tim. Anything else?
Under and Houston. This is exact. It's a weird line. I know Tannehill could be out, but Tennessee's 4-2. They've looked good, I guess, in the last 4 games. They're winning games. They beat the Raiders, which I don't know how much stock we put in that. They beat Indianapolis twice, which they just own Indianapolis at this point. And then they beat Washington. I don't know how much, and that was because Carson Wentz decided to give them the game at the end. Like, I don't really, I'm not high on this Tennessee team. I still think that they're not a good team. And I want to go Houston in this one. It's just a weird, why is Houston only a 2.5 point dog? It makes no sense. So I'm going to bet it. Houston, plus the points on the under.
There you go.
Well, there you go. I'm still not convinced. I was hoping for something more convincing, but that's okay.
Hey, add the first quarter onto Tennessee as well. Tennessee, second in the league. They average over a touchdown per first quarter. Houston only averages 1.7 points per first quarter. And in fact, they have not scored a point in the first quarter at home this year.
But what have they done in the second half at home? Why don't you look that up?
Oh, I don't care about that. I'm not on
that. No, you don't. I know you don't. That's why I'm taking them full game, because they're going to come back in the second half. If they're
I think that would be a point. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, they're going to be down in the first half. They're going to come back in the second half, because Tennessee is horrible in the second half, especially on the road. So
yeah, so if you want to get a much better number on Houston, I think an in-game live bet. I mean, hell, if you went I would. This is the stat I would love to see. If you got how many live bets on Tennessee at the half have cash this year?
Yeah,
I would be shocked if there were less than all every game. I mean, I would be shocked if it wasn't, because I think every game they've had the other team come back in some way, shape, or form, and they've been outscored in the second half. I think they've been outscored in the second half more often than they have than they haven't.
No doubt.
But yeah, I had Tennessee to my first quarter, because I think that's another place, because they've scored more on the road in the first quarter than they have at home. 9.3 on the road versus 5.7 at home. So yeah, I'm going to add the Tennessee first quarter at, what's the number I got here? Minus a half for plus 140.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Moving on to the next game, which actually is interesting too, because Matt Ryan got benched.
Well, real quick, speaking about Matt Ryan, the Lakers brought him in, so you're good.
Yeah, the best Matt Ryan is on the bench. Now both Matt Ryans are on the bench, and one of them is on the Lakers.
And he's a white boy.
No,
Lakers can go fuck themselves because they're screwing this under, or they're screwing the over.
Right? And LeBron only got, 15 points, and I took his 30.
Kind of ridiculous.
Oh, my God.
My Lakers are abysmal. They have they need to bleed the poison, and they need to take Russell Westbrook, blindfold him and gag him, tie him up, put him in a van, drive him out to MacArthur Park in downtown LA, throw him out, and put a sign on his neck that says "free." And
then they'll end up bringing it back to the Lakers' house and be like, "Yeah, nobody wanted this. You could have it back.
Eat his $40 million. Get that mother effer out of there." Anyways, we're talking about football.
Damn, you're gonna say that, and you're not gonna call him a motherfucker?
Well, I don't know. Should we talk about this?
We know who the motherfucker in the NFL is. So I mean.
Yeah, are we talking about who the motherfucker in this panel is?
I've recently got censored on some people's shows that we won't talk about, but
I thought you were talking about literally
No, I didn't get censored on this show. I have my comments deleted on another person's show, but we'll talk about that another whatever.
Oh, you did. Damn, I didn't see Cab told me what's up. I wasn't.
Cab was in the chat.
Is he going?
About half an hour ago.
Cab was supposed to be on the show. Cab was supposed to be on the show for the 15th time, but that's okay.
What up, Cab? My bad. I'm an hour late.
Yeah.
That was like 40 minutes ago that he sent that in. I'm not even sure if he's here anymore.
It was almost an hour ago.
Hey, I'll put it in there just so he'll see in the comments.
I said something.
Commanders and Colts. Colts are starting Ellinger from Texas, second-year guy. Here's the thing. I still have the Colt. I mean, granted, Heineke's in, and I think he's an uptick from diarrhea brain. You're passing on this?
Pass.
Well, I have the Colts as 6-point favorites, and they're only favored by 2.5 by the books.
Who cares about this game?
That's cool.
Well, that's you find value in the games that no one has. I'm telling you right now, the sharps are telling you this is a Colts play.
Is this going to be one of your videos right here? Is it going to be a video?
No, not a video, but maybe a circle play.
Oh, I think it should be.
No, it might be a circle play. Well, here's the thing: is anyone a downgrade from what Matt Ryan's done this year? I mean, he's been awful.
At this point, fucking throw anybody in there.
Yeah, that's the thing. And we're talking about Washington, who I had the Washington last week, I don't know. There's a big question mark. Nick, go ahead. Start it off. I'm on the Colts in this game. I think I am.
Yeah,
really?
I'm gonna be on the Colts.
Yes.
In this one.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna be on the Colts in this one. And I want all the public money to come in all over the Commanders. Number one, they just outright won against the Green Bay Packers, which who said that last week on this show?
I was on them, but not
I believe you did, Nick.
Win.
Oh, yeah.
I had them plus 1.5.
Yeah, that's right. Hammer Poop called me Big Dick Earl because I took the Commanders money line.
You know what that was? I was waiting for him to do this, but you know what that play was last week? Hammercock play of the day. He missed out. There was a lot of editing in that one. He missed out on that one. He's going to make babies. So everyone, do not tip him off. He's not going to watch this. We'll play it for him.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna let this drop to 2.5, or I want to let this drop and maybe try to get below -140 on the money line with Colts. Because we know everybody's going to overreact to Sam Ehlinger coming in to play quarterback. Everyone's going to overreact to the Commanders beating the Packers last week. Colts win this game, and they win it by a significant margin. So I'm going to look to take either -3 or the money line if it gets low enough for me. I'll take the Colts money line. Not at this moment. It's a -148, but if it hits like -135, -140, then yeah.
Are you confused, Moose?
What?
Never mind. Tim, go ahead.
I'll probably be on the Colts in this game. I'm in the same exact boat as Nick. He's kind of it's going to be an overreaction game. Kind of similar to how I would kind of lean towards the Falcons after the Panthers went and beat the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Washington just beat Green Bay as 4.5-point dogs. It's a slight dog, but at least it's a dog in general. So I do like the Colts in this game.
Yep, you need them to win all the rest of their games for your ticket.
Oh, you know what? Next time I have a fire, it's going to go right in there next to the Mets ticket, so we're good.
Burn it.
Yep.
And you can put it next to your Sabres. Fuck off.
I love that song.
I do too. I wish I could play it. You know what else I wish I could play? You know, we can do it for a little bit. We can do it for less than 10 seconds, right? Right? I can't do it for more than that because we got kicked off before, but that is the best. Anyways.
Yeah, the last thing I want to see is an email from YouTube like, hey, you played WWE. You can't stream for 2 months.
No, they didn't send me an email. They just put the little partially.
Yeah, no. Well, I remember one of my buddies, he watched, I think it was like Spider-Man or something on the thing, and they banned him for streaming for 2 months.
Yeah, fuck.
Damn.
Stupid. All right.
That was back in my gaming days.
We're not talking about that. There is no little boy video game betting on the show. No, 0%.
Oh no! I've got a couple of days until the major starts. We're good.
No garbage. All right, Moose. Tell me why I'm a fool for taking the Colts. Go ahead.
Okay, well, I mean, the craziest stat that I think we're gonna go over today is the disparity between the Washington run game at home versus on the road. At home, it's 84.5 yards per game. On the road, it's 163.
Wow.
Double. So, like, that's like if you're going to be on Washington, you have no idea what type of run defense you're going to get.
LJ was even surprised with that one.
Real. That was a good one. Like, really. That was a good one.
And then the one bet that I would love to get on if I could would be total sacks in the game, because Ellinger is going to hold on the ball too long, and the Commanders have made a thing of getting sacked this year. They're third, and actually, you know what? This is kind of I just realized this. The Commanders and the Colts tied for third most sacks given up in the NFL. And then you look at who's had the most sacks in the NFL. There's Indianapolis at 11 with 17, and there's Washington at 8 with 19. So 2 top 10 defensive lines coming at you. If there's a sack prop, like over sacks, like I could, if I can have it, like if I can get it on one of my books, that's something I would absolutely look at. But
you know what else correlates with that? Punts.
Yeah, punts.
Yeah, if I can get that, that's not a bad one either. Because I can honestly see like both teams going up and down the field, because that's kind of happened in the past. More so Indianapolis than Washington, but if Washington D shows up, it's going to be very tough for Indianapolis to score. And I think Washington can put up points. I think Heineke is a better quarterback than Carson Wentz at this point. I don't think that's saying much. That's a pretty low bar to get over, but I would say under would be a lean. Not going to bet it, not even close. So don't even quote me on the under if you're trying to tail that. But if I can get a punts prop, yeah, I'd like that. But my favorite one would be a sack prop. If I can get something like 4.5 total, 5.5, yeah, I definitely would be on something like that.
All right, LJ, tell me why I'm an idiot for taking the Colts.
Because the Colts suck. That's why.
Well, you have to have. By the way, we all have semis because of Moose's stats, which is mostly your deal. But
I mean, I get it. It's always ways to make money in a football. I get it. But if I was on anything, it would be on both punters to have over 4.5 punts. That would be my play, because I'm looking at a lot of punts. Just the fact that he just brought up that both of these teams' defenses have high sack rates, bro. Like, seriously, there's no way I can see any high scoring in this game. I'm not going to even pay attention to this game. I didn't even cap this game. Like, I went straight past this game because I have no interest in it. So, hey, this is all y'all. But that would be my prop. Punts. Both teams. Punts.
I got you. All right. Well, I'm still on the Colts then, I guess. We'll see. It might be a circle play. I only have one circle play down already. But
is Washington at home?
No.
Oh, the Colts are at home. That's why you know, because it's a home team.
Well, no, yeah. So that's why the I have the Colts as 6-point favorites in this game.
Okay.
At home, so they on a neutral field they'd be 3.5, 3 to 3.5, and that's even taking into consideration. I mean, it can't be a big downgrade from Matty Ice to this dude. I mean, it doesn't matter because they're going to run the ball. But anyway,
yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I get
All
it.
right, next game. Interesting game. Game I'm going to watch. Game I'm not going to bet because if I had to bet it, I'd bet the other way. And okay, so Niners and Rams. We all know I'm a Niners fan. We know that. But the Niners have the Rams number for years and years and years. And recently, and they just beat them and blah, blah, blah. But I have the Rams as 2.5-point favorites, and they're dogs. That's fine. I think the Rams are what they are. They have a bad quarterback, which was caught lightning in a bottle last year. They're having problems all over the place. They've got issues. The Niners' issue is the quarterback. And Jimmy G is capable of being a game manager. The problem is he makes brain farts. I mean, so many brain, not diarrhea brain Carson Wentz, like blow up atrocities, but just little things like getting a safety or holding onto the ball too long, like which happened, but it was the same play. They got a safety and held the ball too long. But I think the Niners are an inch away from winning 2 of the games they lost this year. And they didn't. So I'm off this game. I'm going to watch it. But I don't disagree that the Niners should be favorites, even though my index is saying that they aren't. It's a close game no matter what. But I'll start with Nick. What do you think?
Under 43, 43.5, whatever the number is. I'm going to take the under. This is the last divisional under until Monday night. And I kind of lean towards taking a divisional home dog with the LA Rams here in this spot. Potentially, I do have them as a slight favorite in this game, so I projected them as a slight favorite. You're getting slight dog prices on them, so I'd lean towards taking the home dog with the Rams and the under.
Timmy,
probably an under.
What was that?
What was that?
Timber! Level out, come on!
Live aloud, Timmy. Come on, speak up.
That's fucking great.
Probably an under. I really don't like this game. I'm not high on the Rams. I would probably have to lean Niners, especially after the Niners got blown to pieces last week.
Yeah.
By the Kansas City Chiefs, which we were on Kansas City, so that was not fun. No, this is just not something that I need to go after. Probably an under because of divisional games. We'll probably put up all the divisional unders. But I'm probably not. We're not getting anything circa related from this game.
Yeah, no, this is the game that I'm the furthest away from betting, not only from being a fan, but also, I mean, it's one of those things where we all have different capping styles, but some of us have indexes and some don't. But when you index the start and you see the other team, I'm like, if I looked at this, I would say, okay, it's going to be a close game, but I'm not going to bet against the Niners versus the Rams because they have their number, but you have the Rams having the line value. It's tough. And by the way, I bet, well, I don't know. I wonder, how Circa puts the amount of bets next to like the most bet team and the least bet team. I have
this game's going to have like nothing on it.
Well, it should, but they're idiots in the contest too that are gonna be betting this game and probably betting the Niners just because.
No, you know who the most popular plays this week are going to be?
What?
You're probably going to get a lot of people on something from either Denver or Jacksonville because they always love to go after the London game. You're going to get a lot of people on either the Patriots or the Jets.
Or the Giants, too, which I'm on, too, by the way. But anyway.
Tennessee is going to be one of the most bet team this week, guaranteed.
Tennessee will probably be the number one team. I bet you
guaranteed.
Anything. And I will probably
the Bills will be up there as well, and the Giants, and maybe even the Eagles at this point too.
And you know what I'm seeing a lot of stupid big, like the Buffalo at a 10.5 point favorite will probably be bet too. And anyway, that's neither.
Anyway, sorry. Yep.
Moose, what do you think? Niners, Rams?
Absolutely Niners. Absolutely 100%. And the big reason I say that is going to go to the success rate that San Francisco has had in sacking the quarterback, something that the Rams have struggled with all year. They have given up 22 sacks, and the 49ers, second in the league, 24 sacks. You look at their ability to stop the run. I mean, it's going to have to absolutely be Matt Stafford through the air. And I mean, who's going to trust Matt Stafford through the air? Opponent passing yards, though, they are not. They have been pretty brutal recently. But when I started looking at their away trends, like their away numbers are fantastic. It's amazing what they've done on the road. At home, 265 yards given up through the air. On the road, 157. And then you look at their opponent third down percentage at home, 41.94, on the road, 37.10. You look at their red zone percentage as an offense, and they're better on the road, 44.4% at home, 77.78% on the road, and their NFL red zone team defense better at home, better on the road than it is at home. You look at their first half numbers; they are better in the first half. But the thing that I'm going to do here, and this is just me like literally talking myself and going through the cap, is I'm going to take a first half under more than a full game, because I think both these teams can start opening it up a little bit in the second half and start going a little bit quicker just based off of pace of play. LA Rams can get up there with some of their pace of play. Typically not, but they absolutely can. And San Francisco is going to be an under team, or I'm sorry, a pace of play under type team. So I will go first half under. And I believe I'm also going to take I'm not sure if I'm going to do a trifecta on the Niners, but I believe I'm going to go first half and full game on the Niners as well.
Okay. LJ, what do you think?
I'm definitely on the under because it's at SoFi, 17-5 since the Rams came to that stadium. Both these teams combined in week 4 for 33 points. So, and the Rams past 4 games haven't even seen 35 total points scored. So, Moose said he's on the first half under. I am as well, and I'm on a full game under. I just believe
I'm gonna be on that too. Fuck.
Niners defense, he just said 24 sacks, number 3 total defense, and believe it or not, the 49ers have the least 3 and outs of any team in the NFL. So I think they're going to control the tempo, control time of possession. They're going to limit the Rams' offensive possessions, and of course, I'm going to take Matt Stafford over 1.5 or even 1.5 interceptions because he might have 2 or a fumble. He's going to have a turnover in this game. So
yeah, it's an auto bet.
Yeah,
Stafford turnover of some sort.
I don't think coming off a bye is going to change anything, And we already know Shanahan owns McVay. I don't see that changing anything either. So I'm full game. Well, I'm first half under, full game under. Those are my official plays for this game.
Sandy likes the Rams. She was talking about there, or I should say Kelly, that's her name. But I think she's talking about Malik Willis, obviously, which is the Tennessee game, which might not be a bad look because Houston. That actually, we didn't even talk about that. He's a rushing quarterback, and we talked about how Houston's worst in the league against rushing defenses. That might be a pretty good look. A new guy. I mean, I bet you his rushing yards are like in the 20s, maybe.
Yeah, he has to be confirmed starting though, because I
understand that, but that might be a pretty good look. That's actually a really good observation. Anyways, let's see what kind of tired garbage this guy has to say. Sorry, I don't believe in God.
There you go.
Yeah. Well,
believes in Troy.
No, we love Cheshire. We love Cheshire Cat. Shout out. Teachers aren't.
Yeah.
Anyways, he's a funny guy. He was on Ice Gods, whatever the hell.
Oh, he's all over the place. He's always on Pub Sports.
His face was out there for everyone to see on fucking with Boba. With Boba. Bobano hates I call him Boba. I call him Boba. He fucking hates it.
Yeah, why are you calling him Boba?
He doesn't like me. He doesn't like me, but that's okay. Okay, let's talk about it. He censored my chat yesterday. Nick saw it.
You got censored by Bobano?
I got censored. He censored it up.
I honestly did not see that.
Did you say something today about that? Did you say something today?
No, it wasn't on PubHub's channel. It was on Bobano's channel. It was on the Ice Guy. And I had something to say about Pierce Morgan that I'm going to honestly say it wasn't a good thing that I said. But
why are you talking about Pierce Morgan?
Well, he came up somehow, and I said that I said something about him that wasn't savory. It wasn't nice. And it got deleted instantly. Boom.
Yeah, because it's political. Come on, you don't have to be.
It wasn't political. I said something. It was not political at all. It was not political at all.
Flag, Dave.
But it was not nice. But that's okay.
Yeah. Okay. So if
by the way,
AOC or Marjorie Green Taylor comes up, we're not talking politics either.
No. Right? No,
okay. All right, yeah, because you cannot possibly have a conversation without those names in it and not think it's talking about politics.
No. But here's the deal. It wasn't okay. My dislike for him is semi-political, but like just as a person and what I see. But what I said was not political at all.
Okay,
but it was bad. Anyways,
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just want to I just want to push your buttons. It's really fun and easy.
It's fun. See, Cheshire. He saw it too. Anyway.
Oh, it was a Pierce Morgan, not like a Jeffrey Dahmer type thing.
No, but we actually talked about Dahmer in that chat too, which is funny enough. But either way.
That was a crazy movie or show. Yeah. Anyways, let's get back to the NFL.
Yeah, let's get back to what we're talking about. Giants and Seahawks. I have the Seahawks as 1.5 favorites, which means I should lean towards the Giants. But I don't see how I'm not taking the Giants are 5-1 against the spread this year. Are they?
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
oh, shit, that's great.
I'm on the Giants. This is almost an auto click for Circa. A weak team at home. The Giants are overperforming, but I think they match up well against Seattle. I'll start with LJ. Tell me why I'm wrong.
You're not. I'm on the Giants too, bro. They're a great second half team. 6-1 in the second half. They scored 97 points in 7 games. So I'm not saying Seattle may come out and jump on them quick, but I'm not going to bet it. But I'm definitely on full game Giants, man, because I see the trend. I don't see it stopping anytime soon. And Seattle has a horrible defense, so they give up a lot of points. And I see Barkley running the ball a lot, and I like the culture that Dable has brought to this team. And he got them playing good, man. Like I said, the Jets and the Giants are bet on teams this year. So I'm all over the Giants, man. I'm with you, no doubt.
All right, Moose, shoot.
Oh, I got nothing. I haven't touched this game yet, so I'm not going to try to give you anything other than the Giants have surprised the fuck out of me. I still don't believe in Daniel Jones. I don't think I ever will. But obviously, you don't need to believe in him anymore because it's just about how the defense has been clutched up and how Barkley's been able to play pretty well. So I really have nothing much to contribute beyond that. So I apologize if you're looking for some kind of crazy stat on this. I just haven't done the dive on it. It didn't really hit my radar the way that some of these other games have. And yeah, it's just both these teams are kind of surprising to me. So that's kind of, I guess, what it is.
All good. We'll start with the semi-Giants fan and Tim, and then go to
I'm not a Giants fan, but I would lean Giants this week. And one of the big concerns for me is Seattle is hurting in the wide receiver right now because you got Metcalf who is having knee problems. He participated in walkthroughs, but did not practice. And then on the opposite side, you got Tyler Lockett, who was a limited participant in Wednesday's practice with a hamstring issue. You get two wide receivers that are banged up a little bit, which is the two big pieces of the offense. Geno Smith is not a good enough quarterback where if he doesn't have good receivers, he's not going to be able to do anything. I think the Giants are 6-1, and they're 6-1 for a reason. I definitely think they're a solid team right now, and the fact that they're still plus money is mind-boggling to me. I might go Giants in this one, but I'm not 100% sure yet.
All right, Nick, tell me why you love the Giants. Come on.
Daniel Jones for MVP for starters. I mean, he's putting up. He's actually had a really good season, and I think he just needed a coach. Like, when we look at it, he just needed somebody that wasn't, Joe Judge or Pat Shurmur. Like, he's had bullshit coaches the first couple of years of his career. Yeah, you're not going to do well if you're not getting
Sandy, we are
correct reps and stuff like
that.
Yeah,
by the way, we'll just stop. We talked Minnesota first half is like a consensus, by the way, but go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I have this game at a pick 'em. I think I actually have the Giants as a 1-point favorite in this game. I'm going to be on the Giants money line. I'm around plus 130, plus 135.
Yeah.
This week. I don't think I haven't bet the Giants at all this year. So this is one of those rare times where I'm actually betting the Giants. So money line here, me.
Cool. Well, that makes me feel good. I'll move on to the next game. Two more games. Green Bay and Buffalo. I think when they scheduled this game, they thought it'd be a better primetime game than it's going to be, and it won't be. Buffalo is 10.5-point favorites. I have them as 12.5-point favorites. I'm still not betting it because, I mean, they probably blow them out, but there are better looks on this card. Green Bay is in all sorts of trouble, and Buffalo is the best team in the NFL. But we'll start with Nick. What do you think?
Yeah, the way I look at this is I think this is a pretty decent buy low spot on the Green Bay Packers. You're getting them at double digits here because the spreads they haven't been covering are as favorites. I mean, they were 10-point favorites to the Giants. They were 4.5-point favorites to the Commanders. They were big favorites
to the Jets.
Yeah, and they're not covering its favorites. You're getting them at a much different line here. So I'm definitely interested in the Green Bay Packers in this game, getting the points, which also correlates to probably the better play for this game, which it's being played at 8:20. And that means this game's going under the total because primetime unders are hitting around 66% this year. So I'm going to continue to ride with the primetime unders I think it's under 47.5 for this game. And I'm going to look at the Green Bay Packers getting the points.
What's the exact record, Nick?
14-7-1.
14-7-1. Thank you, sir.
Tim, what do you think?
I think this is a shit show. Remember earlier in the year I think it was a Monday night game when the Buffalo Bills hosted the Titans? Yeah, this is version 2. And this one might be even uglier. Green Bay, man, you could have said, oh, coming back from London, oh, they're in a buy low spot against the Jets. Oh, shit, they just lost to the Jets. So they're in a buy low spot against Washington. How many buy low spots are they going to be in? This team is garbage. And the sooner we realize that, the sooner we can make money fading them. I would be on Buffalo minus the points. I'm not laying 10.5. Therefore, if the spread is over a certain amount, I think it's like 8.5, 9.5 in the NFL, you take the under. Because most likely if it's going to be a blowout, it's going to be one team doing all the work and then Green Bay maybe putting up a touchdown. But Buffalo's got one of the best defenses in the league. I see them just suffocating Green Bay. Aaron Rodgers can't wait to retire. And the season might end early with no playoffs this year.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen. Moose, what do you think, Mr. High on Green Bay?
Can you come back to me?
No.
Are you a comeback?
Like Kim Kardashian?
Yeah, exactly. You are a comeback. All right, LJ, what do you think?
What is Buffalo's team total?
You guys have it?
If it's 30 something,
I'm pulling it up.
okay. Because they're averaging 40 points at home, bro. Like, this ridiculous.
Yes, we do.
28.5 minus 120 to the over.
I'm on it. Buffalo's team total over, guys. That's the easy play, man. They're averaging 40 points at home, and Green Bay has given up 28 points in their last 3 games, average. So, yeah. Buffalo team total over is my play. I don't trust laying 11. You know, that's a big number. But, hey, Buffalo might cover that shit. So, who knows? But I'd rather just take the team total because they're monsters at home, man. And Green Bay sucks, especially since Aaron Rodgers can't have any cohesiveness with his receivers or his coach.
He's such a bad leader. He's such a bad leader.
So I'm going to fade all that. So, yeah, Buffalo team total over is my play.
He's even his passive aggressive bullshit in the press conferences. Oh, we need to be more simple. It's more simple. He's basically saying like, hey, these guys aren't good enough to handle intricate schemes, and he's a shithead. Whatever.
So what I'm hearing out of all this, and this is probably the play I'm going to land on here: Green Bay Packers plus 415 on the money line. Cool.
Really?
No, he's lying.
Not drugs.
I mean, maybe worth a sprinkle. It's a primetime game. Weird shit happens on primetime games, guys. So you never know.
That ain't happening.
This could be one of those where the books are laughing all the way to the bank as the Green Bay Packers win outright.
Or what will most likely happen, this will be one of the games that they go ahead and put up on Pornhub after the Bills absolutely annihilate.
Yeah, it's gonna be a rape. That's what it's gonna be. I mean,
am I the only one
metaphorically,
that thinks the Packers can keep this game close?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
yes, you are the only one.
Yeah. Yes, you are the only one.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Fine. I love being on primetime dogs. Those are a lot of fun.
Yeah,
you
10
can
and
have that dog.
Good luck. If you know what, I'm not betting this game, so good luck. I hope you win. Last game.
I hope you lose.
All right. So, all right. I actually agree. I think this might be a close game. I think that there's a lot of things
you haven't
that point
gone
to
yet.
it.
That's right. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that point to it. Obviously that Buffalo doesn't have exactly the best rushing attack. A lot of it goes through the air. Green Bay, number 1 pass defense in the league, number 1. And then you kind of go through the list of, they've played better.
Lightning?
I mean, yeah, I get it. But I mean, at home, they've been better than they have been on the road. 83.7 at home versus 232 on the road. But it's also their third down conversion percentage. They rank 3rd in third down third down conversion. And that's something that Buffalo takes a lot of pride in, is being able to keep the chains moving. And Green Bay, they are able to get off the field. I mean, the things that were talked about with the Packers is primarily because of what the offense does to the defense. The defense is still very good. And you look at their ability in the red zone, opponents in the red zone, they only score 44.4% of the time. And Buffalo has had a little bit of a struggle in the red zone, only scoring 45.45%, specifically 44 at home. So they score better in the red zone on the road than they do at home. And that kind of all pushes me to look at Green Bay. I also kind of like a potential first half under, where Green Bay ranks 5th, only allowing 8 points per game in the first half, and Buffalo 14th, only allowing 10, and it's a 23.5 first half. But the problem with that is just how well both teams and offenses have played in the first half. Buffalo averaging 15 points per game, Green Bay 11, which that would take you over the total if you're just going and combining those two averages. So I kind of think that might be a little sneaky spot for the Packers here, just because of how well they defend the pass. I know that's kind of contrary to what you guys have said, but I don't think there's just one person out there on the limb. I think there's room for a couple people. I don't think I'm going to bet it though. I don't think I'm going to get to the window with it, but I don't know. I mean,
now
Also,
granted,
for what it's worth, they have a divisional game next week. The Bills.
yeah,
They
And-
had two
Yeah, they get the
battles
Jets.
next week.
Yeah,
and the Bills have only had 2 games at home, the Titans and the Steelers, so those aren't world beaters. So
To answer Kelly's question, they've played one game. The first game versus the Rams was they played the Titans, the Dolphins, the Ravens, the Steelers, the Chiefs. The only game versus NFC, they blew out the Rams by 21 points. So I don't know if that matters, but either way.
it kind of be sneaky under.
Hates the Packers. He has a question for Moose. Did you bet on Rodgers last week or Brady?
No, I didn't make one NFL bet last week.
I faded both of them last week.
Yeah,
I was immersed.
I faded
in
Rodgers
Rodgers
like
run.
the plague last week. We got it. Commanders
Money line was my best.
Commanders cock,
Yeah.
as our friend would say.
And here's my last advice with this game with the Packers and the Bills.
I swear.
If you like the Packers,
I'll show you.
if you like the Packers, wait. Let the public come in on Sunday after they get their ass handed to them in the 1 o'clock and the 4 o'clock games, and have Bills money line on their parlays and have Bills spread all over their bets, and then the Green Bay Packers come and win this game outright. So wait, you'll get a much better line if you like Green Bay. To wait until about 7 o'clock.
I think my best one would be the under, but I mean, to answer you, Cheshire, I didn't make one NFL bet last week. Completely involved with the Padres, and I didn't even have a full NCAA slate. I basically only made 5 bets, which is the lowest bet total I've had since last year when my dog last year passed away. So it was one of those things. I got committed to something else, and that's where my time and energy went.
Moose's betting life revolves around dogs and the Padres. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, there are other things. There are other things, Dave.
But those are fine. I love my dog, and the Padres are all right. Whatever for your teams.
They beat the Dodgers.
Well, they fucking
They
sure
did.
did. I mean,
that was their World Series right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at this
Now
point,
the
now
Phillies are
that we're
gonna
not
win
in
the
the
World
World Series,
Yeah, that's true. All right, last game, Monday night, Cincinnati versus Cleveland. I have Cincinnati is 3.5 point favorites. Guess what the line is? 3.5. Yep. Both these teams, the Cincinnati, I think, is playing above how they should be. Cleveland's playing below. The Battle of Ohio or whatever. I mean, I'll find a bet to get on it. It's not going to be a circle play. I'm almost not even. I don't even want to really dive into it unless we're going to talk about it. But it's kind of a who gives a shit for me. But and there will be a video on it because it's a Monday night game, which I do anyways. But right now I have 0 on it. But Nick, you can talk about it if you want.
Yeah, we're in a little crossroads here. We're on the crossroads between divisional and primetime game. I'm gonna take an under. This is one of my favorite unders of the week.
Surprise!
Surprise! Unders. I'm an under better.
Wait. Nick, you're on the under? That's new.
I'm an under better in the NFL. I'm an over better in hockey, apparently. So it is what it is. But yeah, I like the under in this game. It's the corner of divisional and primetime game. So under for me.
That's right. Tim.
We're gonna have the under up on this game. That's I really don't have an interest in going after it. If I had to, I probably am taking a home dog plus 3.5. But this is not really a game I wanted to go after on a side, and we'll probably be taking the over on a very spooky Halloween.
Oh.
So, Tim, you're talking about Tim, obviously, right? Eichel for MVP.
I have an Eichel Hart Trophy winner.
Yes. Anyway, by the way, Cheshire Cat, you missed it. We did NHL. We did the whole slate already. You missed it. But anyways, Moose, what do you got?
kind of like first half over, and there's some weird trends. It's a 23. It's a 23, and I haven't bet it yet. But there are some things that I kind of really like. First off, Cincinnati on the road has done way worse against the rush than at home. At home, they only have averaged 89 yards per game. On the road, 141.5. So have been significantly worse on the road. And Cleveland versus the pass, they've been bad regardless against the pass. But they are worse at home. 144 on the road, 260 yards per game at home. And I fully expect Cincinnati to try to pass the ball on them. But the thing that really pushed me over, and this is kind of the interesting one that I looked at, was you go to opponent first half points per game. Cleveland, 18th, giving up 12.1 points per game. Cincinnati, 29th, giving up 14.6 points per game. So both in the bottom percentage of the league. NFL team first half points per game. So who have scored the most? Cincinnati 10th, scoring 13. Cleveland 12th, scoring 13. That would take you over the total with both ways, whether it's how many they've given up in the first half or how many they're scoring in the first half. Usually when that correlates, I like to make that bet. So first half over 23, I believe I'm going to get to the window on that.
Wow. Okay.
And then live bet the under because Cincinnati's yet to give up a second half touchdown.
And then I think
Sure.
LJ probably agrees with you because he's dancing.
Hey, I'm following right behind Moose, man. He said everything that I was going to say. I am on the first half over, and I'm live betting the second half under because this is what Tim just said. Cincinnati ain't gave up a second half touchdown all season. So, hey, that's easy for me, man. But you do know I have two props in this game.
Of course.
Because Cleveland has given up a rushing touchdown to the opposing running back in 5 straight games.
There you go. Kelly said it. Mixon anytime TD.
Hey, she's on it. She's on it. And you know what? I think I'm going to have a bonus one too. Because red zone, Cincinnati is 9-12 in their last 4 games in the red zone, which brings me to the second prop. Joe Burrow has had 3 rushing touchdowns in the last 3 games. So if they get into the red zone, I wouldn't be surprised if Joe Burrow gets a rushing touchdown. So I'm going to be on both of them. I'm going to split my unit up. Joe Mixon anytime touchdown, Joe Burrow rushing touchdown. And I'm going to be on Cade York over 1.5 field goals for Cleveland because he has 13 field goals made on the season, and it correlates to Cincinnati not giving up a touchdown in the second half. So if Cleveland's going to score in the second half, they're going to have to score a field goal, right? So, hey, they score 1 in the first half, they score 1 in the second half. That puts me over 1.5.
And I knew when you said you were on props, I figured one of them was a field goal.
Hey, it all correlates, man. I mean, hey, I can't pass it up. So, yeah, Moose said everything that I've already went to the window on. So I'm right behind you, Moose. Right behind you.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go.
So let's wind this shit up, and we're going to do best bets. Did we get – the only person that's given them has been Ryan. So we'll do this. So we'll start, and we need – for the one hockey guy that's here, we need some hockey help. But maybe we just avoid it altogether. I don't know. But Nick, I'll start with you. What are your best bets? If we haven't capped it yet, let's talk about it. But if we have, just give it.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Really? Is it really going to finish like this?
What?
Please go in. Oh, wow. With 1.9 seconds left. Tampa Bay just scored.
See, that's the thing about hockey,
for the
man.
team
like,
total
for
over.
real. Like, they can score with like 1 second left with an empty net.
Man.
Tampa Bay in regulation. Tampa Bay in regulation. In reg, Moose. In reg.
And they hit the puck line. Huh?
Didn't get the
Lightning
damn over,
favorite?
though.
And the puck line, yeah.
Didn't hit the over, but it hit the team total. So, fuck.
No, it didn't hit the over. It's at 6, but it hit the team total over, and it hit the puck line, and it hit Tampa Bay reg. And
Oh, yeah.
Trash,
That game
Nick.
wasn't a complete loss.
Yes, it was.
Okay. I'm sorry, Tim, that the site didn't. Whatever.
It's all right. NBA is carrying the show. We're good.
I know.
All right.
Hockey. You know what?
Anything you want. It doesn't have to be hockey.
Yeah. All right, Tim.
Cheshire Cat says you suck at hockey, but whatever. He's just giving you a hard time.
Oh, fighting words.
Don't do what you're about to do, Nick. I know what you're about to say. Don't do it.
Tim's giving me shit right now, and I actually like this bet. First one, Montreal Canadiens money line against the Buffalo Fraud Sabres.
What is it at?
Plus 153 is what I got it at.
We're trying to make our record better, by the way. So just
probably don't have that then.
This is a terrible spot for Buffalo. They're coming in off of a long West Coast road trip, and they shouldn't be this big of favorites. I get it. They've looked good to start the season. They shouldn't be this big of favorites. Plus 155.
Cheshire Cat was saying Eichel sucks, not you, by the way. Okay.
Yeah. Give me the Canadiens at plus 155.
That scares me, but okay. Go ahead.
All right. I'll go all. Or do I like anything in the NFL enough? I mean,
the Lakers suck, bro.
Yeah, fuck the. You guys will give out the NFL. I'll give the hockey out.
Yeah.
Seattle Kraken minus 117 against the winless Vancouver Canucks. Canucks are in a prove it to me before. With all that, before I go ahead and bet them again. And I'm going to go with Minnesota, Ottawa over 6.5 at minus 123 on 5 dimes.
Minnesota, Ottawa, minus 6.5.
Over 6.5 at minus 123.
Minus 6.5. Over. Okay. All right. Tim, shoot.
All right. I'll do one NBA, and then 2 NFL. I'll do the Sacramento Kings money line plus 150.
What? We're trying to make this record.
Plus 4. I got 4.5 then. Plus 4.5.
Okay.
Get him.
You're
I'm not
crazy.
mad at that though.
I'm not mad at it either, but it scares me. Listen, you want to take the money line? Go ahead. What do you want? Money line? What? Money line?
No, take the points. I want to improve the record. Take the points. I'll go under in the Jets game. That's 40.5.
He doesn't like that. 40.5.
And let's take Houston plus 2.5.
Hold on. That.
Because if you weren't going to take it, I was going to take it.
Okay, that's fine. I got outvoted because I was thinking about the other way. So New England Jets 40.5 under, and then Houston plus 2.5. All right, Moose. What do you got?
For best bets tonight, shit.
Or give us out what are you eating for dinner tomorrow? I mean, come on.
I do not know. I mean, I basically just did my entire NFL card tonight.
Give out some. You can give out NCAA. You can give college football. You can give out Russian table tennis. You can give out fucking little boys.
Oh, I can do Russian table tennis?
Yes.
No, I'll be back on Friday. I'll be back on Friday to do the NCAA. So I'll do that there. I'll keep decorum.
Are you not doing the live show? You want to kind of come on after?
No, I'll do the live show and then I'll be on after.
Okay.
I do have one play. I may as well just give it now since it's a Thursday night game, so that can be on the record. And I prefer to have my NCAA record out there, even though my NFL has done better than my NCAA. So Utah, Washington State over 54.5.
I like it.
So that's my first one. My second one, I'm going to take first half 49ers money line.
What's that at? Just so I can have it. If someone can look at
minus 115.
San Francisco money line, first half. Okay, go ahead.
And then, you know what? I'll give you a good plus money. What would you rather have? Would you rather have like kind of closer
It's
to
up
even
to
money?
you.
Or would
I
rather have a
shouldn't say that, but we're just so you know. I mean, we're still up money, but we bled last week, like majorly.
So wins or would you rather have the
wins,
the better?
Or MLB, you got an MLB one for Friday?
Yeah, that line moved too much for me to go ahead and give out the Phillies first 5 though.
Then you know what? I'll do the one that I think I'll do the Eagles team total over 13.5 first half. Because I really like that one.
What was that?
The odds are
minus 130.
What was the number? Team total over what?
13.5.
Okay.
It was literally the one that you gave out, and I was like, okay, yeah, I'm just gonna. I'm
I just want to
absolutely
write it
following
down
that
because
one.
I'm on that too. I just want to make sure I got it wrote down so I won't forget it.
Yeah, because I grabbed. I mean, all my bets except for 2 are first half or first quarter.
Yeah, Kelly,
And
I
have,
think
like,
a
9
lot
bets.
of us are on the Phillies first half or Phillies team total first half, which is 1.5.
Oh yeah,
I'm on
I'm
the
gonna go
first
bet
5.
that
I
one
got it
too.
at plus 150. Yeah.
But I think all of us are scared the Astros win, obviously. So
Yeah,
I'm not
they will.
scared. I think the Astros dominate.
Yeah,
They
I'm not
will.
scared.
I got plus 170 for the Phillies to win the World
no,
Series. Sorry,
scared of the Phil. You know what I meant? Meaning we're betting Phillies first half, but
because we're
Astros
worried
win
about
game.
the bullpen coming in. Yeah.
Yep. All right, gotcha. All right, LJ.
Phillies in 7.
I mean, I could see it being like 3-2 Astros after first 5, but if it's 3-2, that team total 1.5 cashes. So I don't like the side as much with Nola. I mean, I said it earlier. I think Wheeler. I know there might be some disagreement, but I think Wheeler is the best pitcher in the postseason right now in terms of his performance in the postseason.
Nola, I think, would have something to say about that. But yeah, I mean, the top 2 pitchers in the postseason have easily been from the Philadelphia Phillies.
I mean, based off what I saw in the NLCS, Nola got hit around. Wheeler did not. I mean, Wheeler gave up like 1 home run, and that was basically it. And Wheeler throwing a 97, 98 was far better than what Nola was bringing at 94, 95. And he got touched up. I mean, he was the one that was out there when he gave up the 5-run fourth. He was out there on the mound. Wheeler had no such problems with the Padres. So I just, based off of what I see as a pitcher, just a pitching coach, and how he's able to hit the black and how he's able to use his curveball out of the zone, he's doing things that Nola wasn't. Nola was not hitting his spots the way that Wheeler was. Nola did not have the spin rate that Wheeler did. And, it's funny that Musgrove got checked for all of his spin rates going up, and nobody has said a word about Wheeler, and his spin rates have skyrocketed here towards the end of the year after he came back.
He doesn't need that. He doesn't need
injury.
that jism on his ear to.
Yeah, I mean, it's just funny that they cited spin rate like over anything, like not the stuff on the ear, but they cited spin rate, and all that stuff was up. And yet Wheeler is the number 1 playoff pitcher right now that has increased spin rate and increased velocity.
We can talk about whatever you want. We're not going to talk about time and get a philosophical question. We can talk about shoving sausages down people's throats, but we're not going to talk about fucking time. Come on.
What?
Cheshire Cat would be a fun person to have a beer with, I think. But anyway,
Yeah, absolutely would be.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
What are your 3 picks? 0 to 3 picks.
My 3 picks are Vikings first half minus 3.5. I'm going to pick on the Cardinals first half, of course. I'm going to take the 40. We already did the Rams, right?
I mean, all we have is first half.
I
money
took
line.
first half.
Yeah,
So
San Francisco. You can do whatever you want.
Can I take the under? Full game?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, 49ers Rams under 43.5. Full game. And do I want to do Giants money line plus 135? Do I want to do Giants?
I don't mind that at all, actually. What do you want? Do you want to? I mean, for me, and I usually I err on the side of gambling, but 3 points is a lot. I mean, getting 3 points is.
You know what? I'm gonna stay off of that because that's I'm gonna bet it, but I'm not gonna make it official. Let's do this one, the one me and Moose are on. Bengals and Browns over 23 first half.
Yeah,
I'll put that one Monday night.
But under for the full game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe.
All right. Well. So what do I want? I'm going.
Go with your Colts.
They're one of them. So my Colts. Trust me, I've been super low in the Colts.
You know what? If they win, I'm gonna feel stupid if they win.
Yeah, my 3 bets: Denver plus 2.5, Broncos
Love it.
plus 2.
Go straight up money line on that one. 2.5 ain't fucking shit.
I'm gonna bet that, but not for the show. So 2.5. Did we bet? Yeah, I already got out vetoed for that one. I wanted to bet Tennessee, but that's okay. So I'll bet the Colts at minus 2.5. Indianapolis minus 2.5. And for the final one, since LJ was off of it, I'm not going to be off it. New York Giants plus 3.
Do it. We smashing this
Absolute garbage, poopy garbage. All of those plays. Too bad Hammer Poop's making a baby. That's okay. I should show you the text that he sent me. Anyways.
Yeah, I just grabbed that 1.5. It's plus money right now. I was a little shocked to see that. I thought it was going to be like minus 105 or minus 110, but it's
plus 1.5 what?
A team total over 1.5 plus 120. I just put it into the chat too because I was like,
Phillies?
"Holy shit, is this for real?" Yeah, Phillies first 5 team total over 1.5 plus 120.
That's not a bad look. I'm kind of interested in that.
Yeah, Vito was getting naked on camera yesterday, but that's
it's fucking weird.
So they've announced Verlander's the starter.
Verlander's
yes,
the starter.
No.
I'm sorry. What did Vito do?
Yet. He's not announced yet.
Okay, so Vito
His camera is off all the whole
Vito
time.
comes on and he's talking or whatever. And
He's got no shirt on. He's in the dark.
Butt fuck Europe. And then all of a sudden he comes back on and he's laying in bed, but he has the covers on him. And then he pulls the covers off and he's got his shirt off. He's doing a cast with on Boba's cast with his phone with his shirt off in bed. Like, I don't know if he's naked or not, but what are you doing, dude?
Yeah,
like,
who's gonna just do stuff shirtless?
He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. I've seen him a couple different places. He's a funny guy.
Cannot imagine.
Look it up. Ice Guys last night. Go look at
it.
Look at the thing. But anyway.
Yeah, we don't need to see Vito man tits anymore.
We've gone long enough.
Yep. It's 1 a.m. here.
Yeah, we got things to do. Shit, we've gone way long enough. One of the longest shows ever. Okay, we're going to plug stuff. LJ, your first Grammy nominee.
I don't know about all that. That was just a freestyle.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That was, go look it up. If you guys go to LJ's page, look at his rap. Jesus H.
Well, of course, y'all can find me here on Nerd Talk on Wednesdays with Dave and Earl Sports. Hey, speaking of that, I'm not doing Jimmy's show this Sunday. So
you sure?
I promise. I'm positive. So
you got kicked off?
No, it's just that he likes to rotate.
Yeah, I messaged LJ on Sunday morning. I'm like, he's still good for the ESP show. He's like, Jimmy just asked. I'm like, I would go on Jimmy's show too if he asked me.
Yeah, I would 100% Jimmy.
I was not mad at all. I totally understood.
Hey, it's all good, but
you got to go to the bigger crowd.
This Sunday, I promise you. Y'all send me the link. I am on this Sunday for sure. I promise you. But you can find me Pub Sports Radio. I will be doing an interview this Saturday with Dabby Cab because we're gonna try to start up a podcast. Keep it a little on the hush. Try to see if we're gonna start it up. So,
Yeah, Moose, you're on the outside now, bitch.
Yeah, right.
Oh no, he's going to be a part of
guy
it too.
every fucking day.
Well, here's the deal. Cab is a ghost. He's told me about 5 times he's coming on this show, and tonight was one of them. So we'll see.
So be looking out for new show Pub Sports. It's in the making right now, but we'll see the works and all that. Like I said, I'm meeting with Slaughter this weekend to iron out the details and everything. So just catch me on PSR, all week, doing our thing, and of course Sunday I will hopefully make my debut on Earl Sports Bets.
Yep.
Hell yeah!
All right, Moose. Moose is back in action off of a little hiatus. What do you got going on?
Holy shit, I got some action already. I got an MLB play I like. I got some NCAA I like. And I got, now that we've done this because of this panel and this, literally the reason you started this, Dave, was to make everybody have not necessarily more confidence in their picks, but feel like they're become more competent, better. Mm-hmm. And I absolutely feel after how this NFL season has gone, this is a big reason why. So make sure you're tuning in. So my plug is going to be making sure that anybody that watches this on repeat, I get it goes a little long. Maybe like timestamps might work in the future.
Yeah, we have a lot. We have a lot of things to work on here, but anyway.
Yeah, but in terms of just like the knowledge and the information, I definitely because of how LJ has come out here. I'll give LJ all the credit in the world for this. How he's kind of directed me and guided me on a path towards first half looks, first half trends, first half angles. And I have just crushed those. And it's because of this collective and the discussions that we've had here and some of the stats that he's thrown out. And sure enough, now I'm throwing out the fucking stats to you guys, trying to find some things. And it's just how this collective is going to work, how this nerd talk is going to work, is that we're all going to learn, we're all going to grow, we're all going to get better, because nobody will ever figure it out. Nobody. the bookie won't let that happen. So if you need anything from me, you can find me on Twitter at Moose Money Bets. I don't have anything really coming up other than the live show on Friday with Cab. I'm not really scheduled to be back on Jimmy's show anytime soon. So, if you guys need anything, if you guys need content out there, Dave, LJ, Earl Twins, if you guys need anything, doesn't hesitate to hit me up. I can talk about plenty of things. And I have an ability to talk. So if you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out on Twitter at Moose Money Bets.
Oh, yeah. We got the World Series coming up. You're going to be on.
Yeah. I got time.
You're always welcome on our show if you ever wanted to.
Oh, I mean, I don't invite myself. That's the whole thing. Is
bro,
I
you got to get up
thing.
at 7:00 in the morning to do their show.
Our show is at 10 a.m. Eastern, but
yeah,
you're always allowed on.
Don't hesitate to reach out. I'm not the person that will reach out to you asking to come on. It'll just be if you need something, if you want me to have any kind of discussion, just reach out. I'll either tell you I'm like, hey, I got something going on, I'm teaching that day, or whatever. But I definitely will always make sure I'll give a response really quickly so you guys can know right away.
Cool. All right, Tim, what do you got, buddy?
Yeah, make sure everybody's checking out the streams every Wednesday and Friday nights. We will not be here the most of next show on Friday because we're going to get the Islander Hurricanes game. Yeah. But we'll probably that game's at 7, Nick?
Yeah.
Ends at 10. We'll probably be on in the later portion of the show. But we'll try to come on during that. But we'll be here. Make sure you guys check out every Wednesday and Friday. And then I'll always plug in the earlsportsbets.com website if anybody goes over there. Having a good start to the NBA season, 31-21 up 12.38 units. I had a 7-3 day today that backed up my 5-0 from yesterday. I'm on a nice little streak for NBA, so jump on that if you guys wanted to. But lots of stuff over there. Check out Earl Sports Bet Show every day at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Nick, anything else? You probably said it all.
Yep. Yeah. Just what Tim said. But I actually saw an interesting post here on Twitter for the World Series. The last team to beat the Astros in a baseball game was the Philadelphia Phillies. The last team to beat the Astros in to beat the Phillies in a series is the Philadelphia Phillies. I just want to put that one out there too.
They wasn't playing for nothing though.
I know.
They were playing for nothing. But it's
and I wanted to point one more stat out from last weekend. Iowa's offense got outscored by Ohio State's offense, Ohio State's defense, and Iowa's defense. There you go.
Yeah, that's why someone was on that game, was on Iowa. I forget who it was. It was one of you two.
Yeah, Nick was.
Yeah, and that was – I said it. I'm like, that's a scary motherfucking bet. But anyways.
Who are you looking for?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I wouldn't make that type of bet. That doesn't sound like me.
No. Who did that?
Tim is a WNBA NBA genius. I wouldn't disagree. I don't know anything about WNBA, but that's fine. Bruins 12 wins on a row. Are you talking about the hockey Bruins or UCLA?
Yeah, Bruins have won 12. I'm on the Bruins.
Boston Bruins.
Yeah.
Come on. Even I knew that one.
Well, there's the Bruins of UCLA, and by the way, there aren't any Bears in Boston, but there are in Western Massachusetts. But
we were going to talk about that. We're going to talk about all the lakes in Los Angeles.
Oh no, I know the Lakers won. It was because they're originally the Minnesota Lakers.
Yeah.
Well, I get it, but I mean, it's just
molded, burned.
I'm just saying, like, there's team names out there that don't apply to where they're at.
Yeah, they don't.
Correct.
Like the Canadians are spelled with an E. But anyways, French guys, thanks for watching. You can find us here Wednesdays and Friday nights at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. And this show's never going to be. We talk about timestamps and all that. It's a long show. It was meant to be an open form. It's meant to be background noise, like a radio show, not necessarily like the Howard Stern show, but kind of something like that. I don't know if I ever want to change it. I think if this, I'm not monetized, and who knows where things go with that. But this helps us out as much as it does anyone else, and that's kind of the point. We did this anyways before we ever put this on YouTube. So I hope more people come and watch because we put some light in some really good things. But anyway, find us there. Picks from Dave on Twitter. Put out picks every night. I got to figure out what I'm going to do for a video tonight. I think I know what I'm going to do. But anyways, thanks for watching. We'll be back on Friday, and best of luck at the window.